Hey guys, welcome to part 6 of What If Naruto Was Adopted by Iruka. If you enjoy the video then like, share and subscribe and also comment your thoughts as it inspires me to make more such videos, and remember to check out my playlist section for other interesting stories. So let's get started. Chapter 21. Old Scars. I got it, sensei. Naruto chirped, beaming as he ran up and presented a smooth rock to Jiraiya. Most of the palm-sized stone was blotched with what could have been ink, though on closer inspection it would reveal itself to be a kind of charring. In one of the few clear spots, however, the boy's Hiraishin symbol was plainly visible. Oh ho! The old sage plucked the rock from his student's hand, examining it closely for a moment before nodding. I didn't expect you to figure it out this fast, considering your experience with chakra control and manipulation. Naruto grinned at him, lacing his fingers behind his head and looking pleased with himself. How are you two faring? Wonderfully, Sasuke muttered, tossing a blackened stone over his shoulder. I think I'm getting better, Hinata said none too confidently, scratching at the surface of her own now pitch-colored rock. Maybe. She sighed and dropped it behind their shared bench. Who am I kidding? You two did insist on coming along, Jiraiya pointed out smugly, taking a second to pull the last dango from the slender stick he was holding. You asked to be a part of this mission, training and all, and I'm not going to think up individual curricula. Besides, it's not that difficult. We've been carrying these since we left Shukuba, Sasuke sighed, reaching into his pack and withdrawing another to practice on. Nothing against Naruto, but it's kind of strange that he's better at this than we are. Are you sure you explained it right? Naruto cut in before Jiraiya could respond, looking a little embarrassed. Sorry, Sasuke, for some reason it just made sense to me. You don't have to apologize for that, Naruto, Hinata said with a small smile, shaking her head. I'm not surprised, seeing as it was your father's technique. That elicited a broad grin from the blonde. That may be part of it, but I doubt it's the sole issue. Jiraiya stood and stretched, glancing at the roadside dango shop as if considering a second round. Naruto does have a knack for learning things quickly, even things he isn't naturally gifted with. I'm sure you've noticed. He is pretty horrible at genjutsu, Sasuke reasoned, thinking back on their training, and he was able to make pretty good progress on Kakashi-sensei's training in only a few days. Each time we come up with a new jutsu, as long as it isn't a strong water or lightning technique, he perfects it first. These days, at least, Hinata put in, considering that information for a time. At one time, abilities such as the wind whispering jutsu would have taken Naruto a while to learn because of their tight chakra control requirements. Ever since training with Jiraiya in the Chunin exams, however, his precision had improved by leaps and bounds. Exactly. But I still don't think that's the problem. You two are pretty fast at picking things up, too. Sasuke gave him a flat look, and Hinata looked hopefully to the Sannin. Come on. Let's get moving. We need to arrive in Tanzaku before dusk. They quickly finished their remaining dango before rising to follow, waiting for him to continue. I think it has to do with the seals you thought up, Jiraiya went on, squinting down the dirt path. Can you explain them to me again? Sasuke and Hinata looked at one another, and after she nodded to him he shrugged. The Uchiha clan symbol with a Sharingan worked into it, drawn with Jutsu Shiki. The symbols for the 5 elements are all around it, connected to form a pentagon. He shrugged again, glancing at Hinata for her description. There was a light flush on her cheeks even before she began to speak. Mine is the whirlpool insignia, with the Hyuga crest at its center. There's a circle around the spiral, and every 90 degrees around it I put a symbol for something. Strength, determination, compassion, and loyalty. Do those things mean a lot to you both? Jiraiya asked mildly. He glanced back to see them both nod assuredly. But do they mean enough? Sasuke raised his eyebrow, and Hinata looked a touch perplexed. I told you that they had to have real meaning to you personally, or it would be a lot harder to form them. Sasuke, I understand the purpose of yours, but is your pride as an Uchiha enough? The boy bristled at that, but he said nothing. Jiraiya knew that it was a low blow, especially after what had happened the day before. I realize that it's a significant part of you, but I don't think it defines you enough to merit the design. Hinata, I also understand why you chose your seal. After all, Naruto's passion for sensei. Naruto sputtered, turning redder than Hinata. The sage smirked at him and winked, but kindly edited his statement. Ahem. I know that you've recently returned to your clan, and that Konoha shares deep ties with the Whirlpool, and that you personally share deep ties with the Whirlpool. He couldn't help himself. Hinata and Naruto blushed, and Sasuke coughed to hide a bout of mirth. But just as in Sasuke's case, I don't think that defines you very well. The inspiring sigils around the circle are a nice touch, but they're too general. She and Sasuke knitted their brows for a moment, considering his words. Naruto, why don't you explain yours? I don't think you have yet, come to think of it. It's just Team 7, he shrugged, touching his finger to a new stone. His personal symbol flowed into existence, taking up most of the available space. Each of the lines in the triangle represent one of us. Hinata, Sasuke, and me. As friends we always protect each other, and as a team we protect Konoha. He pointed at the center leaf symbol, tracing the spiral outward until he reached one side of the triangle. The whirlpool thing is for my mom. I figured that she should be a part of it, since it's my dad's jutsu. Jiraiya nodded, giving him a little smile. Now that means something to you. It's a very simple design, which makes it easier to create, but each bit contains something of personal significance. I'm not going to try and tell you what to make with your seals, he continued to the group at large, but think hard about yourselves and your identities. Why do you wake up every day? What are your goals? Such questions should be answered in the making of your seals. Does yours have anything to do with perverted stuff, sensei? Naruto teased with a sly smirk. Jiraiya was not amused. Hinata and Sasuke remained silent as the old man scolded their teammate, both deep in thought. This wasn't the type of training they were used to. Normally all that was required was a hand seal and some chakra molding, and even when inventing their own jutsu they had followed a similar procedure to discover the best method of casting it. Having to pour their passions into creating a small seal was odd indeed. Anyway, Jiraiya growled, removing his pack and sifting through its contents as he walked. Either keep going with what you have, or spend the rest of today thinking up a new seal. That's up to you. For you, Naruto, he continued, withdrawing a length of leather from the bag. It looked to be some kind of makeshift pouch, and though he was obviously still agitated he handed it reverently to Naruto. Get used to these. Eh? The blonde held it with a curious expression, carefully unraveling the cord that wrapped around the pouch. Once free of its binding the case flapped open. It was as it had appeared. A simple, broad leather strip with 3 pockets sewn into it. Contained in each pouch was an odd-looking kunai, looking almost like a dagger with a bladed guard above the grip. Their handles were wrapped with dyed leather instead of the traditional cord. What are these? They're kunai that Minato invented, Jiraiya explained, enjoying the surprised and elated look on his student's face. I had some made for you before we left. I want you to mark the handles with your seal, but don't do any more than that. Naruto nodded excitedly before concentrating, carefully touching each kunai's grip with the tip of his finger. His sigil appeared on each, conforming to the curved structures and wrapping halfway around the handles. What now? He asked, hefting one of the weapons and peering curiously at it. Nothing. Huh. Nothing. Jiraiya repeated, slipping his pack on and making his way nonchalantly down the road. We're not going to practice space-time jutsu while we're traveling. It's dangerous enough while stationary. Just get used to how they feel, and use the trees as target practice while we walk. Alright. Naruto sighed, spinning one of the kunai on his finger. He thought for a second, glanced aside at his friends, then passed one to each of them. Hinata blinked and gave him a questioning look, but Sasuke only flipped the knife once before tossing it into the nearest tree. You guys will get it soon too, and there are 3. We might as well all practice. Hinata smiled appreciatively before joining Naruto and Sasuke with target practice. They made up targets as they walked, throwing and retrieving the kunai one at a time. All the while Jiraiya kept watch, musing to himself about the team's antics. They really are something. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Tanzaku came into view just as the sun was dipping behind the horizon. The castle loomed ahead, casting a shadow that nearly consumed the town splayed out below. The city was contained within a sizable perimeter wall, though its scale paled in comparison to Konoha's defenses. Overall, it appeared to be a comfortable place, nestled quietly among the foothills of the nearby mountains. Just as I remember it, Jiraiya commented idly as they descended into the valley. He glanced back at his charges, who were all still walking together behind him. Naruto was playing with his kunai, by now completely used to its weight and feel. Sasuke and Hinata paced beside him holding familiar pads of paper. Every now and then one of them would start drawing out a new seal with a charcoal pencil, though most of the time it ended with a shake of their head or a sigh. They'll figure it out. Sensei, how many towns do you think we'll have to look in? Naruto asked as they reached the city's gates. A few guards eyed them warily as they passed. There aren't too many places Tsunade would be, assuming that she's still in Fire Country, and I don't think she would leave. He continued through the thinning streets like he knew where he was going, winding from one to the next until they reached a more crowded part of town. She travels around, borrowing money to gamble wherever she can, and there aren't a lot of places left for her to go that aren't full of debt collectors. Do all of the Sannin have sketchy habits? Jiraiya gave the boy a look of feigned hurt at that. I write cultured novels that require extensive research on the female form, the sage embellished, earning him a flat look from Hinata before she went back to her paper. Lady Tsunade merely indulges in a harmless pastime, and you are hardly old enough to judge her for it. Naruto made a face and went back to examining the shops and various other establishments. Jiraiya led them to an inn first, where they dropped off their packs before returning to the streets. Sasuke and Hinata had purchased new gear to stand in for what they had left in Konoha, but their packs were mostly filled with rocks and they were glad to be relieved of them. You all have your communicators, right? Jiraiya asked, tapping his ear. The trio of genin nodded together. Good. If you find Tsunade, or if you run into trouble, let everybody know your location. Do not engage any threats without my permission, and do not approach Tsunade without me either. You could end up dead. Naruto thought he was joking at first, but his serious expression said otherwise. Jiraiya-sensei, Hinata started, looking a little worried. Why would speaking to her be dangerous? Have you three ever seen that Haruno girl punch the Inuzuka kid? The three of them blinked at his inquiry, and then blanched a moment later. Exactly. Tsunade has a temper, and monstrous strength to back it up. She also enjoys her sake, so her being drunk wouldn't help you in that regard. Understand. They nodded quickly, now beginning to wonder what they had signed up for. Good. Here's a picture of her. If you don't find anything, meet back here in 3 hours. He handed a small photograph to Naruto, who examined it for a few seconds before scratching thoughtfully at the back of his neck. Anyo, sensei, Naruto began, glancing aside at Hinata and Sasuke. Did you want us to split up and look, or? No, you three can stick together and search. I need to. I'll go with him, Sasuke interjected, falling into step next to the already retreating Sannin. That's not a problem, is it, sensei? The Uchiha's placid features may as well have been openly mocking the old man. Quote. Of course not, Jiraiya responded evenly, suppressing a glower. Naruto, Hinata, stick together and cover what places you can that way. And don't go sneaking off to get frisky, either. Yes, sensei, the couple chimed together, already locking hands and turning to do as he had instructed. That was pretty funny, Naruto chuckled after they were out of earshot. Sasuke's just making sure he stays on task, Hinata said. I didn't expect Jiraiya-sensei to be so openly lecherous. I guess that's just his quirk, he shrugged. You'd better not go picking up bad habits from him, she teased, giving his hand a squeeze. He may be your teacher, but I'm your girlfriend, Naruto offered, winking sideways at her. Hinata flushed lightly, though she nodded and smiled nonetheless. I know you don't really like those terms, but they're only really important for other people, you know. She nodded again, and after a moment he added, and I'm not gonna pick up any of those habits from Jiraiya-sensei, I promise. They soon found that Tanzaku seemed to have more places to gamble than it had residences. Almost every other establishment advertised some form of the vice. Hinata used her Byakugan to scan through each one, as most wouldn't allow children inside. Naruto contented himself with watching the streets, which seemed to be growing more crowded now that darkness had settled in. One thing Jiraiya had inadvertently taught him was that entertainment businesses got more crowded the longer the night went on. Still nothing? He asked. They had nearly reached the 2-hour mark, and thus far Tsunade had not been sighted. They hadn't heard a peep through the communicators, either. Hinata shook her head, deactivating her Byakugan with a sigh. I haven't seen her, she replied tiredly, rubbing at her temples. I'm sorry. It's hard to focus. I wish we could go in and look. You don't need to apologize, Naruto chided gently, turning with her to head back to their inn. I'm sorry that you have to strain yourself. He trailed off as the receiver in his ear crackled to life, Sasuke's voice coming through a beat later. Oi! I need some help over here. Akatsuki? Hinata asked urgently, catching Naruto's eye as they broke into a trot. No, just Jiraiya-sensei. We're a few streets north of the rendezvous point, at the... There was a moment of embarrassed hesitation that neither of them failed to catch. The master's castle. Naruto groaned, and Hinata turned a brilliant shade of red. We'll be right there, he muttered in response. To Hinata, he said, he's going to get a serious talk when we get back to the room. A few minutes later they arrived at the building, met by a disgusted-looking Sasuke. Raucous laughter came in bursts through the open door, along with a chorus of exaggerated giggles. I thought you were going to watch him, Naruto sighed as they approached. What was I supposed to do? Sasuke quipped, scowling back at the place. He said he was going to pop in and ask if anybody had seen her, and these guys won't let me in after him. He gestured to the two tough-looking bouncers positioned by the door. I'd knock them out, but I don't want to make a scene. We're supposed to keep low profiles. I'll get him. Before his friends could argue, he vanished in a blur. A few seconds later a perfect copy of Iruka strolled out of a nearby alley, determinedly heading for the door. As expected, the guards let him pass without a second glance. Welcome to your castle, master. The woman that greeted him flashed a gleaming white smile, immediately taking one arm and escorting him further in. Naruto did his best to keep a blush from his face as he allowed her to press against his side. Would you like one of our private rooms today? No, I'm here to meet a friend, he said, trying to keep calm and mentally patting himself on the back for not stuttering. An older man, with long, spiky white hair. Oh, Jiraiya Dono. She laughed, turning down a hallway. Of course, I'll take you to his room. Naruto muttered his thanks as he was practically pushed through a Norin and into a fairly lavish room beyond. As soon as he passed the divider he wrinkled his nose and closed one eye. He tried not to inhale the strong smell of alcohol or see too much of the scantily clad women sitting with Jiraiya. The old man was flushed and laughing on a plush couch at the center of the room, one arm around a particularly well-proportioned young woman and the other hand holding a bottle of sake. Oh ho, Iruka, he chortled, beckoning to Naruto. Come in, it's on me tonight. Naruto covered his face with one hand, shaking his head and giving each girl an apologetic look before addressing Jiraiya. You're late for your meeting, sensei, he scolded in his best imitation of Iruka. It's time to go. Go. But you only just got here. Stay for a while. He laughed again, taking a long pull from the bottle. Naruto rolled his eyes. He stepped over to grab the man by his collar, then literally dragged him from the sofa and out to the storefront. Jiraiya's drunken protests didn't bother him, and he didn't feel bad for taking his teacher's money pouch and leaving a devastating sum of ryo behind. Let's get back to the room, Naruto sighed, still dragging Jiraiya behind him. After passing the bouncers he had transformed back, causing the pair of toughs to balk and blink confusedly at one another. Sasuke grunted and leaned down to get his shoulder under Jiraiya's arm. Naruto begrudgingly mirrored him after a moment, deciding that it would be easier to let the old man try to support his own weight. Ah, come on, he slurred, whining piteously to his escorts. I was just having fun. Is this normal for him? Sasuke asked, agitated. More or less, Naruto said flatly. It was clear that he didn't want to talk about it, and neither Hinata nor Sasuke spoke the rest of the way back to their room. Jiraiya wasn't really their instructor, and as such the two of them felt significantly less ashamed than Naruto. That wasn't even considering that the man was his godfather, and the only living family he had left. Iruka was his father as much as Sasuke was his brother, but it wasn't quite the same. Jiraiya had been Minato's teacher and mentor, and was a real connection to Naruto's past. It took a while to get Jiraiya settled down. Only after nearly an hour of being forced to drink glass after glass of water did he begin to sober, which turned him from a jovial drunk to a sour old man. "What's with you three?" he asked after the umpteenth glass of water. He was sitting cross-legged against the wall, rubbing irritably at his head. "We're supposed to be on a mission to find Tsunade," Naruto said shortly. "But all you seem to want to do is gather information at those kinds of places. I used to think that it was just a bad habit, but if it gets in the way of missions then it's a lot worse than that." "What do you know, kid?" Jiraiya growled, and suddenly the tension in the room doubled. It wasn't often that the sage looked serious, but when he was it made any of their killing intent look like child's play. His eyes narrowed at the blonde in front of him. "What's it to you? You're my godfather," Naruto ground out, clenching his fists. "Do you know how embarrassing it is for me to have to deal with this?" Jiraiya blinked, as if surprised at the words. "I understand why you haven't been around for my whole life, but now that you're here don't you think you should act how my parents would have wanted you to?" "It's not that easy," Jiraiya sighed, some of the anger fading from his voice. He looked tired, and much older than he did normally. "I'm no mentor, Naruto, I'm just an old shinobi. Why can't you just? Because I've seen more in my time than most ever will." That stopped Naruto in his tracks, and he was taken aback by Jiraiya's expression. The Sanin's foul grimace could have wilted a flower. "Drinking and company. Naruto, do you think such things are for mere pleasure?" He didn't wait for a response, feeling no sympathy for the confused look on the boy's face. "I've fought in too many wars and lost too many friends, and I've spent much of my life trying to atone for my mistakes. You know why I've been absent from Konoha for half of my life. Can't a tired old man simply enjoy company that doesn't judge him, and can't he indulge in drink so that forgetting gets just a little easier?" Silence. Hinata stood with her hands clasped in front of her, features a mix of distress and empathetic sorrow. Sasuke looked on with his typical apathy, but he had tensed at the explanation. It had hit a little close to home. Naruto only stared, lips parted slightly as if he had been about to speak. His godfather regarded him evenly, and only then did the boy realize that the man was far from two-dimensional. Aside from being one of the most renowned individuals in the ninja world, he was also one of the most tortured. One of his closest friends, a person he had fought and bled with for years, had abandoned him along with the village. He was a veteran of 2 world wars. He was a member of the legendary yet broken Sannin. He had taught and mentored Minato and formed a close bond with him and his wife, Kushina, only to see them die at the hands of the Kyuubi. He had spent a life in solitude away from his beloved village for the sake of keeping it safe, all the while unable to see his godson grow. Naruto began, searching for his voice. Jiraiya shook his head before leaning it back against the wall. "I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm just giving you a bit of much-needed perspective. I don't mean any disrespect," Sasuke started, choosing his words carefully. "But this is the world we live in. It's dark, and it's full of pain. Living as a shinobi means that we have to deal with that. But," he shrugged, suddenly looking a little uncomfortable, "it doesn't mean we have a right to drown ourselves in despair, either. You may be a lot older than us, but you can't look us in the eye and say we don't understand what pain is." As if for emphasis his Sharingan swirled into being, focusing hard on Jiraiya's dark eyes. "Maybe you just need to find a better outlet for yours. Sasuke can be a little harsh, but I think he might be right." Hinata fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, but she determinedly held eye contact. "I know it hurts Naruto to see you like that, even if he understands why you do it. Maybe writing more would help, or you two could always talk more," she offered. Jiraiya blinked at her. "Or maybe once we find Tsunade you could spend more time together." Before the sage could laugh that idea off, Naruto tentatively offered his own advice. "Jiraiya sensei, I get why you do what you do, but. Like Hinata said, it's just hard to watch. You were my dad's teacher and best friend, close enough to make you my godfather. I can't. I won't stop you from going to those places anymore if that's what you want. I won't let you on missions, though, he added with a small smirk. But we get through things together. He took Hinata's hand as he spoke, settling his other forearm on Sasuke's shoulder. I know that you and I aren't exactly close yet, and it's different for us than it is for you. But could you maybe try other ways and see how it works out? Jiraiya frowned, opened his mouth to reply, then closed it again. He looked from Naruto, to Hinata, to Sasuke, then back through again before finally throwing his head back and letting out a bark of laughter. Would you look at me, one of the legendary Sannin, being lectured by 3 kids? He chuckled again and shook his head. All right. If you feel that strongly about it, I'll see what I can do. Not making any promises, he cautioned. His statement was still received with approving looks all around. After a few seconds of increasingly awkward silence, he coughed and spoke up again. So how are you two doing with your seals? Done, Sasuke stated matter-of-factly, withdrawing a scrap of paper from his pocket and handing it to the man. Hinata carefully tugged a folded piece of parchment from beneath her top, eliciting several particular looks from her companions. She flushed and presented it to Jiraiya. What? I don't have any pockets, she mumbled. The old sage gingerly plucked the paper from her hand, as if afraid that he might get impure thoughts through simple contact. All right then. You know the drill. He unfolded the scraps, placing both on the wood floor for all to see. Sasuke nodded to Hinata, who took a deep breath before launching into her explanation. I think you were partway right about my last seal, sensei, she started. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. He had expected to be entirely correct. I realized that my identity as a Hyuga isn't really a part of who I am anymore, and some of the symbols were aspirations more than the core of who I am. Her cheeks took on a delicate red hue. And I realized that, like Naruto, aside from protecting my friends, my wish to preserve Konoha and its citizens is most important. That's why the leaf insignia is at the center, and 3 petals of an iris sprout from it. A simple flower, Jiraiya mused, examining the small seal. Hinata seemed to have a knack for drawing. She had managed to make the little flower almost lifelike, even when inscribed entirely with jutsu shiki. You said to make something that was easy to create, but had a lot of meaning. Hinata fidgeted a little as the man scrutinized her work. The iris symbolizes loyalty, and I sort of borrowed Naruto's idea and made it with 3 petals, one for each of us. We're all Konoha shinobi, and we're connected by and through that, and through our friendship as well. I like it, the sage stated simply. She beamed at him. Your turn, Sasuke. Same basic theory, the Uchiha began without preamble. You asked earlier if pride in my clan was enough, and while it may not be on its own, as the last true Uchiha, it is an undeniable part of who I am. He nodded to the paper, upon which several recognizable emblems were etched. I doubt I need to explain what it means. 3 tomo, arranged like those of your Sharingan, Jiraiya went on for him. Each contains a different symbol that means something to you. Konoha's sigil, the Uchiha clan emblem, and characters that roughly translate to revenge. He looked up at the boy, raising an eyebrow. Sasuke rolled his eyes, already knowing the next question. The tomo represent the 3 of us in unity, as a team, and they serve as a reminder. Hinata and Naruto both glanced at him, though they said nothing despite their solemn expressions. Sasuke reached up to absently rub at the back of his neck, feeling the tingling skin around Orochimaru's curse mark. A reminder of temptation, and of promises that I've made. Jiraiya studied him for a long moment before giving a somber nod. I've no doubt that you're on the right track now, both of you. Have you attempted to? He trailed off as they both held out smooth, blank rocks. Before his eyes they touched a fingertip to their individual stones, and almost immediately their seals came into being. Hinata's flower blossomed outward, taking up most of the blank space available to it as the runic script petals stretched. A black dot formed and gained artificial depth at Sasuke's fingertip before it broke apart and spiraled outward, like a Sharingan activating in the palm of his hand. The tomo quickly settled an equal distance apart, slightly closer than they might have been in the presence of a pupil. I knew it wouldn't take long. Naruto grinned, proud of his teammates' accomplishments. Hinata flashed him a demure smile, though Sasuke only shrugged. A full day is longer than I would have liked to learn something that simple, but I guess it was kind of unorthodox. The dark-haired boy was fairly unexcitable, like always. The hard part is finding the right seal, Jiraiya admitted. The old sage groaned and stretched as he stood up. Well, seeing as I was apprehended before getting to my main course, in more ways than one, how about we go out to eat? We should celebrate your progress, after all, my treat. Naruto and Sasuke regarded him flatly at the crude remark, and Hinata tried her hand at a disapproving look. They all brightened at the prospect of being treated to dinner, however, they could forgive him this time. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I'll say it one more time, and I can't emphasize it enough. This technique is dangerous. There's a reason that you're not taught about Jikuken ninjutsu at the academy. Jiraiya eyed his 3 students, who all nodded up at him. They were sitting next to one another, cross-legged within a grove of trees. Each had a familiar marked stone placed several meters in front of them, as well as an unmarked one by their feet. If you get the hang of it, eventually you'll be able to do it without thinking about it. But for now, I want you to concentrate as hard as you can on your seal, and its exact location. You need to perfectly visualize where you, or in this case, your rock, will end up. What happens if we don't do it just right? Naruto ventured, looking a little worried. Honestly, I have no idea. Jiraiya grinned fiercely, and at the moment it looked scarier than it did lighthearted. I've already explained the theory behind the jutsu. You're basically folding the space-time continuum between you and your seal, making a hole in that folded fabric, and moving through the dimensional gap. A lot can go wrong in the instant that you're between dimensions. If your aim is even the smallest amount off, you might get trapped nowhere. You might get sent hundreds or thousands of kilometers away, to the other side of the planet, to the moon, or right next to where you were trying to go. So what you're saying is, it's not predictable at all, and it could kill us, Sasuke put in, frowning. Exactly, the old man confirmed, smiling pleasantly now. Hinata blanched, Sasuke scowled, and Naruto looked increasingly pensive. To my knowledge, only a handful of shinobi have ever been able to use the technique, either due to chakra capacity limitations or lack of control. You 3 are unique, for lack of a better word. You've honed your chakra control well enough over the years to manage it, and while Naruto naturally has the chakra reserves for the Hiraishin, you 2 have trained and built yours up adequately. I believe you'll be able to pull it off, but now's the time to back out if you're not confident. I can do it, Naruto said at once, his eyes alight with conviction. Jiraiya nodded. He had expected nothing less from the boy. You think I'm going to pass up on such a useful jutsu? Sasuke asked, his eyebrow quirked. Compared to any other technique I know of, the Hiraishin has the potential to be the most versatile by far. Hinata hesitated. At one time it might have been her lack of self-confidence that caused her worry, but now. What if something goes wrong? It wasn't her own well-being that was a concern. She just wasn't sure if she could handle one of her friends disappearing, never to return. It had already almost happened once, and it could happen again. But that's the world we live in, isn't it? It was a sobering thought. We've all been open about our feelings for one another. There's nothing to be afraid of. Sometimes one must bet against fate in order to fly. The others blinked at her in surprise, and she gave them a small smile in return. It's one of Neji's new favorite sayings. Appropriate quote, Jiraiya commented amusedly. But don't get too serious just yet. You're starting with a variation of the jutsu that doesn't pose a significant threat to you. Minato invented it to drastically reduce the risk involved in learning to control space-time techniques. It still takes a lot of chakra, but you're teleporting one marked object to another, so unless you really lose focus you won't be hurting anything. I think, anyway, you might be able to transport one of your rocks inside of somebody's head, I guess. They grimaced simultaneously at the thought. He smirked and turned with a wave of his hand, sauntering back towards the town. I'll be back to check on you later. Don't try anything stupid. Behave yourself. Naruto called, earning him a flat look from Jiraiya. He grinned cheekily before turning his attention back to the small rock in front of him. Well, who wants to try first? The remainder of the day was frustrating, to say the least. When Jiraiya returned with lunch at noon, none of them had managed to do anything but throw a few curses at the stones. When he came back with dinner, Hinata tiredly informed him that hers had wobbled a little. By the time darkness had set in, they had all returned to their room with nothing to show for their efforts save for headaches in triplicate. I thought you said creating the seal was the hard part, Sasuke groaned, falling heavily onto his bedroll. Did I say that? Jiraiya asked innocently. Sasuke gave him an annoyed look while Naruto and Hinata slid down to sit next to one another against one wall, too tired to be frustrated with the old man. Look, this is an extremely advanced jutsu, even more so than the Rasengan or the Chidori. What makes you think you'll have a breakthrough in only one day of practice? Sasuke grunted, and the other two only sighed. Hinata's eyes were closed, and her head was resting against Naruto's shoulder. They all used a lot of chakra today, even without succeeding. Manipulating space-time requires a tremendous amount of chakra, which is one of the reasons that only shinobi with large amounts of chakra can use summoning techniques. The Hiraishin is, in essence, a reverse summoning ability. You're pulling yourself to a destination instead of bringing something to you. Is it possible to reverse summon things? Like if I left my kunai somewhere or something, could I bring it to myself? Naruto asked curiously, seemingly the least exhausted of the trio. Theoretically, yes, the Sannin responded, carefully considering his words. But it would be a much more delicate process, and both you and the object would need to be marked. Don't forget. Your seal is permanent once you put it on something, so don't go marking things haphazardly. They absorbed that information in silence, largely because speaking required energy. Jiraiya smirked and shook his head, stepping to the door. Get some rest. You'll want plenty of sleep to replenish your chakra. They didn't need to be told twice. After their sensei had left to continue his search, Sasuke fell asleep almost immediately. Naruto gently nudged Hinata into a state of half-wakefulness, and she managed to curl up in her bedroll shortly after. Naruto remained awake for some time, staring at the ceiling and wondering how to overcome his current training obstacle. Usually he was able to figure things out through extensive experimentation and with help from Sasuke and Hinata. This sort of training was just dull. They had spent the entire day sitting and trying to focus on something that was hard to even think about. Enter another dimension. Fold space-time. How am I supposed to do that? You know, it's remarkable how easily you forget that I'm here, Kurama yawned. I asked you for help earlier. You said you were taking a nap. Do you even sleep? That's a foolish question. I don't need to sleep, but why would I avoid something so enjoyable? The QB seemed to enjoy Naruto's simmering for a few seconds before continuing. Let me see if I can present it in a way that you'd easily understand. The realm in which you live is what's commonly referred to as reality. This reality is a single dimension. Understand so far? Naruto replied only with a mental nod. Jikuken ninjutsu involves a second dimension. This second dimension is largely a mystery, although by all accounts and studies it's basically emptiness, hence it commonly being referred to as the dimensional void. Any time you use a space-time technique, you simultaneously affect reality and the void. Is that why it takes so much chakra to use those kinds of jutsu? Mostly, yes. Like the old man said, the amount of energy required to alter the continuum is beyond most mortals' capabilities. But it's not all about the amount of chakra you have, or you would have been able to do it already. Think about this. In order to throw a kunai through a tree, you not only need to throw it physically hard, but you also need to surround it with your sharpened chakra to allow it to penetrate all the way through. Even with those requirements, it wouldn't be a challenge for you. But if you have to hit a fly on the other side of the tree, it becomes much more difficult to do it all and aim precisely. So, Naruto started slowly, trying to think of a jutsu to compare the analogy to. Kind of like with the Rasengan. I had to use a lot of power, but focus it. In a way, but this requires significantly greater concentration. You're threading a needle of chakra through 2 dimensions, trying to hit a minuscule target. It's not that small. Kid, Of every single object in the entire world, of the infinite number of locations on this planet alone, you think that your insignificant seal is easy to detect. Okay. Point taken. But then how am I supposed to find it? Beats me. Naruto blinked at the ceiling, and he could feel the fox's mental shrug. I suspect that the reason Jiraiya had you invest so heavily in your seal is to create a certain emotional bond with it. That alone should make it easier to connect with through the void. Connect with. In his mind's eye, Naruto could visualize a thread of chakra venturing into the void, seeking out the seal on the other side. He heard the Kyuubi chuckle a moment later. If it helps to visualize it like that, I suppose it's not too far from accurate. You are using your seal, a mark created using your chakra, to identify a location, then utilizing your chakra to transport you to it. Thinking of the seal as a guide isn't a bad idea. I'll have plenty of time to try tomorrow. Thanks, Kurama. I'll tell Sasuke and Hinata about it when I. He trailed off, slipping from consciousness. The fox snorted quietly before settling in for his own bit of rest, absently surprised at how Naruto had followed along with the explanation so well. It was more entertaining when you were an idiot, but admittedly also more frustrating, Kurama sighed. I heard that. Asterisk. Normally a span of 2 days would go by quickly for Team 7, especially when engaged in rigorous training. Time had crawled by, however, even when small advances had been made in light of Kurama's shared advice. Hinata seemed to be getting the hang of it at the same pace as Naruto, with Sasuke trailing a bit behind. It wasn't until the end of that second day, the third full day, that real progress was made. Clack. The sound of stone striking stone caused 3 pairs of eyes to fly open. Exhaustion was momentarily forgotten as their collective gaze fell upon Hinata's set of rocks, which were now sitting side by side a few meters in front of her. Her lips parted in silent surprise, though it was Naruto who verbalized any excitement first. You did it! He exclaimed, bubbling with glee and pride alike. Sasuke tried his hand at a congratulatory smirk before going back to kneading his forehead. None of them were used to this method of training, but the Uchiha was far from accustomed to being the least capable at anything. I guess I did, she said faintly after a moment, smiling weakly. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, sighing and simply falling back into the grass. I could use a nap now, I think. She laughed lightly, too exhausted to feel much enthusiasm for her success. I guess we need to catch up now, Naruto said with a smirk. As usual, the youth was still full of enough energy for the whole group. Ready to pull an all-nighter, Sasuke. The other boy gave him a look that said, "You're insane," though he didn't vocalize any objections. He had a pretty good idea of what the blonde was up to. I can still train, Hinata insisted, sitting up. She wavered as she did, and before long she was falling back again. Naruto was there this time, quickly catching and slipping his arms underneath her and gently lifting her up. A few unconvincing protests escaped her lips, but even before he had exited the clearing her head was resting against his shoulder, her chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm of sleep. On the way to their room he passed by Jiraiya, who was walking with a particularly surly-looking blonde woman. They crossed paths too quickly to take note of her facial features, but he made sure to eye his teacher suspiciously. Naruto might have stopped to ask what he was doing with the busty escort, or perhaps regale the sage with how Hinata had performed the technique. Such actions could have woken his charge, however. Putting her to bed didn't take any great length of time. A mumbled thanks and a sleepy kiss later he was back to the rooftops, having made sure that the door was firmly locked and applying the barrier ninjutsu Jiraiya had taught them. They hadn't taken any risks after being attacked by Itachi and Kisame. Asleep already? Naruto asked amusedly as he landed next to Sasuke. The brunette groaned and rolled over from where he had been lying. Hinata's going to be mad at us. And especially you, if she knows we're going to be using soldier pills to keep training, he sighed, cracking his neck a few times. That was what you were planning, wasn't it? Naruto grinned, producing 2 black pills from the pouch on his belt. Thought so, Sasuke grunted. You do know that taking those in order to expend more chakra is dangerous, right? The Kyuubi's drawl sounded less condescending and more cautionary this time. Only if we use too much of the extra chakra. Without waiting for the fox's approval, Naruto popped the pill into his mouth, tossing the other to Sasuke. The other boy did the same, and after a few seconds he stretched, already looking refreshed. We'll just keep doing the same thing, and we'll stop before we run out. You could at least use it better this time. Naruto blinked at that as he settled down next to Sasuke, raising a curious eyebrow. Kurama rolled his eyes. You don't remember the advantages of the Kage Bunshin. Don't tell me that you forgot what Kakashi told you. He said that they have their own minds, basically, and that I get their memories when they go away. What's that got to do with using chakra better? You really are dull sometimes, although admittedly he could have phrased it better. You do keep the clones' memories, and along with those memories you retain their experience. Naruto blinked, waving a hand at Sasuke to get his attention. The Uchiha glanced at his seemingly distracted friend. Get it? So you're saying that, if I make a clone, and it does some training, that I get the training too? The Kyuubi made an affirming grunt. Why didn't you tell me that years ago? If I told you everything about which you were ignorant, I'd never stop talking. If you would have paid a modicum of attention to your clones and what you get back from them, you would have realized it on your own. Naruto had to bite his proverbial tongue to keep from making a frustrated retort. He understood the fox's reasoning, to a degree, but time was something entirely different to an immortal Biju than it was to humanity. In Naruto's mind, so much time could have been saved, years of experience could have been gained, if he had been told that small detail. Oh, and don't use more than one while you're using that pill. You'll probably die. Thanks, he managed after a long, frustrating moment. He felt the Kyuubi shrug nonchalantly, and he had to turn to address Sasuke before he got too angry at his own ignorance. So, the dumb fox just decided to tell me that shadow clones make training faster. What? Naruto quickly explained what Kurama had told him, eliciting a fairly severe scowl from Sasuke. The expression turned into a dry smirk after a moment, however. Well, I guess I'm glad you found that out now instead of back then. You'd have been so far ahead of us that there'd be no hope in catching up. Now, though, he smirked and crossed his fingers, summoning a clone to sit next to him. Yeah, the blonde sighed, his anger fizzling into mere annoyance as his own Bunshin appeared. Anyway, let's get back to it, I guess. Several hours later the pair returned to the inn, completely drained but victorious. Sasuke had dismissed his clone after 3 hours, and a few minutes later he had been able to transport his stone. To Naruto's extreme outrage, and Sasuke's amusement, his clone had been able to move the rock before him. After dispersing the Bunshin with a solid punch to its nose, he too was successful. You do it, Sasuke muttered. You've got more chakra left. Excuses, Naruto teased. His friend rolled his eyes. Fine. He stepped in front of the door to their room, bringing his hands up to run through a long set of seals. Kekai. Deactivate. The air around the entrance seemed to ripple slightly before settling. Sasuke went in without hesitation, and once the door was shut behind them, Naruto turned and went through yet another series of seals. Kekai. Sensory gate. With the barrier back in place, the two of them collapsed onto their bedrolls, not even noticing that Jiraiya had not returned. Asterisk. Time to wake up, kids. Jiraiya's voice was not the most pleasant thing to be woken up to, especially after just a few hours of rest. Only Hinata stirred and blinked her eyes open. These are the genin you were telling me about? A woman's voice asked, sounding dubious. They look pretty lazy to me. I've had them training for 3 days, Tsunade, the sage chided. That got the trio's attention. Hinata sat bolt upright, her eyes wide on the lady standing next to Jiraiya. Naruto and Sasuke sat up more slowly, blinking sleep from their eyes as they registered what was going on. So, the two boys were still a bit out of it from their lack of sleep, so Hinata tentatively took the lead. I managed to do it once yesterday, she started, subconsciously combing her fingers through her hair. She had always known that Jiraiya was one of the Sannin, but he acted so aloof that it was easily forgotten. Tsunade was a legendary kunoichi, however, and at one time or another had been the idol of every young girl seeking to become a ninja. It took a lot of chakra to do, but I think I was only so tired because of how many times I tried it. And how many was that? Tsunade asked, trying to decide whether to be impressed or not. A few hundred at least. We didn't take many breaks, and we were practicing for most of 3 days. The female Sannin blinked in surprise, raising an eyebrow at Jiraiya. You let them try chakra-intensive space-time ninjutsu for 3 days straight. They can't be older than 13. Age is only a number, Jiraiya responded evenly, giving Hinata an approving nod. They may be beyond our level when we graduated from the academy. We were 6 then, Tsunade pointed out, though that fact clearly didn't stop her from being impressed. And I wouldn't have taught us something as complex and dangerous as the Hiraishin until many years after that. I take it from those smug looks that you two got it done as well. The sage asked, ignoring Tsunade's scolding. Hinata did it first. Naruto started, now on his feet and peering curiously at the woman. It took us a few more hours to catch up, but we got it. Oh, that reminds me. He turned and began explaining what Kurama had shared about the shadow clone jutsu, leaving out details concerning the Kyuubi of course. Hinata started out looking a touch cross that he and Sasuke had trained late into the night without her, but the news about the clones was enough to dismiss the concern, for now. Who told you about that? Tsunade asked suddenly, cutting off Naruto's tangent. Kakashi-sensei, he said defensively. It wasn't entirely untrue. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, glancing at Hinata after a second. The girl flushed and averted her gaze. It had apparently been suspicious that she had shown no surprise at Naruto's seemingly spontaneous insight. You should be more cautious when taking advice from the Kyuubi, the kunoichi side. Jiraiya told me all about it, she added upon seeing Naruto's bewilderment. As with most things that appear to unevenly advance skill, there's a great deal of risk involved with creating shadow clones to accelerate training. If we create too many and they use up too much energy, when they disperse we could die, Sasuke finished for her, waving a dismissive hand. I know you think we're just kids, but give us a little credit. This must be the Uchiha, Tsunade continued, smirking at the boy. She said nothing further. No matter how insolent the boy was towards her, bringing up his history would only be cruel. So are we going back to Konoha now? Naruto asked hopefully. His teammates looked to Jiraiya as well, who coughed and rubbed at the back of his neck. Ah, well, not yet. They blinked at him in unison. Tsunade hasn't accepted the offer yet. What? Naruto balked, taking a step back as if physically struck. Why would I want to be Hokage, boy? I get to go where I please, gamble to my heart's content, and drink as much as I want to. That position isn't worth giving up my freedom for, only a fool would accept it. Maybe they should consider Jiraiya instead, she commented with a mirthless laugh. Naruto stared at her. It was all he could do at the moment, unless he wanted to give in to the impulse to land a punch on her jaw. She had inadvertently mocked the Sandaime, as well as the Yondaime, his father. She had kicked his dream aside as if it were trash, all because she wanted to indulge in the same kinds of activities as Jiraiya. Same kind of. His fury evaporated almost as soon as it had come, and he unclenched fists he had no memory of flexing. Maybe you're running from something, Naruto said quietly. It was Tsunade's turn to freeze up and stare. He shrugged, lacing his fingers behind his head. I don't know why you'd want to stay away from Konoha just to do that stuff, but whatever it is it must be bad. There's no other reason for you to insult great shinobi like that. Brat, what do you cane? She began, irate. Naruto cut her off with another shrug as he continued. Not as much as you. I was reminded of that recently. But that doesn't mean I don't know what it looks like when somebody's trying to escape from their past. Jiraiya grinned at him, though he had to hide it from Tsunade. That's your business. But I'm not going to let you tell me that being Hokage is a fool's job. The Sandaime has always done what he could for the village, and he's one of the only people that helped me when I was little. Orochimaru almost killed him during the Chunin exams, and I know he would have died for the village if he had to, the same way my dad did. Anger seemed to recede from Tsunade's expression at that, though it failed to leave completely. Naruto stood his ground, meeting the woman's eyes with a hard glare. It was all he could do to keep a snarl from appearing on his features. I'm going to be Hokage one day, too, so that I can protect the village the same way the others did. But I'm willing to let you have to job first, since I don't meet the qualifications just yet. He smirked at her, though the way his crimson eyes were simmering made the expression look fiercer than intended. Tsunade didn't say anything for a time. She studied Naruto, growing increasingly sour until she finally turned towards the door. You're a bastard, Jiraiya. Without another word, she slammed the door behind herself. The entire frame cracked and collapsed a breath later, leaving a pile of wood and rubble behind. Well, that didn't go as I anticipated, Jiraiya sighed. You didn't have to go that far, Naruto. She started it, he said defensively, scowling. She's wrong and she knows it. Maybe, but you don't know what she's been through. Her life has been similar to mine, but she's lost some very close, precious people. You basically just told her to get over it. Naruto's scowl turned into a slightly apologetic glower then, and Jiraiya shook his head. I know you didn't mean it, but. He trailed off, jerking his head to the side as if listening to something. Naruto, Kurama said in an urgent growl. Do you feel that? It took a moment, but Naruto gasped and spun towards the opposite wall. That overpowering, roiling hatred and killing intent was unmistakable and unforgettable. Shukaku. Chapter 22. Grudge Match. I guess he was serious about that threat, Sasuke muttered darkly, vaulting over Tanzaku's high outer wall. Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya followed over beside him, and they slid down the stone face before leaping into the forest. He's coming fast, Naruto said tightly. He absently touched a hand to his chest, all too aware that the Aikibi was responsible for his scars. He was reminded of that fact every time he looked into a mirror. We need to meet him as far from the town as possible. Pick up the pace. Jiraiya's tone was uncharacteristically severe. He had wasted no time in exiting their room, straight through the closed window in a shower of glass and metal. Time was of the essence. They had all seen the carnage that only one Biju could cause, and Sasuke and Hinata had been privy to a battle between two. The young Hyuga remained silent as they sped through the trees, racing towards her own personal nightmare. It had barely been 2 weeks since the attack on Konoha, since Naruto's near miss with death. At the time she had drawn on her determination and fierce desire for vengeance to keep her going, but now. Hinata was scared. The idea of facing Gaara and Shukaku again was terrifying. They had Jiraiya on their side, of course, but they had barely defeated the Aikibi in the last battle even with Kurama's assistance. After such a terrible, scarring experience in which neither her friend's lives nor her own had been guaranteed, charging headfirst into a conflict with the same foe was nothing short of terrifying. It'll be okay this time. I promise. Naruto's words came to her in the barest whisper, and it took her a moment to realize that he was using the wind whisper jutsu to speak privately. His hand found hers between one jump and the next, and she squeezed it tightly. We haven't done all of that training together for nothing. What if he transforms again? Hinata asked, her voice a touch more shrill than normal. Kurama says it doesn't feel like he's transformed right now, and Jiraiya-sensei said he can summon Gamabunta to help if Shukaku does come out. He responded without the wind whisper technique, as the information was useful to the group at large. Hinata nodded tightly, activating her dojutsu and pushing her anxiety away. The tanuki is heavy, and cannot travel quickly. His Jinchuriki can move over long distances faster, but there's no telling what will happen when he gets here. Your body can't handle another transformation yet, even if we wanted to try that. Even the one you did against Itachi and Kisame. You need to get more used to that form before we can use it more than once every week or so, I'd guess. For now you're limited to the three-tailed cloak. No luck with transformations, Naruto relayed to the rest, sounding frustrated. All I can do is use the regular cloak. If he stays in that weird partially transformed state, we can take him. He was strong, but I was able to hit him with the Chidori. Sasuke's Sharingan flashed in the morning sunlight as they continued eastward. His eyes were hard on the horizon as they broke briefly through the canopy, scanning with his enhanced vision for any sign of movement. If he's as nuts as he was before, he might charge straight for us. You two should have that jutsu ready, Naruto said gruffly. Sasuke, do you think we can pull off the technique we've been working on? Probably, if the barrier stops him for long enough. You know, kids, Jiraiya inserted, it's nice that you're having a strategy meeting, but I plan to take him myself. You three stay back and. No. All three spoke in unison, and even Hinata had a firm edge to her voice. She continued a second later, taking confidence from her friend's conviction and Naruto's comforting hand. Shukaku and Gaara nearly killed Naruto. The sand and sound destroyed half of our village and murdered our comrades and citizens. As shinobi of the leaf, we have a duty to prevent such a thing from ever happening again. She tilted her head to one side to meet Jiraiya's eyes, her own alight with renewed zeal. We will fight Shukaku and Gaara. Jiraiya remained quiet for a while, absorbing the girl's passionate words. It was true that the trio had helped defeat the Ikibi in the first place, but each of them knew that without the Kyuubi's help it would have been impossible. Gamabunta might be able to hold his own for a while against a fully transformed beast, but. Alright, the Sannin started with a tisk, shaking his head. I want you three to engage him first, and I'll do my best to mask my chakra and take him by surprise. Don't take any big risks without my approval. I am responsible for you three, after all. He gave them a slight grin, and they returned it with a nod each. We'll show you how hard we've been training with Kakashi-sensei, Naruto proclaimed, clenching his free hand into a fist. He flicked his gaze to his teammates, wearing a slightly devious smirk. We'll show you how strong Team 7 can be together. Right. Sasuke grunted in the affirmative, and Hinata nodded emphatically. They really believe they can do it. Jiraiya wasn't sure whether to be baffled, impressed, or annoyed at their brash bravery. But something about the three of them was different. It was difficult to pinpoint why, but he felt assured that they could win. He's less than 5 kilometers away now, moving straight for us. I'll leave you three to engage. Good luck. He was gone almost before he had finished speaking. Nobody looked around for him. All eyes were forward, focused intently on the forest ahead. I see him, Hinata said sharply, squinting into the trees. 800 meters ahead, partially transformed, and I think he's standing still. Naruto's arm shot out to one side, signaling a halt. They landed as one, crouched and waiting on the forest floor. I think he suspects something. We should. Naruto trailed off as Kurama's voice rang through his head. Barrier. Now. Hinata. Barrier. He relayed, the Kyuubi's urgency coming through in his own tone. Hinata didn't hesitate. Kekai. Chakra web. She threw her hands forward, and chakra began streaming from her fingertips. It flew in front of them, arcing around into a half-dome. The ethereal fibers wove together rapidly, making the shield more and more dense until it was nearly a solid glowing wall. A breath later, a monstrous force slammed into the barrier even as every tree within sight was ripped from the ground. Naruto recognized the blast immediately. It was the same kind of attack he had used against Neji, only it contained incalculably more chakra. Shukaku's chakra. He shouted over the din created by the howling wind. Sasuke looked sharply at him before muttering a curse that was lost in the noise. Hinata's brow was furrowed in concentration as she strained against the powerful maelstrom. All at once the chakra-laced wind died down, leaving them in an eerie silence. Hinata allowed the barrier to dissipate after a few seconds, though she kept her Byakugan focused forward intently. He's just standing there, she said in a hushed voice. I can't see very far past him, but judging by what's behind and around us, I think he cleared a half-kilometer of forest in every direction. He must have expected Jiraiya's plan and flattened the surrounding area, forcing us to fight out in the open, Sasuke murmured, straightening from his crouch. Naruto nodded, and even before he spoke the cloak of reddish chakra was beginning to seep out and shroud him. Hinata, can you describe what he looks like? I can only see one of Gaara's real limbs, his left leg. The rest looks like it's covered in a thick layer of sand. His face, arms, and torso look almost like. It almost looks like Shukaku, just on a small scale. Partial transformation, Kurama grunted. That chakra wasn't as strong as it should have been. I'm guessing that, like you, the Ikibi's Jinchuriki can't perform another full transformation for a while. That works in your favor, but it doesn't mean he's going to be a pushover. Naruto didn't take the time to respond, instead quickly relaying the message to his teammates as they started forward. What's that mean exactly? Sasuke asked. That Gaara basically is a little Shukaku. I'm guessing he's not nearly as strong, but he does gain a lot of speed from not being a huge sand monster. If he's as crazy as he was back then, I'm betting he'll charge right for us when we get near. You two know what to do. Sasuke and Hinata nodded grimly, already summoning the necessary chakra. Ready to hit him with our new jutsu, Sasuke. The Uchiha grinned as Gaara came into sight, though the Sunanin screeched before he could respond. Time to die. Gaara tore forward as they neared, scattering a cloud of debris in his wake. His speed was frightening considering the dense coat of sand, and he was all but a blur by the time Team 7 slid to a halt. Doden. Stone prison. Hinata called, kneeling and slamming both palms to the ground. The earth ruptured all around them, and a circle of solid rock rose from the ground to form a dome around them. Kekai. Chakra web. Before the protective stones had even closed over their heads, the familiar blue threads of chakra were layering themselves close around them. Sasuke was already taking a deep breath to follow up her barrier. Kaden. Great fireball. Sasuke's technique scorched through the barrier, crashing into the walls of their now closed shield. He turned in a slow circle, the fire's incredible heat shielded by the one-way chakra weaving. The rock began to glow and melt before their eyes, but following close on the heels of the flames was a stream of water from Naruto. The liquid hit the molten stones with a deafening hiss that all but drowned out the roaring fire. What was left behind from the rapid heating and cooling was a wall of clear quartzite crystals. A beat later Hinata expanded her web to further fortify the stone shield, and Gaara crashed into the barrier a moment later. Glad you two came up with this, Naruto mused, looking around at the faintly glimmering crystal formations. They refracted the glow from Hinata's chakra web, bringing a soft light to the darkness within the dome. Gaara continued to batter at the shield, creating shockwaves that caused the ground to tremble beneath their feet. It's strong enough to hold you and your three-tailed cloak back indefinitely, but I'm not sure how long it'll hold up against him. As if in response, a loud crack resounded from their left, and they all turned to face it as the crystals began to split and crumble. Hinata, get behind us. We haven't exactly perfected this yet. She nodded quickly, taking a step back, and the two boys moved to stand side by side. Ready, Naruto. Let's do it. As the blonde raised his hands, Sasuke mirrored his movements. They wove through a dozen seals before reaching a hand towards one another, Sasuke's right meeting Naruto's left. The ends of their middle fingers came together as their indexes bent back, ring fingers crossing in between while their smallest digits overlapped straight. For a few seconds nothing happened, and Gaara's enraged battering on their shield grew louder. Then the air stirred, and a faint golden glow began to swirl in front of their connected hands. A soft hum began to reverberate through the enclosed space, rising in volume until it overpowered the breaking rocks. Hinata's breath caught in a gasp as the yellow light intensified, concentrating in a single point before expanding. Satellites of shining chakra coalesced, racing around the sphere in every direction and creating a blinding display. She had seen the technique several times by now, but it managed to dazzle her anew every time. It's like a star in the palms of their hands. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Jiraiya folded his arms and leaned against the tree trunk. He stood on a high branch at the edge of the flattened landscape, peering curiously at the barrier that Gaara was trying to breach. The outside hadn't changed much after Hinata had brought it up, though a few clear crystals had forced their way out. Interesting. Jiraiya. Tsunade landed next to him, her eyes hard on the scene in the distance. What are you doing here? Is that really Shukaku? The Aikibi, he offered mildly, not turning from the battlefield. His Jinchuriki, at least. Tsunade's mouth worked for a response before she narrowed her eyes. Are those genin? Yep. Jiraiya glanced at her and raised his eyebrow, noting that her jaw had dropped. What? You're leaving them out there to fight that monster alone? What are you thinking? He seemed to consider that for a moment before shrugging, going back to observing as Gaara took a chunk out of the shield. They insisted on taking him on their own. To be fair, I don't even know what they're capable of. By the way, have you ever seen anybody do that before? He grinned and nodded at the barrier. Hinata used a mid-level earth-level technique, and the walls were heated to the point of melting, by Sasuke, presumably. They must have simultaneously shielded themselves from the heat and cooled it rapidly to get those hard crystal formations. I've heard that the fifth Mizukage can use her Kekkei Genkei to similar effect, but. She trailed off, lifting her own eyebrows. I can sense an additional barrier inside of that one, and it's fairly complex. What did you teach these kids, Jiraiya? Nothing. He laughed, scratching at the back of his neck. I just know that they've been together for a long time. To think that they've created their own collaboration techniques already. He trailed off, blinking at the sudden pulse of intense chakra. Gaara leapt upon the wall, raising both huge, clawed hands above his head and bringing them smashing down onto a crack in the rock. The barrier shuddered, and for a moment it seemed like the impact had been completely absorbed. But before the Jinchuriki could draw away for another attack, the stones crumbled beneath him. What in the world? Tsunade couldn't find the words. As the dome collapsed, light burst forth in a blinding display that lasted only a fraction of a second. Even from such a distance the kunoichi had to avert her gaze. When she refocused she saw Gaara falling towards the three genin, and the two boys were already sprinting forward. Between their joined hands they held an impossibly bright, roiling mass of fire nearly a meter across. Arcs of liquid flame erupted from the sphere's surface, lashing towards their falling adversary. Even from that distance, they could hear Naruto and Sasuke's combined roar. Kaden. Solar flare. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. The miniature sun hit Gaara straight on, halting his fall and immediately melting into Shukaku's sand flesh. His screams were lost in the violent fulmination that followed. The fiery orb exploded outward in a conical blast, searing into the sky for several dozen meters. Gaara spun through the air, landing a ways off in a blackened, crumpled heap. Ah! Sasuke groaned, jerking his arm back from Naruto's and holding it to the side of his head. His hand had blistered over already, and one side of his face was an angry red. That didn't go exactly as planned. He managed a smirk despite the obvious pain he was in. Got him, though. Yeah, nice one. We still have a lot of work to do. We couldn't maintain the shape for more than a few seconds. Naruto coughed, licking at his cracked lips. The technique had sapped most of the moisture from the immediate area, and the oxygen had gone along with it. He flexed his hand, watching as the skin rippled and mended itself over the harsh burns. You okay? Yeah, but apparently he's pretty tough. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as Gaara twitched once, then again. Hinata, could you? He trailed off, noticing that there was already a cerulean light pulsing gently by his head. Thanks. Try to be more careful. Medical ninjutsu takes a lot of chakra, Hinata chided, truly more worried about her friends than her own energy. She lowered her hands to his burned one, but he took a step forward and out of her reach. My hand's still fully functional. I can deal with the pain. He's getting up. As unbelievable as it seemed after taking a direct hit from the solar flare, Gaara stood up. It was a slow, jerky process, but he was on his feet again, hunched over and taking in ragged breaths. Most of the sand had been lost in the blast, but that protection was the only reason that the boy was still in one piece. He stood looking nearly like himself again, with only half of his face still covered in a grotesque visage of the Ikibi. The majority of his visible skin was blackened, and his Suna attire was in tatters. You, brats, he spat, voice shaking with barely contained, crazed fury. Shukaku's yellow eyes stared hard at the trio, who were all crouched and ready for the second round. I am Shukaku. Just as I have broken this child to my will, so shall I break you. Sand began to ooze out of his skin, coating him once again in the garb of the Ikibi. This time, however, it didn't stop at creating only one shell. It poured out to either side, writhing from the ground and molding into two distinctive forms. Hardly a second had passed, but now there stood three transformed Jinchuriki, all snarling and wearing Shukaku's insane grin. Time to die. None of them had time to shout a warning or even a brief plan, but they didn't need to. Naruto and Hinata dashed to either side as the original Gaara charged Sasuke, drawing the two copies away. They knew that the intention was to split them up, and as such they forced the fights to take place a safe distance from Sasuke, but not so far that they couldn't assist one another. It was soon clear exactly what kind of clones had been created. They weren't shadow clones, but Gaara and Shukaku had evenly split their chakra between the creations in a similar manner. The result was a set of substantially weaker adversaries, but 1/3 of a Jinchuriki's chakra was no small amount. His seal is unstable, Kurama growled as Naruto clashed with his opponent. Shukaku shouldn't be able to release this much chakra without coming to his full form. Naruto didn't respond at first. He was forced to draw more of the Kyuubi's power after blocking a vicious slash that, despite his successful guard, sent him skidding away and nearly took his balance. The red cloak flared, and the third tail snaked out to join the others. Even his copies are strong, he ground out, re-engaging. But we have to defeat them. Naruto shot forward, feinting a powerful punch and twisting at the last second. He bent back and pivoted on one foot, narrowly avoiding a lunge from Gaara's claws and bringing his heel around to smash into the other boy's head. The kick sent the foe Jinchuriki crashing to the ground several meters away, and it also left Naruto's foot a little numb. The sand is hard, but at least he's slow. I doubt these can regenerate like the original. Avoid taijutsu and focus on destroying him with ninjutsu. Easier said than done. The Rasengan was already forming in his hand as the thought came, taking in Kurama's chakra as it rotated. You two had better kick his ass. Hinata had yet to let Gaara's clone so much as touch her. She whirled around him in a blinding dance, untouchable for all of the effort he was putting in to land a blow. Her trench knives burned bright blue in her hands, slicing cleanly into any sections of sand they came in contact with. Gaara was standing still, taking frustrated swipes every few seconds while a bluish blur circled him continuously. It wasn't long before he had enough. A pulse of chakra caught Hinata mid-roll. It was the same kind of attack that he had used to flatten the surrounding area, though on a much smaller scale. She gasped as the air was forced from her lungs, but her hands were already racing through seals even as she was thrown back. Hokage. Chains of light. Silvery ethereal chains flew from her extended hands, binding her adversary in the blink of an eye. Small sickles on the ends of each dug into the sand covering Gaara's neck and shoulder, latching firmly to him. Hinata twisted her wrists, grabbing the chains and halting her flight. Gaara grunted and was dragged towards her, though his mass stopped him after only a few centimeters. Hinata pulled hard on the bindings, channeling chakra into her arms and propelling herself forward like a stone from a slingshot. Hokage. 64 palms. The first two strikes hit Gaara with tremendous force, stealing his balance and giving Hinata the necessary momentum to continue. The next 4 strikes came at an alarming speed, and she only accelerated with each successive blow. By the time the final set came, her movements were barely traceable. 64 strikes. The chains shattered as the last palm strike landed directly over the Bunshin's heart, lifting him from his feet for a split second before he fell back. Hinata's breathing had become labored from maintaining such speeds, and her limbs shook slightly from the strain. Brat. The clone growled, lashing out as he collapsed. Not yet recovered from her technique, Hinata bit down hard on her lower lip as his claws raked at her shoulder, leaving 4 deep gashes in her flesh. She leapt back, putting pressure on her injured shoulder with one hand. The defeated clone sent a handful of sand spikes at her in a last, spiteful attempt to cause harm before it deteriorated. She tumbled to one side, taking only a second to confirm that her enemy was gone before rushing to help Sasuke. Naruto's Rasengan collided with Gaara's Bunshin, showering sand in every direction as the sphere dug into his side to create a clean semicircular gouge. Naruto spun into a jarring straight kick, already taking in a breath as his hands formed the seals required for the water blast technique. The column of water hit Gaara even as he careened back, dousing him completely and adding a few meters to the distance he traveled. A small crater formed where he finally landed, weighted down by the inundated sand. He didn't wait to see the damage. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 clones appeared beside Naruto, and all 3 took in a deep breath. Futon. Vacuum sphere. Several dozen columns of air slammed into Gaara's body, breaking off saturated sections of sand where they hit. The dust and debris kicked up by the jutsu veiled several spikes sent back at Naruto, and before he could even react, his clones had been impaled. 2 of them pierced his right leg while 3 more embedded themselves into his torso, though they thankfully missed any vital points. Be more careful, Kurama barked. Without Naruto's consent, he used the chakra shroud to rip the stakes from his leg, allowing the wounds to begin healing. Before the others could be removed, however, the ground in front of him cracked open. Gaara's clone came bursting from below, catching Naruto's chin with what would have been a devastating punch had his opponent not been so damaged. As it was, the hit only staggered him, and a loud, agonizing pop indicated that his jaw had been wrenched from one of its sockets. Bastard, he thought, only because he was unable to say it. Naruto swung one arm, catching the clone's neck and digging his claws in deep. He growled and jerked the other boy's head down, leaping from the ground to drive his knee straight into Shukaku's contorted face. The Bunshin's head exploded, and after several seconds of writhing it lay still. Naruto landed with a grunt, watching as the copy disintegrated. He turned then, heedless of his jaw or the spikes still protruding from his abdomen. Here we come, Shukaku. However strong the clones were, it seemed the original still possessed a greater amount of the Biju's chakra. Sasuke's swords lay on the ground nearby, one broken cleanly in half and the other missing its grip. The Uchiha was taking a leaf out of Hinata's book and simply avoiding each attack, predicting every movement with his Sharingan. Genjutsu doesn't work on him, and the swords are out. He ducked under a strike and landed a solid punch to Gaara's chest, though all it appeared to do was make his burned hand sting more. He spun away before his opponent could counter. Taijutsu doesn't seem to work well unless I dump way too much chakra into each hit. It's a good thing he's made of sand. Mid-backflip he sent out two fists of shuriken, and as expected Gaara merely lifted a sand-bloated arm to block them. The projectiles dug in, the majority sinking into the sand while one or two met their marks on an exposed shoulder. Raiden. Lightning shuriken. In an instant Gaara was lit up like a beacon as lightning raced through the hidden wires and into his body. Sand that dense counts as earth, Sasuke taunted, yanking hard on the wires and bringing Gaara to his knees. Lightning beats earth. Clouds of dust burst from several cracks that appeared as a result of the current. I'll only have a split second. He released the technique only after he shot forward, the arcing light of the Chidori already racing up his arm. The distance between them was closed in a matter of milliseconds, but Gaara wouldn't be beaten so easily. The Chidori's high speed and straight thrust didn't allow Sasuke enough time to dodge. Gaara's hand shot up and grabbed his wrist in a crushing hold, and a second later he was flying upside down through the air at a breakneck speed. His wrist protested as he brought his hands together, forming a single dragon seal. Kaden. Fire lance. A narrow jet of fire flew from his lips and raced towards Gaara. Against a normal human the attack might have burned a hole completely through, but when it struck the Jinchuriki it only seemed to cause him a minor discomfort, that is, until it exploded into a pillar of flame. At first the technique had only caused a small circle of sand at the center of his chest to melt into glass, but in the next instant it had sparked and erupted violently. Sasuke. Naruto called. Without having to look, Sasuke extended his uninjured arm to one side, finding his friend's wrist and grasping it tightly. The blonde was dragged back as he slowed the other boy's momentum, but with a muttered curse he was able to swing him around and down to the ground. Sasuke landed hard on his feet, immediately dropping to one knee. Took you long enough, the Uchiha breathed, cradling his wrist with his burnt hand. They weren't normal clones. Kurama says they had more chakra than they should have. Hinata, are you alright? Naruto only allowed himself to glance at her, keeping his attention on their enemy. Hinata slid to a stop next to them, her breathing as labored as Sasuke's. Even Naruto was feeling winded. I'm fine. Just a few cuts. You too. She looked concernedly from Sasuke's hands to the spikes protruding from Naruto's chest, willing herself not to revisit the memories from her worst nightmare. Broken wrist. Burnt hand, Sasuke listed dismissively, rising slowly. Nothing that will keep me from fighting, Naruto responded, yanking the spikes from his chest one by one. He winced with each one, and the wounds took much longer to start closing than before. He braced himself before taking a hand and pulling hard on his left jawline, snapping the bone back into its socket. He's recovering. We need your hands healed, Sasuke, and the rest of our injuries will slow us down. Hinata took a deep breath, lowering her blood-stained hand from her shoulder and quickly forming seals. Sweeten. Soothing mist. She exhaled in a long breath, and as she did, millions of tiny droplets flooded out into the air around them. After a few seconds, there was a noticeable soft, greenish light radiating around them, emanating from the mist that now covered the immediate area. What? Sasuke started, blinking around at the strange technique. When did you learn this? I perfected it last week, Hinata sighed, swaying slightly and catching herself on Naruto's arm. Just keep taking deep breaths and keep your injuries exposed to the air. She didn't have much strength to explain further, but they saw the results immediately. The burns on Sasuke's hand were already smoothed away, and the small scrapes and bruises that they all had gained were now gone. Hinata's furrowed skin was stitching and sealing itself back together even as the holes in Naruto's chest closed. Just takes a lot of chakra. Here, take this. Naruto reached into his belt pouch, withdrawing a soldier pill for Hinata to take. She nodded and ate it without question, shuddering once before regaining her feet on her own power. By now Sasuke's jutsu had died down, leaving a charred Gaara behind. Even as hurt as he was, the amber eyes of Shukaku still burned with hate. You three are strong, and fun. He laughed maniacally, and as he did, sand began to split off from him again. This time, however, it didn't stop at 2 clones. More. I will drown you in an army of sand. You will pay for what you did to me. You will. The sand kept dividing, and he pulled more from the ground to feed the jutsu further. Team 7 were all crouched and ready, their eyes narrowed as they took stock of their situation. I lost count at 50, Naruto murmured, eyes flicking around as the clones continued to spawn. How strong are they? Only a fraction of what we just fought, but there's so many. There's over 100 now, Hinata replied, a definite edge to her voice. And they may not be as strong, but they won't disappear in one hit like shadow clones. I think we should run, Sasuke offered, sounding as frustrated as he felt. There's no way we can win against that many. Unless. He trailed off, glancing at his teammates and raising an eyebrow. We could try that. Do you two have enough chakra left? Naruto asked, not even having to ask what technique Sasuke was referring to. He nodded, as did Hinata. Her soldier pill would have granted plenty of chakra. What do you think? It hasn't been perfected yet, but it's your best option. You're all going to have to pour a lot of chakra into it, and if you miss the final attack you might just lose. Let's do it. Get close to me. Naruto took up his place between his 2 friends as the army began to charge. He brought his hands together before throwing out his arms, unleashing a wave of chakra as the clones converged. Only the dozen or so at the lead were knocked back, but it gave them time. Go! He yelled, kneeling and dropping both hands to the ground, palms up. Sasuke and Hinata put a hand on each of his shoulders for balance, stepping into his hands. Naruto gripped the soles of their tabi, pushing as much chakra into his limbs as possible before thrusting upward with a feral roar. His arms flew up as he pushed off of the ground, and they leapt upward as soon as his hands were at their peak above his head. Move it! Sasuke yelled back as he and Hinata rocketed upward above the field, the wind howling in their ears. Naruto crouched again below them, and the Kyuubi's cloak began to diminish as he forced even more chakra into his legs. Before he could jump, however, the horde was upon him. Naruto! Hinata's panicked cry was lost in the rush of air. She could only watch in horror as the clones reached Naruto and piled atop him, burying him in a mound of flailing limbs and deranged screams. Not again. Not again. She squeezed her eyes shut, not allowing her fear to get the better of her. He's okay. He'll be next to me soon. He's okay. She was right. Hinata's eyes snapped open as a brilliant flash of vermilion illuminated her vision. Gaara's clones scattered in every direction, and Naruto was speeding through the air towards them. He had a few cuts and more bloodied rips in his clothing, but he was alive, and he was wearing his familiar fierce grin as he met the other 2. Ready, he called as their progress slowed. They were a good distance above the battlefield now, and already they could see spikes pouring towards them from below. Sasuke nodded tightly and extended his hands forward, allowing his lower body to float back. Naruto and Hinata went horizontal as well, reaching forward and locking hands with each other and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke joined hands to form an ox seal between them, Sasuke and Hinata brought their hands into a hair seal, and Hinata and Naruto's fingers twined into the snake seal. As the trio reached the zenith of their jump, they began pouring chakra into the space between them. There was no clear beginning to the ability, but it took only an instant for it to get underway. Even as Hinata began forming large orbs of water between them, Sasuke channeled a current of lighting into the center, charging the spheres into conductive balls of energy. Naruto grunted under his own strain of creating a constant and intense air pressure above the formation. After a second of concentration, they unleashed the jutsu with a simultaneous, resounding bellow. Thundering tempest. Wind crashed down in a violent torrent, carrying the lightning-infused water with it as if they really had created their own storm. Sasuke and Hinata continued to pour chakra into the gap between them, knowing they had only a short time to create as many orbs as possible. Naruto scattered them like monstrous water drops, raining destruction down upon Gaara's army. It was absolute chaos on the ground. The spikes that the clones had released had been destroyed by the oncoming bullets, which now rained down in an inescapable gale. Everywhere they struck, the lightning bombs exploded in a shower of electrified liquid, enabling those that didn't make contact to lash out at nearby enemies. It took less than 10 seconds to let loose several hundred, and by the end there were only a handful of bunchen left. Last one. Naruto coughed, his chest heaving from the effort. Sasuke and Hinata were in no better condition, but they grit their teeth and focused nonetheless. They landed as a unit, hitting the ground hard. Naruto caught Hinata's arm as her legs crumpled beneath her, and Sasuke helped steady him. They stood together, each extending one arm towards the original Gaara, hands turned so that all of their palms touched. A final orb coalesced in front of them, growing rapidly as lightning surged into it. The surface of the water boiled after several seconds, unable to take on any more of the energy. Now, a turbulent gust of wind rose up behind them before crashing into the sphere, which was now at least 10 times larger than those that had come before it. The result was a colossal bullet that was now speeding towards its target, cutting a furrow several meters across into the ground as it went. Gaara couldn't move. He sagged forward, glaring at the oncoming projectile with all of the malice he possessed. Too much chakra had been used and dispersed to the clones, even counting what he could get from Shukaku. The sand copies had been reduced to charred lumps when they had been struck by the smaller orbs, and he had taken considerable damage himself. This isn't right. We're supposed to win. They're just kids. His face contorted in fury, but his legs still wouldn't allow him to move. The ball of electrified water was nearly upon him, and all he could do was gather sand to dampen the blow. Pathetic. Pathetic. The earth shook as the massive attack hit. The chakra-laced water on its own could have made a devastating impact, especially propelled at such a speed. Coupled with the lightning, however, it made for a spectacular display. Gaara was literally crushed under the force of the initial blow, his form immediately lost underneath. The orb's structure collapsed as it hit, breaking into an immense wave that glowed and crackled with the lightning coursing through it. Naruto clenched his fist then, forcing wind to whip up around where Gaara had fallen. Not taking any chances, he growled, the last wisps of red chakra drifting away from him. The electrified water whirled as a cyclone came into being, lifting and tossing Gaara's body around like a ragdoll. The roiling liquid tore at him, the lightning sent him into tortured spasms, and the wind ripped into him as he was thrown within the maelstrom. It wasn't until most of the electricity had found its way into the ground that he released the technique completely. The vortex broke apart, scattering water everywhere. Gaara hit the ground with a wet, muted thud, bouncing once before lying completely still. The protective sand that had covered his body was all but gone, leaving only a battered, bloodied, and blackened youth behind. Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke sank to the ground, breathing hard and leaning on one another. Their muscles ached, their bones felt brittle, and their chakra reserves were exhausted. But they had won. They sat together in silence for a long moment, soaking in the warmth from the morning sunlight like it was the most wonderful thing they had ever felt. Nice touch at the end, Sasuke said quietly. His Sharingan had faded already, and he looked upon Gaara with flat black eyes. Didn't know you could do that. Neither did I. Naruto gave him a tired grin. Just made sense at the time. You both all right to stand. His hand had found Hinata's on its own accord, and he gave it a light squeeze. I'm fine, she breathed, closing her eyes for a moment. Just tired. You did use more chakra than we did, Sasuke commented, hauling himself up with a groan. On top of the 2 chakra webs, 1 stone prison, healing me, that mist technique, the tempest, and keeping your Byakugan active the whole time, what did you use against that clone? He offered a hand to each of them, helping them to their feet. Chakra knives, chains of light, and 64 palms, Hinata replied meekly, wobbling a little and holding onto Naruto's arm. You know that neither of us could have used as much chakra as Naruto. She shared a weary smile with Sasuke at that, and the 3 of them started forward together. Even though Gaara didn't seem to be moving anytime soon, they approached him warily. He's still alive, Naruto muttered, shaking his head as they came to a halt. Tough guy. I think we say the same about you every day, Sasuke offered wryly. Must come with the Jinchuriki territory. Shukaku probably used the rest of the chakra that he forced into the boy to keep him alive. Survival is more important to us than anything, after all. Kill me. They all blinked down at Gaara as his lips cracked open and rasped out the plea. Don't want your mercy. Oh, shut up, you mad idiot, Naruto sighed. We're not going to kill you, and it has nothing to do with mercy. You probably have useful information that the village will want, and I have a few bones to pick with you. Although Gaara was unable to open his eyes, his broken expression conveyed plenty of anger. You don't understand me. Oh, we don't, the blonde asked, raising an eyebrow. You're saying that the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki doesn't understand anything about the Jinchuriki of the Aikibi. And you think that my friends don't have a clue after putting up with me so long? Gaara remained silent. You let Shukaku rule and control you. The only difference between you and I is that me and Kurama work together. I'm different than the Tanuki, the fox growled, sounding a touch annoyed. The Aikibi is and always has been a bit unhinged, not to mention his view of his vessel as a mere tool. There's also a chance that his seal was made to allow Shukaku to influence him, so that he might be made into a greater weapon for Tsunagaku. Naruto sighed again, rubbing at the back of his neck. We can talk about it later. For now we have to find Jiraiya-sensei. Just don't forget. If anybody can understand what you've been through, it's us. A second later both Jiraiya and Tsunade appeared beside them, as if in response to Naruto's comment. The old man had a broad, proud grin spreading from ear to ear. The kunoichi's expression was unreadable. You know, Jiraiya started, unable to keep the mirth from his tone, I thought that you were being a little overconfident when you said that you would take him on your own. What's Kakashi been feeding you 3? A steady diet of training with a sprinkling of mental duress, Sasuke remarked dryly, slumping unceremoniously to the ground. You could have helped, you know. I could have, the man agreed with a sagely nod. But after I saw that solar flare of yours. Well, let's just say I had complete faith that you'd come out victorious on your own. You all did your teacher and village proud. Even as spent as they were, it was hard for them not to smile at his praise. I think you even managed to impress Tsunade. Very funny, she said flatly. You put these kids in danger just to prove a point to me. Jiraiya scowled, and the genin just blinked at her. Tsunade rolled her eyes. I'm not going to argue that your performance here wasn't remarkable. Frankly, it was incredible for how young you 3 are. But I suspect that it wasn't entirely your decision to engage the Jinchuriki on your own, even if you think it was. Their eyes turned to Jiraiya now, who shrugged nonchalantly. I intended to let them fight for as long as was safe for them. I didn't imagine that they could take him down on their own, but as you can see. He gestured to where Gaara lay on the ground. They were able to handle it, and with some impressive teamwork at that. What do you think of their will of fire, soon? Right about then Tsunade's fist slammed into his jaw, and Jiraiya all but disappeared. You moron! She yelled as her punch landed. Jiraiya was sent flying out of sight, passing into the forest at a frightening speed. Team 7 followed his progress by watching the line of trees falling in his wake as he raced towards a far-off hillside. A few seconds later the earth shook, and half of the hill cracked before simply exploding outward, expelling rocky debris into the forest below. Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata all stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape as they looked from the hill and back to Tsunade several times. Anyo. Naruto swallowed, hesitant to even speak after the woman's monstrous display of strength. I don't think what he did was that bad, Tsunade-sama. Oh. She rounded on him, fists on her hips as she glared at the trio. They paled under her gaze, and Naruto and Hinata subconsciously joined Sasuke on the ground a moment later. You think that putting 3 children in life-threatening danger in order to convince me to return to Konoha isn't that bad? To possess the will of fire doesn't just mean that you fight for the village, or even that you have a duty to protect its citizens. It is a will to keep them and your comrades from harm, and to secure a peaceful future for Konoha. Jiraiya shouldn't have allowed you to risk your lives when it was avoidable. He even kept me from interfering. Hinata began, chewing at her lower lip and trying not to sound apprehensive. We asked him not to help. Tsunade blinked owlishly down at the girl, causing her to fidget uncomfortably. Gaara and Shukaku killed many people when the sand and sound attacked, including Naruto. He's only alive right now because of the Kyuubi. I'd be dead if you all weren't there, too, Naruto pointed out. But like Hinata said, we asked him to let us do it ourselves. The fox sensed that Gaara couldn't transform much more than he already had, so we knew we could take him. It was more like a calculated guess. Sasuke shrugged, loosening up a little. And whatever you're talking about with this will of fire thing, we did it so that he couldn't come back and harm the village. He paused for a moment, considering Tsunade's raised eyebrow. Revenge was a part of it as well. We wanted to take care of him ourselves, because we failed to the first time. There you have it, Jiraiya grumbled from nearby. The turn to see him slogging back through the muddy field, rubbing at his bruised jaw with an intensely sour expression. The last time you hit me that hard was when I asked you out. It's been a while. Naruto and his friends stared at him in shock, genuinely surprised that he wasn't dead, or at least severely injured. The way that he was nursing his injury indicated that his pride had taken a heavier hit than his face. Tsunade remained silent for a time, studying the trio and mulling over her thoughts. I have no legitimate reason to stay away from Konoha. Like the brat said. Dan, Nawaki, what would you do? She chuckled softly, which was a surprise to everyone. Probably chastise me for even considering turning down the position. It was a dream that you both shared, after all. As it is with this one. Her gaze lingered on Naruto the longest, and even though his eyes could now be mistaken for something malevolent, there was a familiar warmth in them that she had no trouble placing. Maybe it's time to stop running, and instead live out their dream in their stead. Who taught you that mist technique, Hinata? It was hard to see from where we stood, but it looked like you infused the water with a Yoden technique. Tsunade approached as she made her inquiry, lifting both hands over their heads. A blue-green light surged to life and washed over them, and the visible injuries left over from their fight vanished in the span of a few seconds. I taught myself, Tsunade-sama, Hinata replied, sounding a mix between humble and curious. What do you mean by Yoden? I just learned how to incorporate medical ninjutsu into the water. What do you think you're using when you heal somebody? Tsunade's question sounded simple, but Hinata stopped when she went to respond, pursing her lips and furrowing her brow. It's nothing overly complicated, the woman assured. It's the same release used to perform all techniques that aren't affiliated with an element. It's your innate chakra, in other words, molded in a specific way. In the same way that you might create a shadow clone, you can manipulate it to do a great many things, like medical ninjutsu. The fact that you taught yourself how to work it in with a water jutsu is very impressive. Hinata flushed and ducked her head, eliciting a smirk from Tsunade. We should return to town. No doubt the lords of Tanzaku will be wondering what happened out here. She turned on her heel, strolling casually back in the direction from which they had arrived. Jiraiya, carry the crispy kid. Bossy as ever, Jiraiya muttered, wincing as Tsunade flashed a harsh glare back at him. Right. He brought his hands together, still muttering, and his long hair twisted and extended to wrap around Gaara. The spiky locks bound the boy tightly before lifting him up, suspending him upright next to the sage. You three good to walk? Yes, sensei. They chimed together, feeling a touch rejuvenated after Tsunade's brief bout of healing. Hinata took hold of Naruto's hand, he slipped an arm under Sasuke's shoulder for support, and together Team 7 rose to follow after the two Sannin, each wearing a deservedly proud smile. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Naruto, Hinata, and Sasuke fell asleep as soon as they were assured that it was alright to do so. Tsunade may have fixed their superficial injuries, but nothing save for a long rest would assuage their bone-deep aches and chakra depletion. Twilight was breaking over the city by the time they awoke, the sounds of hushed conversation rousing them one by one. I suppose so. I'll have to talk to him about that, too. Tsunade sighed from somewhere within the dimly lit room, sounding significantly less terse than before. The boy's dangerous, and his mental state is unstable. There's no doubt that the sand will be in contact soon. Jiraiya murmured, sounding pensive. He hasn't attempted to escape yet, though. Any time his eyes are open he just stares at Naruto. Can't say I'm all that surprised. They are both Jinchuriki. I wonder what they were talking about when we got there. We were just telling him that we can understand how he feels. Naruto sat up slowly, stifling a yawn before stretching. You know, about wanting revenge and being a Jinchuriki. It's not really his fault, sensei. Shukaku's a lot different than Kurama. We all know that nobody else is going to see it like that, Sasuke interjected, not bothering to hold back his own yawn before continuing. Whether he was in full control or not, he attacked Konoha with the sand, and he killed a lot of people. Maybe it isn't his fault, but the blood on his hands won't wash away. I'm not so sure, Hinata said quietly, already sitting with her hands in her lap, examining them distractedly. We know that Haku-chan was once a mercenary, and he's killed a lot of people. He might have even ended the lives of Konoha shinobi. We forgave and accepted him, even after what he did to us at the bridge. Haku's different, Sasuke replied confidently, though he didn't offer any explanation. They all knew that it wasn't the same situation, but some things definitely looked similar. Haku was influenced by Zabuza, kind of like how Gaara's affected by Shukaku. Maybe if the Ikibi's gone, or sealed away better, he'll be okay, too. Naruto sounded hopeful, eyes turning to where Gaara was confined. Jiraiya and Tsunade were next to one another near the far wall, sitting cross-legged in front of a simple circle of jutsu shiki. 4 paper tags were placed equal distances from one another along the edges, and at the center of the circle sat Gaara. A 5th tag was stuck to his mostly bare chest, and scrawled upon it was the symbol for seal. His pale green eyes were open and focused on Naruto, though they wavered to the others every few seconds. Nice to see you kids awake and once again discussing things you ought not to, Jiraiya commented with a wry grin. It'll be up to Sarutobi-sensei, and that's all there is to it. Naruto looked like he wanted to argue, but a sharp look from his teacher convinced him not to. Has he said anything yet? He asked instead, still peering curiously at the auburn-haired boy. Not a word, Tsunade said with a touch of annoyance. I'm sure the interrogation unit won't have trouble getting something out of him, though. If her words intimidated Gaara, it didn't show. He just kept his eyes forward, staring at Naruto as if he was trying to figure out some great puzzle. Now that they're awake, I think I'll go out and bring food back. It may just be ramen, but we can't risk leaving him here unguarded. I'll bring Shizune back as well. She pushed herself up with a groan, muttering under her breath about sitting for too long. Ramen sounds great, Naruto said with a grin after she had left. I'm sure it won't compare to Ichiraku, but not much can. Jiraiya-sensei, Hinata ventured. Has Tsunade-sama decided if she's coming with us yet? Jiraiya smiled, nodding emphatically and giving the trio a thumbs up. She'll be leaving for Konoha with us tomorrow morning. It seems that some upstart genin managed to get to her, and a particularly annoying one gave her a pretty good reason to consider becoming Hokage. They beamed at him. Naruto, Hinata, and Jiraiya shared a laugh while Sasuke smirked at them, which was an approximately equivalent expression. Ah, I can't wait to get back, Naruto sighed, flopping back onto his bedroll. I guess it's only been a week, but with all that's happened it feels like we've been gone a lot longer than that. I wonder how Iruka-sensei and our friends are doing. Hinata slid from her bedroll as he spoke, slipping quietly in next to him. He smiled fondly, turning on his side to accommodate and slipping an arm around her waist. They're probably bored, comparatively, Sasuke shrugged. He glanced to the side, rolling his eyes in mock exasperation. Can't you two wait until you're alone for that? Jiraiya only chuckled before turning back around to Gaara, not wanting to be privy to what was going on next to Sasuke. Nope. Naruto responded smugly, flashing his friend a cheeky grin before snuggling back in with Hinata. Sasuke gave the couple a half-hearted scowl before falling back and pulling his comforter over his head. Hinata giggled lightly into Naruto's chest, already sounding like she was drifting back to sleep. None of them heard Tsunade and Shizune return, and even the smell of ramen wasn't enough to wake a soul. Chapter 23. Respite. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see that wall, Naruto groaned, squinting ahead as he stretched. Konoha's main gate loomed in the distance, marking the end to their journey back home. Compared to the rest of their mission, it had been an incredibly uneventful 48 hours. Much to Tsunade's disapproval, and to Jiraiya's amusement, they had continued with their Hiraishin training as they traveled, though to a much lesser extent. The three genin were still exhausted from the battle with Gaara, even after 2 slow days of travel. I could do with some time at the hot springs, Sasuke put in. He stared hard at the marked stone in his hand, appearing to concentrate for a few seconds before shrugging and tossing it into the woods. I don't think Kakashi-sensei will mind us taking a day or two off after he hears what happened. Ha! You kids will be lucky if he gives you the rest of the day. Jiraiya guffawed at his own joke, earning him a sharp look from Tsunade. She might have punched him again had she not been occupied keeping an eye on Gaara. The boy's arms were bound tightly to his body, wrapped from shoulder to hip in bandages inscribed with Jutsu Shiki. 2 straps trailed behind him to either side like leashes, with Tsunade and Shizune holding firmly to the ends. The Jinchuriki's expression had not changed in the slightest since they had departed from Tanzaku. His flat, emotionless eyes stared blankly ahead as his feet carried him stiffly forward. He was likely more spent than any of them. He hadn't slept since the attack, either. Sensei gives us a lot of leeway when it comes to training, Hinata said with a small smile. He lets us decide how often and how long we train, and a lot of the time what we want to work on. That's quite a bit of freedom, Tsunade muttered, shaking her head. Doesn't he have a regimen for you to follow? He used to, but then he realized how awesome we are. Naruto grinned cheekily at the woman, although he amended his statement after Hinata squeezed his hand. I mean, he said that since we've always trained basically every day and worked hard that we can manage our schedule, or something like that. Mostly he just watches and tells us what we need to work on more. I usually have to do extra genjutsu training. He made a face, and was rewarded with a small smile from Tsunade. I noticed that you're all fairly well-rounded, though it's plain to see that you've begun growing into your specialties. The trio all glanced at her curiously, and she raised a quizzical eyebrow. Since you've always trained together, I assume that you purposefully chose different abilities to focus on. What do you mean, Tsunade-sama? Naruto asked. The Sannin eyed him dubiously, like she was trying to figure out if he was joking or not. You seem to have a knack for taijutsu, a skill that's easily augmented by the Kyuubi's chakra. The ninjutsu that you know tend to consume a lot of chakra as well, which again plays to your strengths in that your chakra capacity far exceeds any genin I've ever seen. I'd wager that you have more chakra than most jonin, too. She nodded at Sasuke then, continuing as they approached the main gate. Sasuke seems to have taken naturally to ninjutsu, namely the signature fire techniques of the Uchiha, and from what I've been told he's quite adept with weapons of all kinds. That sequence with the shuriken and lightning jutsu was clever. The Uchiha shrugged before she moved on. I'm sure that I don't have to point out your strengths, Hinata. Outside of your obvious capabilities with medical and barrier ninjutsu, it was hard to keep track of you on the battlefield for how fast you were moving. I'd be tempted to call your abilities prodigious if I wasn't aware of how much training you three do together. And you expect me to believe that these were just your natural talents, and not purposefully developed. Oh. Naruto responded eloquently. Well, I mean, I was always good with taijutsu, and the fox's chakra helps a lot. I guess Hinata started learning things that I couldn't, and Sasuke did the same thing, and the short answer is yes, we trained to specifically cover each other's weaknesses, Sasuke interjected. Naruto used to suck at ninjutsu, so Hinata and I picked up the slack. He helped us develop our taijutsu and stamina in return, and slowly got better with ninjutsu in the meantime. After meeting Team Guy, we decided it would be a good idea to have somebody versed in bukijutsu. I was already the most capable with projectiles, so it was natural that I start practicing with as many as possible. I started teaching myself rudimentary medical ninjutsu after our mission to the Wave Country. All three of us nearly died, and I know that being a shinobi will put us in those situations often. If I can reduce the chance that we'll be hurt, or at least fix the damage afterwards, even if by a small amount, then it's more than worth learning. It's vital. Tsunade afforded Hinata an approving nod at that, unable to hide her smirk. You sound a little like me some 30 years ago, the woman sighed, looking to the blue sky. I was the one who proposed placing a medic nin on every team during the war, and I still believe one should be present in every group. In any case, she continued, eyeing Konoha's gate, you three will be remarkable ninja one day, that's for sure. As if they're not already. Jiraiya winked back at the trio, and they beamed in tired appreciation for the compliment. State your name and reason for your visit, a bored voice drawled from nearby. The party stopped abruptly and glanced aside. They had just passed through the gate, and as usual the small post nearby was being manned by Kotetsu and Azumo. The former hadn't looked up at them, instead looking disinterestedly down at the entry log while tapping a pencil on the counter. Azumo's arms were folded on the tabletop, his head down with a bit of drool pooling below his mouth. His snoring was nearly loud enough to drown on Kotetsu's second statement. Also give us the name of the village and country that you're coming from. He stifled a yawn. Remind me to do something about our security situation once I'm Hokage, Tsunade muttered to Jiraiya, starting to move again without responding to the guards. The conscious guard whipped his head up, his eyes going wide when he realized who it was. He scanned numbly over the group. It held two Sanin and Suna's Jinchuriki. Team 7 was almost an afterthought to that. I mean. He stammered, at a complete loss for words. The Chunin was on his feet now, and there were beads of sweat forming on his brow. Calm down and go inform the Sandame that we're here, Jiraiya instructed calmly. Might want to wake him up first, though. Kotetsu nodded quickly, turning to slap his friend awake. Ow. Azumo jolted upright, bleary eyes filled with confused anger at being so abruptly and painfully woken. What was that F? He stopped when his gaze finally focused on the people in front of him. Oh. Man the gate while I go to the Hokage, Kotetsu said briskly, not giving the other man a chance to respond before he was gone in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya-sensei, do we need to go with you to give the report? Naruto asked, a touch of hopefulness in his voice. I kinda want to change and take a bath. Report. Who said I had to give a report? Jiraiya balked at the suggestion, though he scowled at a sharp look from Tsunade. Fine. Yeah, you can go do whatever. If you see Kakashi, though, you'd better fill him in. Yes, sensei, the three of them chimed, sharing a look between them before bounding off together. The sage watched as they retreated, smirking slightly. Get some rest. You've earned it, kids. Asterisk. It had barely been a week since Team 7 had left with Jiraiya, but that didn't stop Iruka from exuberantly welcoming Hinata and Naruto home. They both received a tight hug and a proverbial onslaught of joyous chatter, followed immediately by his concern at their condition. We're all right, Iruka-sensei, Naruto insisted, pulling a white t-shirt with a whirlpool insignia over his head. Just tired and a little dirty. Jiraiya-sensei didn't want to wait to bring Gaara back for interrogation, so we didn't get the chance to clean up before we left Tanzaku. All right. Sorry. I just worry about you three. The Chunin smiled apologetically, and Naruto flashed him a grin. I know, but we always watch each other's back. You shoulda seen us, though, he bubbled. Me and Sasuke almost got the solar flare right, but it was still awesome and worked well enough. He and Hinata did the barrier perfect, too. Oh man, and all of the techniques and how fast she was. She did this really cool medical jutsu. The blonde carried on about his friends for a minute or two before Hinata came back to the living room, wearing a faded pair of capris and a plain, slightly large black shirt. I'm just glad we're all safe, she offered, slipping her hand into Naruto's with only the barest blush. Even after living in Iruka's home for so long, and knowing that he was completely fine with their relationship, it was difficult to act casually before the man that had once been their teacher, and was still like a parent to her. As am I, Iruka agreed, smiling at the couple. All right, go enjoy yourselves. I'll have a nice dinner ready for when you get back. Thanks Iruka-sensei. Naruto chirped. He and Hinata exited the apartment with a final wave, deciding to walk slowly to the bathhouse rather than taking to the rooftops. After all of the excitement and tribulations during the search for Tsunade, it was nice to be able to stroll through the city streets without worrying about being attacked. At least, not worrying too much. Do you think Akatsuki will come back? Hinata asked quietly. Only then did Naruto realize that she was gripping his hand tighter than normal. Eventually, yeah, he shrugged. It wasn't something he had been trying to dwell on. All we can really do is keep training and be careful, right? You need to be careful, you mean. They're after you, Naruto. No, I do mean we, he corrected gently. She glanced aside at him, trying to decide between a concerned retort and confused inquiry. They may be after me, or I guess Kurama, but you and Sasuke are pretty much always with me too. And if they don't need you, they would probably just try to kill you to make it easier to capture me. Hinata blanched, more in reaction to his matter-of-fact tone. Nevertheless, it was true, and she knew it as well as he did. Honestly, I'm more worried about Orochimaru right now. I might be the only one of us who doesn't have any S-rank missing nin trying to get me, Hinata said. The words came out uncharacteristically dry and bitter, and she had to stop for a moment to regain her usual temperament. I'm sorry, it's just. I don't understand why so many forces seem to be conspiring against us. I feel like we have enemies no matter where we turn. That's the world we live in, I guess. Naruto gave her a tired smile. It's up to us to change it, though, right? Maybe one day we'll live in a time of peace, when the world doesn't need ninjas anymore, and when our friends and family don't have to die protecting the village. Hinata took a deep, steadying breath before nodding solemnly. A faint smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Occasionally, Naruto could say something truly profound. The Konoha hot springs was a popular place, especially for shinobi looking to wind down after a day's training or missions. It was early enough in the day, however, that the place was virtually deserted. Sasuke was standing outside talking to Sakura when Naruto and Hinata arrived, and after a brief exchange the arriving couple went inside. I don't know, Sasuke-kun, Sakura continued as the pair left, shrugging uncomfortably. I know it's what I wanted for a long time, but it doesn't feel right, you know. Did you expect fireworks and a parade after you kissed me? He asked, raising a quizzical eyebrow. I mean, sorry it's not living up to your expectations, but. That's not what I mean, she sighed, interrupting him. It's just that I think I moved it along too fast. I'd been after you for what feels like forever, and after what happened during the exams. I just felt like I needed to take a chance. I would have regretted it all my life if you'd died, and I never acted on my feelings. That's a revelation I've heard somewhere before, Sasuke commented wryly. Sakura cast him an annoyed look, but when she opened her mouth to snap back he held up a conciliatory hand. Sorry. I didn't actually mean it that way. If you want to backtrack that's fine, as long as you don't complain about it later. Since when do I complain? Since when do you not? He smirked, and she punched him playfully on the shoulder. It actually caused him to stumble back a few paces. Tsunade II, up and coming. Besides, I think you need to get your own feelings worked out, she continued as they entered the bathhouse together. He was about to ask what she was talking about when she grinned mischievously, nodding down the hall. Haku was standing there in his floral kimono, holding two towels and looking around nervously. When he spotted them he smiled and waved, though he frowned worriedly at Sasuke's sudden scowl. Whatever. Sasuke-kun, are you blushing? Oh shut up and go take your bath, you meddling ass. You want to see meddling, huh? Hey Haku-chan. She beckoned the boy over, smiling sweetly all the while. Why don't you come take a bath with us instead of the boys? We should talk. Haku started, blinking at her confusedly. Aren't the baths here separated by gender? Sure they are, but if you wear your towel right then nobody's going to be able to tell the difference. Come on, it'll be fun. Like a little adventure. Sakura, you can't seriously, Sasuke started, interrupted after a second when he was pushed out of the way by Sakura gleefully dragging the other hapless boy towards the women's side of the building. His meek protests were all but ignored by the girl, who was already talking his ear off. Haku's distressed features disappeared around the corner a moment later, leaving Sasuke to stare after them, equal parts dumbfounded, indignant, and amused. Naruto poked his head out from behind a nearby curtain, wondering what the commotion had been about. What's up, Sasuke? He asked, unaware of what had just happened. I'm in trouble, Sasuke groaned. Hinata squeaked when she saw Haku pushed through the door to the changing room, immediately disappearing behind an open locker. Her clothes were already inside, and she was covered by a towel fastened securely around her torso. Haku, what are you doing here? Sakura came in just behind, still pushing the boy along bodily. Oh, hey Hinata-san. Haku decided to join us girls today. No peeking while I change, okay. The boy nodded numbly. It was clear that he was less embarrassed about being in the incorrect changing room than he ought to be, but then again he had masqueraded as a young woman on more than one occasion while in league with Zabuza. Still, while he was used to pretending to be female, this was a little more in depth than he had bargained for. Hinata's eyes softened, losing the modicum of panic and gaining instead a bit of sympathy. It's all right, Haku-chan. You can use one of the changing rooms if you want. She crept out from behind the locker, motioning to a door set at the end of one row of lockers. I'll wait for you here. He started before nodding with an appreciative smile, hurrying to the indicated room and shuffling inside. Sakura-san. Hinata continued once the boy was safely behind closed doors. Not that I don't like Haku, but why did you bring him here? I wanted to talk to him without Sasuke around, and I knew you were here, Sakura said, now a bit more reserved. Haku is a lot more feminine than any guy the first know. Hell, he's more girly than most girls I know. Plus, she glanced furtively to one side, as if to make sure they weren't being overheard. I think he likes Sasuke-kun. Hinata blinked owlishly at the other girl, trying to figure out if she was being serious or making some kind of joke about her own ignorance. After a few seconds it became apparent that she was serious, as her raised eyebrows seemed to say, you think so, too? I think he does, too, Hinata affirmed tentatively, not wanting to commit so soon to whatever the pink-haired kunoichi was planning. But I thought you and Sasuke were. Well, kind of, I guess. It's really strange. Sakura seemed to struggle to find the right words for a moment, taking the time to start changing while gathering her thoughts. I used to like Sasuke-kun a lot. It might have been a bit of an obsession, even. But after we started talking and spending time together, that all eventually faded. I still like him, I think. It's just that he's a lot different than I expected him to be. He talks about Haku an awful lot, too. She smirked, tying her towel before placing her clothes in the locker. I think Sasuke likes him. I guess that'll happen when you live with somebody for a while. He always denies it, Hinata started, chewing thoughtfully at her lower lip. But I think he and Haku have a lot in common, and they identify with each other. And I guess, living together can help relationships develop. She did her best to keep the blush from her cheeks, but Sakura's giggles brought it on with full force. What? You and Naruto are so cute. Who would have thought that he'd have grown up like this after the way he used to be? She hesitated for a moment before continuing, as if unsure that she wanted to go on. Does it scare you at all, Hinata? The Kyuubi, I mean. That it's inside of Naruto. Not at all. The simple, honest reply seemed to catch Sakura off guard, and Hinata smiled softly. The Kyuubi has directly saved Naruto's life 3 times now. Once while we were in the academy and Mizuki attacked us, again on our mission to the land of waves when he used up all of his chakra, and most recently when he. Quote. She stopped abruptly, unable to finish the sentence for its content. The fox isn't something to be feared, Sakura-san. He saved countless lives in addition to Naruto's. I couldn't imagine what might have happened if things had gone differently. Hinata realized that, by that admission, she was saying that Naruto's death that day had been essential to saving Konoha. She shivered. Fate was a twisted thing. The door behind them opened then, and the two girls turned to see Haku standing there, fidgeting with his towel and trying to get it to stay up and covering his chest. He came dangerously close to letting it fall several times before Hinata flushed and stepped over to help him fasten it securely. He gave her a thankful, sheepish grin before following them to the bathing area. In the past he wouldn't have batted an eyelash over entering a women's bath for a mission, but since living in Konoha he had developed more social skills and mannerisms than he cared to admit. One of which was noting how separate the sexes were in many areas of society. Why are there different sides for different genders? He asked curiously, looking around at the largely empty hot springs. There were one or two other older women there, minding their own business and relaxing in the water. I never understood it. Because boys and girls have different parts. Sakura explained frankly, easing herself into the water and wincing every few seconds. Hinata was already sitting down, submerged up to her neck as she leaned back with a pleasurable sigh. Are you a pervert or something? What's a pervert? Haku seemed genuinely confused, and entirely unperturbed by the scalding liquid. Everyone knows what parts everybody else has. Why is it so important to keep everything hidden? Sakura stared at him for a long moment before narrowing her eyes. He was being serious. This was going to take some explaining. Ah, Naruto sighed, floating on his back in the empty spring. Exactly what I need after that mission. Tell me about it, Sasuke muttered, leaning back against the side wall with his eyes closed. Hopefully that'll be the last we see of Gaara, unless we're invited to his execution. A few seconds of silence caused the boy to open one eye to see why his friend was being so quiet. Right. I don't really know, Sasuke. It's not that simple. For me, at least. Naruto seemed genuinely uncomfortable with the topic, and if he were to be honest it was difficult to decide how he really did feel about Gaara. On one hand he had been a puppet of both the sand and the Aikibi, used against his will from before he had a chance to decide for himself. On the other hand, of his own volition or not he had destroyed half of Konoha, killed hundreds of people, including Naruto and his closest friends. As a shinobi of the leaf he had a right to demand justice, but as a Jinchuriki, everything was more complicated, if only because he could sympathize with the other boy. I don't know, he repeated lamely. It's not always as cut and dry as it seems, I guess, Sasuke shrugged. Naruto blinked over at him in surprise. He hadn't expected the Uchiha to be so quick to reconsider, let alone agree. Nothing against you, but I can see how you might have turned out a lot like him if Iruka-sensei hadn't taken you in, or if Kurama had been different than he is. Hell, you can probably thank me and Hinata while you're at it. He smirked, and the action was returned in excess. Yeah, I was really lucky. I wonder how Gaara could have turned out if he'd had friends like I did. Or a Biju that wasn't completely nuts. That, too. Naruto sighed again, submerging completely before coming back upright, thoroughly soaked and steaming. Maybe we should talk to Jiraiya-sensei, or the Hokage. I want to talk to Gaara a little more. He wouldn't say a word all the way back. At the very least we could try to convince them to just reseal Shukaku. In the best case scenario Gaara might be left as a prisoner for the rest of his life. Sasuke ran his fingers through his hair, irritated. He reminds of Haku, in a way. In a much more dangerous, psychotic way, I guess. Speaking of Haku, it was hard to keep the mischievous light from his eyes, a sight that made Sasuke roll his eyes. What? Come on Sasuke. You've been avoiding it forever, and since you and Sakura are a thing now I figure you can finally clear the air at least. What is it that you want me to say? Sasuke all but snapped, catching Naruto off guard. I'm not made for relationships like you and Hinata. I already told you that I don't have time. Besides, Sakura and I aren't a thing after one kiss. The blonde boy raised an accusing eyebrow, eliciting a groan from his friend. Even after a lot of them. She told me earlier that I need to get my feelings worked out before we get involved, or something to that effect. Feelings for her. I thought she's always had a crush on you. Why would she back out now? No. Apparently she's also on the Hasuke bandwagon. Naruto snorted. What? Hasuke? Hinata came up with it and thinks it's cute, and now she won't stop using it whenever she decides to bring up Haku around me. Thankfully you distract her enough so that we're rarely alone together. Sasuke scowled as Naruto began to laugh. It took a few seconds to get control of himself again, and when that finally happened all he could do was shake his head. Sasuke, is the water just too hot for you, or are you blushing? He dodged a punch that had a touch more than playful force in it. Fine, whatever. You work it out. I'll just be sure to be there to tell you that I told you so later. And I'm sure that Hinata will be, too. One cheeky grin later and he was underwater, held down by a red-faced Sasuke. It was, of course, entirely in jest, and the stream of bubbles continuously rising from below could only be interpreted as Naruto's excellent humor. There was no way that he would hold the blonde down for too long on accident. No way at all. And that's probably why clothes were invented in the first place, Sakura finished, looking expectantly at Haku while Hinata just stared blankly at her. The boy was either speechless, completely unfazed, or still hopelessly confused. At this point, she would take all of the above. Anyway, you're not here to talk about that. Right? We're here to relax, aren't we? Haku asked hesitantly, already thrown off by the girl's passion for all things anatomical and garment related. He glanced nervously at Hinata, who gave him a small, slightly concerned smile while she tread water nearby. Of course we are, she said unconvincingly. But you're in the girl's side of the bathhouse now, and here we talk about boys. He blinked at her several times, as if not quite comprehending her implication. So, she continued, settling down again with the water at shoulder level, who's your crush? Crush. The boy raised a curious eyebrow, then furrowed both as if puzzled. You know, somebody that you like a lot and want to be with. The explanation didn't alter his expression much. Sakura sighed and looked to Hinata for help, but the other girl was focused very intently on the ripples made from droplets falling from her bangs. It was clear that the Hyuga wasn't going to be of much assistance on the matter, most likely to avoid personal bias. Come on, there has to be someone. Haku hesitated, fidgeting with the hem of his towel. Not really. No. He put on his best faux smile, wondering all the while what she was getting at. Wasn't it enough that she was dating Sasuke without having to rub it in? No. Well, she started, scooting a little closer to him with a devious light in her eyes. I think I know somebody who has a crush on you. The boy looked up at her quickly, at first genuinely surprised before his expression turned to one reflecting his skepticism. I'm not so sure about that, Sakura-san. I don't know many people, and those who I do are committed to somebody already. What about Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked without preamble, eliciting a shocked look from Haku. He's your boyfriend, he laughed, the sound coming out a bit hollow. It died off when he saw her quirked eyebrow and mischievous grin. Quote. Right. Nope. We're not really in a relationship, because I don't think he's worked out his feelings yet. His feelings for me are for you, Haku-chan. The boy couldn't do anything but stare at her, his lips parted slightly as he tried to work through what she had just told him. Sakura turned to Hinata, looking for a bit of assistance explaining. To her credit, the Hyuga was just as surprised as Haku at what they had just gleaned from the other girl, but she could at least interpret better what Sakura was trying to say. I think what she means is, you still have a chance to tell him how you really feel, Hinata began quietly, taking a seat on Haku's other side. I don't think Sakura-san is going to stop pursuing Sasuke, but if they're not together it means that you can be honest with him too. It would make you two friendly rivals, in a way, and it would be up to Sasuke to decide then. It took a long time for everything to process for Haku. On one hand, everybody seemed to know how he felt about Sasuke, and now he had the chance to be honest about it. On the other hand, he didn't want to put Sasuke on the spot, or make him have to choose between two people he cared about. It would be easier to not say anything, to just let him and Sakura be together. Sasuke could be happy that way, and he was sure that he could be happy too. He was sure of it. Probably. Can we be friends, even if we're rivals? Haku asked tentatively. If you were Ino, I'd say no, Sakura giggled, though he got the feeling that she was being serious. But from how he speaks of you, I know that you're a nice person, and only want what's best for him. Of course we can be friends. Friends, then, Haku smiled, holding out a hand. Sakura returned his smile and took his hand, shaking it once. Friends, and rivals. She winked, and they both broke into a fit of giggles before lapsing into excited conversation about their favorite topic, Sasuke. Hinata sat close by, shaking her head in bewilderment as she watched the most unlikely friendship blossom. Regardless of the improbability, however, she couldn't help but laugh along with them and join in. Their exuberance was infectious, and she did her part in sharing stories about Sasuke from their youth, most of which were humorous. Haku was finally relaxed, the tension from earlier melting away with the conversation and soothing water. I'm proud of you, Haku, to have come so far in such a short time. Sasuke is lucky to have somebody like you that cares so much for him. So, Hinata, Sakura started again, snapping the other girl out of her reverie. Hinata had been staring off at the wall, which she knew divided the men's area from the women's. She flushed and turned her attention back to her companions, thankful that the heat and steam hid the color well. How are you and Naruto? Done anything adventurous yet? We're wonderful, she answered honestly, though hesitated at the second inquiry. Adventurous? How? Like sex? Haku suggested, apparently unconcerned with the fact that the girls were 3 years his junior, or the fact that his comment might be considered inappropriate. Sakura choked on a fit of laughter as Hinata's blush turned critical. There seemed to be quite a bit of extra steam rising from where she was sitting. Haku! She exclaimed, chagrined beyond belief. What? He shrugged innocently, unaware of what he had said that was wrong. Isn't that what couples do in relationships? No. I mean, yes, but later. Hinata found herself frantically trying to explain what Iruka had imparted to her in Naruto not a month prior, and by the end of it Haku looked incredibly confused. So, you will do it, just not yet? He asked, sure he had stumbled upon the right answer. Relationships are weird. He wrinkled his nose, and the poor Hyuga girl could do nothing but sink down into the water until all that could be seen was her hairline. I think that means, probably, Sakura said in between gasps, finally able to suppress her merriment long enough to get a few words out. Oh man, I hope you're not this open with Sasuke-kun, or I'm going to have my work cut out for me. Hinata resurfaced fully at some point, still bright as could be. I forgot to ask earlier, Hinata, but you can see through stuff with your Byakugan, right? A woozy nod was her only response. It appeared the brunette was on the verge of fainting from the combination of heat and embarrassment. Did you already take a peek through the wall to check on the boys? What happened to Hinata? Naruto asked, voice full of concern as Sakura and Haku came outside to meet them. The older boy was carrying the girl in question awkwardly, and he looked a touch ashamed. He started, immediately cut off by Sakura. She stayed in too long and fainted, obviously. The pink-haired Kunoichi gave a sagely nod at her own explanation, which only half fooled Sasuke and Naruto. You should probably take her home to lie down, Naruto. No, he was planning to for a jog while carrying his unconscious girlfriend, Sasuke commented dryly. Sakura gave him an annoyed look before helping Haku situate Hinata on Naruto's back, draping her arms over his shoulders while he held her legs for support. Alright, thanks guys. Sasuke, if you see Kakashi-sensei let him know that we're going to be taking a few days off to recuperate. I'ma go home and sleep for as long as I can manage. Naruto grinned and nodded to his friends in lieu of waving, turning to start for the apartment and walking as carefully as he could as to not jostle Hinata. They're so cute, Sakura sighed, nudging Sasuke roughly. And hey, what's with him just saying you're taking days off? Doesn't your Jonin instructor get to decide that? We make our own schedule, Sasuke shrugged, shoving his hands in his pockets and starting back towards his place. And since we just took down a Jinchuriki on our own, I think we can take some time to rest without feeling guilty. Don't you? Definitely, Haku piped up, falling into step next to him. His gait was a bit stiffer than normal, a telltale sign of his nervousness. Oh, I can make your favorite onigiri with the dried tuna and tomatoes. It'll be my welcome home present to you. Thanks, Haku, Sasuke replied evenly. Don't forget to make some with roe and kelp for you. If you're making my favorite, you'd better have some of yours too. Haku smiled broadly and nodded with no small amount of exuberance, and the Uchiha tried not to notice the other boy's flush lest it become contagious. Didn't take long for me to get outdone, Sakura mused to herself, walking just a pace behind Sasuke on his other side. I'll let him have today, though. I need to be getting home. Will I see you tomorrow, Sasuke-kun? If I ever wake up, sure. Just stop by whenever and we can figure something out. Sometimes his nonchalance was painful. Sakura beamed nonetheless, waving to the two boys before heading off. Haku watched after her for a time, the corners of his lips threatening to turn down into a frown. What's up? Sasuke asked curiously, glancing aside at his friend. Did Sakura do something weird to you in the bathhouse? No, Haku said quickly, snapping his attention back front. Just thinking, that's all. I'm glad you're back, Sasuke-kun. I missed you. He fidgeted with the fold in his kimono while he spoke, very conscious of how intimate the statement was. Sasuke blinked at him for a few seconds before the slightest tinge of pink started to rise in his cheeks, and he quickly looked away and coughed. Sasuke started, wondering why his heart rate was up all of a sudden. It's good to be back, he finished lamely, lapsing into an awkward silence immediately after. Haku only smiled, accepting the statement as the other boy's equivalent return. Sasuke was sometimes hard to understand, but he had spent the last few months learning how the Uchiha behaved, and to a large degree why he acted that way. Haku knew that the neutral statement offered more than it seemed. It was a start. Asterisk. Dusk had fallen over Konoha by the time Naruto neared their street. Hinata had become semi-conscious at some point, enough to mumble her thanks and nuzzle into the nape of his neck. He smiled when her arms moved to wrap loosely around his neck. You're cute, you know that. The only response he received was a contented sigh and deeper breathing, indicating that she was already fast asleep. He chuckled, making the final turn towards their apartment and abruptly freezing. 4 figures were coming down the road from the opposite direction, 2 shorter individuals flanked by 2 very recognizable taller ones. Kakashi and Guy walked as silent escorts behind 2 genin that Naruto had never expected to see again, Temari and Kankuro. What are they doing here? He asked tightly. The procession stopped in front of him, the jonin glancing at one another while the Sunanin looked a mix between uncomfortable and agitated. They are emissaries from the sand, Kakashi stated calmly. They've come to speak to the Hokage about Gaara, and they have been granted immunity for the duration of their stay. The last part was added specifically for him, Naruto knew, but he wasn't about to try anything, especially while carrying Hinata. You already know what happened, then? The blonde asked. I was present for Jiraiya's report to the Hokage. I heard that you had returned, and naturally I wanted to see what occurred on your mission. Well done, Naruto. You 3 really proved yourselves defeating a Jinchuriki on your own. Naruto only got the chance to grin sheepishly before Kankuro cut in with an affronted inquiry. You mean it was you 3 that took down Gaara? His eyes were wide as he looked from Naruto to what he could see of Hinata just past his shoulder. Temari didn't seem quite as astonished, though there was a definite note of disbelief on her features. Yeah, it was us, Naruto shrugged, the action causing Hinata to make a small sound of discomfort. Oops, sorry, he whispered, waiting a few seconds to make sure she was still asleep before readdressing the other boy. Kakashi and Guy were smirking at him, and even Temari looked like she wanted to express how adorable that had been. Naruto flushed lightly and went on, ignoring their looks. Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. Don't forget those names the next time you think about messing with Konoha. Naruto. Kakashi started crossly, but next to him Guy interjected exuberantly. Yosh. Well said, Naruto-kun. He beamed and gave Naruto a thumbs up. Kakashi gave him a flat look before shaking his head and sighing. You. Kankuro snarled, stopping with a wince as Temari elbowed him urgently in the side. He coughed once, then muttered, We'll remember. And I hope you can help Gaara out. All parties present blinked in surprise at that, and Naruto fidgeted a little under their gaze. I don't think he's really a bad person. I talked to him a little, and he didn't have a choice in becoming Shukaku's Jinchuriki, just like I didn't get a say in whether or not I received the Kyuubi. His choice to use the word received rather than any other certainly got their attention. But the Aikibi made him into something he's not, and I think that he had a lot tougher time than I did growing up. I just hope he can be helped, that's all. You really think that Gaara can be saved? Temari asked sincerely, ignoring her brother's sharp look. Naruto nodded confidently, offering the girl a small smile. Definitely. Temari stared at him for a long moment before nodding back, returning his smile with one of her own. We need to get going, Guy said apologetically. The Hokage is expecting us. Okay. Oh, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said as they began to walk past. We're going to take some time off from training and missions, if that's okay. Can we start back up in 2 or 3 days? Of course, Kakashi responded, not breaking stride. You've earned it. A few minutes later Naruto was carefully depositing Hinata on her bed, though it was difficult to get her to stop holding onto him. Once she was settled and the blankets were pulled up, he planted a quick kiss on her forehead before quietly exiting the room, only to find Iruka in the living room smirking at him. That was thoughtful of you, he said from his armchair, going back to the papers he was looking over. I didn't realize you all were quite that tired. Sakura-san said that she stayed in the hot springs too long and the heat got to her. Naruto shrugged, slumping onto the couch with a heavy sigh. The exhaustion probably had something to do with it, though. I didn't run dry on chakra like they did though, Hinata did twice. He shook his head, smiling faintly with half-lidded eyes. She's amazing, Iruka-sensei. You should have seen it. You're all amazing, in my opinion. Hey, Naruto, what do you think of these apartments? I did some looking around while you were gone and the Chunin trailed off when he looked up to see Naruto already dozing, having fallen asleep sitting up on the couch. Iruka chuckled and stood up, moving to lay him down on the sofa. We can talk about it later, he said softly, draping a blanket over the blonde. Rest. Now. You've earned it. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I need to learn how to make onigiri as good as yours, Sasuke sighed, setting his plate down and collapsing onto his balcony chair. I'm glad you liked it, Sasuke-kun, Haku replied blithely, glowing at the compliment. I can teach you if you'd like, now that you have some time off. The older boy yawned, rubbing tiredly at his eyes. I think the hot springs made me sleepy. I'm going to head to bed. Will you be in soon? He asked tentatively, hoping the question didn't seem too out of place. Yeah, I'm just going to sit out here for a while. Sleep well. Sasuke closed his eyes and waved a tired hand at his friend, who nodded and moved to the sliding glass door. Haku lingered for a moment, chewing at the inside of his lip as he glanced back. His mouth opened and closed several times, but no words came out. He shook his head, slipping through the door and shutting it behind himself. Tomorrow. I'll tell him tomorrow. It was a calm, quiet night in Konoha. The full moon shone brilliantly from above, bathing the village in a soft glow. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees just below the apartment's balcony, detaching several leaves and sweeping them upwards, one or two landing atop Sasuke's slumbering form. Sasuke woke with a start, blinking bleariness from his eyes and getting his bearings. Must have fallen asleep out here. He groaned and got slowly to his feet, stretching and moving to lean against the railing, looking out across the city. As he stood there, breathing in the cool night air, something felt off. Show yourselves, he said casually. It was only then that he had realized what had woken him. All 4 of you. Kids sharp, a mocking voice sneered. There is a reason that Orochimaru-sama chose him, another put in, a female this time. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan already active. An instant later 4 identically clothed people blurred into his peripheral vision, 2 on each side of him and perched on the railing. Sasuke didn't even tense. He merely stood there, nonchalant and continuing to peer out over the rooftops. You haven't tried to attack me yet, so you're either here to talk, or you're just smarter than you look. His tone was one of equal parts placidity and ice. The man closest on his right crouched down, his expression one of distaste as he peered at Sasuke. He had medium length, straight white hair that covered one eye, and there appeared to be a second head growing out of the back of his neck. I don't see what's so special about this trash. His had been the sneering voice, it seemed. Outside of his Uchiha heritage, I bet he's just like the rest of these shinobi. Pathetic and weak, just passing the days behind this secure wall of theirs. Who are you, and what do you want? I'm not a very patient person, so explain now or you'll learn the hard way why not to cross an Uchiha. The Sound 4, answered another man, standing next to the snide one. His skin was dark, and he had two extra sets of arms, one positioned in front of and the other behind his original pair. I'm Kidamaru of the East Gate. Saken, of the West Gate, the white-haired man said dismissively. I am Jirobo of the South Gate. The third man stood at the far left, next to the only woman of the group. He had plain features and small, intense eyes that seemed perpetually overshadowed by his furrowed brow. His stature and build looked much like what Choji could grow into after a few years, heavy set, with a hardly noticeable amount of girth. I'm Tayuya of the North Gate. As far as why we're here. Quote. The final member of the Sound 4 was a severe-looking young woman, though aside from her permanent scowl she appeared to be the least unusual. Her long, light pink hair was left wild under a black cap, the rim of which was wrapped in simple bandages. Sasuke didn't have much time to take in her statement, and certainly not enough to wait for her to finish. They all vanished, and an instant later he was forced to vault the railing as shuriken rained down upon the balcony. If that's how we're doing it, Sasuke muttered, flipping into a crouch on the nearest rooftop. Kidamaru was already sprinting towards him, and Saken was closing in from the other side. He waited, taking deep, measured breaths as they closed in from both sides. Just as they were about to converge he felt another presence above. Jirobo was falling towards him, both fists raised and ready to crash down upon him. 3 against 1. The odds are in my favor. Sasuke leapt and twisted at the last second, allowing Kidamaru's punch to barely graze his cheek and Saken's to fly right by his back. Mid-spin he lashed out, striking one with his heel and the other with an extended fist. They each grunted and staggered back, which would have gotten them clear of Jirobo's assault had he been given the chance to finish it. Sasuke's jump had caught the large man by surprise, and before he could correct his course the Uchiha had used his momentum to plant a foot square on Jirobo's solar plexus. There was a satisfying crack before the man tumbled to one side, crashing to the roof a few seconds before Sasuke landed. Without skipping a beat he let loose a fist of shuriken into the nearby canopy of trees, rewarded by a gasp from Tayuya. You should have picked an easier fight. Did you really expect? He wasn't able to finish his jibe before he was forced to turn, withdrawing a kunai in the same movement to deflect a volley of shuriken. The Sound 4 stood tall and perfectly unharmed on the roof next to his, looking far too smug for his liking. A glance to each side showed that each of the attackers he had struck were now no more than substituted logs. You're going to have to do more than make a few substitutions to beat me. Oh, we know, Saken smiled, an expression that looked far too sinister on his features. Orochimaru-sama has been watching you for some time now. There's a small chance that you could take us on if we weren't serious, but rest assured that we are serious. Black blotches started flowing across his skin, originating from somewhere near his right shoulder. As if on cue, each of the others underwent similar transformations, though theirs all began on the other side. Kidamaru's markings were all smooth lines, curving and curling across his face and arm. The jagged lines that crept across Tayuya's flesh looked like bolts of lightning, while Jirobo's was made up of a continuous series of triangle shapes. They all had one thing in common, however, and the realization sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine. Everyone was reminiscent of his own curse mark. Let's see how you fare against us now. I'm sure you know how much stronger we are with the seals activated. Tayuya smirked at him, drawing a flute from beneath her clothes. As she raised the instrument to her lips, Sasuke tensed, preparing himself for the next attack. But before the flute was in place, the woman froze. Literally. Without warning, ice exploded under their feet, flowing like a hungry, living thing up their bodies until it reached their necks. None of them moved, or even appeared remotely surprised. Tayuya's flute clattered to the rooftop, bouncing down the slope and disappearing off the edge. 4 panels of ice coalesced behind them, and a moment later 4 copies of Haku had half emerged from each, all holding a kunai to the necks of the Sound 4. Sasuke-kun, are you hurt? Haku asked, flowing out from a new sheet of ice next to his friend. Though there was concern evident in his tone, his expression was as unreadable as a blank page. I'm fine. Thanks, Haku. Sasuke nodded, his own features hard on his attackers. You always seem to have friends about, Sakon said, managing to make the words belittling even in his situation. We're going to have to fix that, I think. I'll take care of them, Haku said evenly, but Sasuke held up a hand to stop him. They're already gone, the Uchiha sighed, straightening from his ready stance. The older boy blinked at him, then back at the captured shinobi. They're clones of some kind, but since they're still here I assume there's something else to say. Like I said, sharp kid, Sakon laughed mirthlessly. We know that you are after the power to kill Itachi, Tayuya stated simply, meeting his gaze unflinchingly. Orochimaru-sama can grant you that power if you seek him for it. Not a chance, Sasuke said without hesitating, his tone completely flat. You can tell him to go fuck himself. He anticipated that you might respond in this way, she continued. But you are the one he wants, and our master will not be denied. Your friends have made you weak, Uchiha Sasuke, and they are what keep you here. At this rate you will never attain the strength necessary to defeat your brother. 4 kunai ripped through the air before she was finished speaking, striking each of them directly between the eyes. Sasuke dropped his arm back to his side, trying not to snarl. Get out. You have 24 hours to decide. We will wait for you on the hilltop north of the village. Tayuya went on as if there was not a knife sticking out of her face, and after a few seconds her skin appeared to be melting, and the other 3 followed suit. Come alone, and with the conviction to follow Lord Orochimaru, or else the lives of those important to you will be forfeit. Her final words came out a touch garbled, likely due to her mouth flowing away. In moments Haku's ice was holding nothing but dark piles of sludge. They're pretty strong, Sasuke muttered, turning away from the scene. Individually not as strong as Gaara when he transformed, but together. He shook his head, running a hand through his hair. They all have cursed seals like mine, too, and threatening to hurt my friends. He grit his teeth and clenched his fists, his crimson eyes flashing in the moonlight. We should tell Kakashi-sensei, Haku suggested, waving a hand and allowing the ice and his clones to dissipate. He'll know what to do. Yeah, in the morning, though. But Sasuke. They said that I have 24 hours, right? We may as well get a good night's sleep and tell him tomorrow, along with Naruto and Hinata. Sasuke smirked, glancing back at Haku. Come on. Let's go set up a barrier and call it a night. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about for now. Haku hesitated, but after a moment nodded and smiled faintly. All right. I'm sure you didn't get much sleep out on the balcony. How do you know I fell asleep out there? Sasuke asked slyly. The older boy flushed before responding a little too quickly. You were asleep almost as soon as I shut the door, and I never heard you come in, and... He trailed off when he noticed that Sasuke was chuckling. Haku huffed and looked away, pouting while his friend's laughter only escalated as they made their way back to the apartment. Setting up a barrier didn't take long, but getting to sleep did. Sasuke could hear Haku's breathing deepen from across the room, and for a long while after he laid awake, staring at the ceiling and going over what the Sound 4 had said. How close of a watch did Orochimaru have on the village, on him and his friends? How did they know about his drive to kill Itachi? What did Orochimaru want with him? Power didn't come without a price, and knowing that Sannin, the price would be steep. But what bothered Sasuke most of all was that, for a moment, he had considered their proposal seriously. He would never betray his friends, not after all they had been through together. But Orochimaru knew that there was a part of him that would always seek power. The snake knew what tricks to use, his brother and his friends, and they had both been employed in one fell swoop. Sleep finally took Sasuke after hours of restless thoughts, and his dreams that night were made into nightmares of what-ifs. What if he chose to deny Orochimaru what he wanted? What if he didn't go? But worse yet, what if he did go? Scenarios played themselves out in his mind as he drifted off, each one worse than the last. The first time Naruto, Hinata, and Haku were killed in front of him was bad enough, but morning was still a very long time coming. Chapter 24. Gone. Aren't you two supposed to be resting? Sasuke asked, his arms folded as he watched Naruto and Hinata. Haku was at his side, grinning in amusement at the scene before them. Sweat was dripping from Naruto's brow as he continued his push-ups, his coat long since discarded near one of the landmark posts of the third training ground. Hinata was sitting on his back, her legs folded in the lotus position. Rather, there were two Hinatas meditating atop the blonde. One was perched on his shoulders, facing forward with her back to another seated on his lower back. Their eyes were closed, features fixed in concentration as they strained to hold the straps of the bar weights dangling from their wrists, which were extended out to either side. It's just physical training, Naruto grunted between breaths. Not using chakra. How heavy are those weights? Haku ventured hesitantly. He was visibly worried watching Hinata struggle to keep all four of them up. 38 kilograms, Hinata responded, her voice tight. Hey, since when did you pass 200 kilos? Sasuke raised an eyebrow, halfway between impressed and offended that he hadn't been told. Since today. Shut up. Naruto grit his teeth, his arms shaking now as he began counting aloud for the sake of his own concentration. 497. 498. 499. He finished the set with a growl, collapsing to the ground immediately after uttering the final count. 500. On cue, the Hinata on his shoulders disappeared in a cloud of smoke, and all four sets of heavy bars hit the ground at the same time with a collective thud. She fell back with a sigh, their shoulders meeting as her back hit his. Ow! She groaned, her arms falling limply to either side. I think I'll just stick with Lee's method, Sasuke said wryly, rapping a knuckle on his chest. A dull clink told them that he was wearing a weighted combat vest beneath his normal black shirt. Anyway, now that you're done, we have a problem. Naruto and Hinata turned their heads towards him, both seeming curious at the sudden note of severity in their friend's tone. Sasuke rolled his eyes. They looked entirely too cute, lying back to back like that. Orochimaru's henchman paid me a visit last night. It didn't take long to relay the encounter. By the time he was finished, the other two were sitting up, and Naruto was shaking his head while Hinata furrowed her brow in concern. Haku remained close by, absently staring off into the woods. Haku and I are heading to tell Kakashi-sensei after this. We think it's best that he knows, and we can figure out what to do together, Sasuke concluded. Good call, Naruto said with a nod, rising and offering a hand to Hinata. I'll go with you. Hinata has to go to some banquet thing with her family. We were about done here anyway. I don't think she wants another turn on bottom. Rather than agree as he expected, she instead turned an all-new shade of red. Haku and Sasuke's choked laughter didn't help, either. Naruto raised an eyebrow, glancing between his friends. What? Nothing. Sasuke coughed. Just yeah, I'm sure that'd be really difficult to deal with. Haku had to turn away to hide his giddy amusement. Anyway, let's get going. What? Did I say something weird again? Nope. Nothing out of the ordinary, Haku assured. The blonde frowned and turned to Hinata for help, but she was too busy studying the grass to notice. I think. He trailed off, dark eyes narrowing all of a sudden before his eyelids began to droop. I think. Some things. Sasuke muttered, putting a hand to his head and wincing. What is that sound? He looked up to see that Hinata was done being embarrassed, and now looked drowsy and confused. Naruto was on the ground, unconscious. What? Hinata mumbled. After a few seconds she collapsed beside her boyfriend with a soft whimper, and a moment later Haku fell as well. Sasuke stumbled once, desperately looking around for the source of the eerie music. It sounded like a flute. The last thing he remembered was falling as his vision faded, seeing a figure walking slowly towards them out of the woods. Tayuya wore a devilish smirk even as she continued playing her instrument, her three companions appearing beside her with similar expressions. Change of plans, kids. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. You really are pathetic. You know that. Shut up. What happened? Naruto stood up, ripples flowing out from his ankles as he stood in the pool of his subconscious. The Kyuubi's prison loomed ahead of him, and the beast's red eyes looked a touch more disdainful than usual. All four of you fell under a sound-based genjutsu and are now unconscious. I will grant you that it's a strong technique, but I expected a bit more resistance than this. Was it the sound 4, the one Sasuke was talking about? Are the others okay? Probably. On both counts. I can feel 4 additional signatures nearby, and we're moving fast. Your friend's chakras are being suppressed somehow, but they're alive for the time being. Naruto nodded tightly, closing his eyes and trying to get his racing thoughts in order. How can I break out of this? He clenched his fists, growing more anxious by the second. It was enough that the henchmen had lied about their plans and ambushed them. Now they had kidnapped his friends, and were probably taking them straight to Orochimaru. I could do it for you if we could switch places, but your body couldn't handle it with the seal still intact. Unless you lost control on your own, of course. I'm not removing the seal, Naruto said crossly, sloshing towards the cage. And I wouldn't want to lose control even if I knew how to from in here. Come on, Kurama. You're super old and have been sealed inside of 3 people now. You've gotta know something that could help. How long do you plan to use me as your crutch, boy? Not a crutch, a partner. Why is that so hard for you to get? Partnerships require an equal amount of give and take. What have you offered me in return for the power I have given and taught you to use? Is this really the time to? Yes, it is. Even if time didn't move at a different rate here, it would still be now. You haven't been living up to your end of the bargain. In exchange for mentoring you, the seal was to be loosened and I could be allowed more freedom. That was the deal, and thus far you have asked Jiraiya once and once only. What would loosening the seal even do for you? If you're still sealed inside of me, I'm still going to be in control, and all that'll accomplish is that you'll be able to give me more of your chakra, right? How is that more freedom? Without warning, Kurama's claw shot out from between the bars and enveloped Naruto in the blink of an eye. The hold was crushing, but not so much that the blonde was in any serious pain. How does this feel? The Kyuubi growled, squeezing a little tighter. Naruto could only manage a strangled gasp for the air being forced out of his lungs. Exactly. Now, how about this? Kurama loosened his grip and turned his palm up, curling his clawed digits inward so that now Naruto was trapped in a pseudo-cage. A lot better, he coughed, clambering to his feet and glaring at the Biju through the bars. What the hell was that? For? Naruto trailed off, blinking owlishly. And then he understood. Oh. I possess only half of the chakra I once did, but do you really think that your tiny mortal body is a comfortable receptacle? When you use my chakra, it relieves the smallest fraction of the constantly building pressure. The shroud allows a better, more consistent release, but my chakra is infinite when compared to your own. Unless the seal is loosened or undone, allowing my chakra to always leak from you, then it is as if I am trapped in a container too small to hold me. Naruto was quiet for a while, even after the Kyuubi deposited him unceremoniously back into the water. He had never considered that angle before. He knew now that the seal allowed Kurama's chakra to slowly flow out and mix with his own, but even then it was limited by how much he could handle or hold at any given time. If the seal was loosened, would it be like always having the chakra cloak on? No, Kurama answered before he could voice the thought. Sharing a consciousness was a touch inconvenient for secrets. There may be visible residue, but unless you choose to harness it, then it should remain inert. But there are more advantages for you as well, potentially new abilities and forms outside of the ones you've already used. Like what? Naruto asked hesitantly, not sure how much he wanted to probe now. The Kyuubi grunted and crossed his forepaws, settling his head down atop them. Hell if I know, kid. You're the only one stupid enough to have any interest in me. Beyond just using me as a weapon, that is. It was difficult to tell, but Naruto was pretty sure he saw Kurama smirk slightly. Alright, I'll ask Jiraiya again. Kurama raised an accusing eyebrow, to which Naruto rolled his eyes and threw up his hands. Okay, I'll keep asking until he does something. But I mean, I don't know much about Fuinjutsu. If he can't help, there's not much I can do. Start learning on your own, he suggested, yawning. Prove to me that I haven't misplaced my trust, mortal. I told you to stop calling me that, Naruto huffed. Kurama only snorted. Anyway, now that we've settled that, what can we do to get conscious again? The same thing you did last time you were under a genjutsu. You're a bit unique in that you have this mindscape to retreat to when you're physically unconscious, so you're still in control of your chakra to some degree. Stop it at the gate, and let it build as much as you can before releasing it. You're under pretty deep, so it'll take a hard shock to get you up again. Right. Got it. Gotta picture the gate again. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated, tensing as he prepared to halt his chakra flow. Thanks. Oh, and be careful, these four are dangerous, and your chakra hasn't recovered adequately. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you sounded worried. Naruto smirked, opening one eye to peer accusingly at the fox. Kurama rolled his eyes before closing them, settling down again without another word. Really though, thanks. And sorry for not realizing how crappy it is for you in here. I'll do my best to get it fixed after we're out of this mess. On your honor, Naruto. Now go kick their asses. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. This is boring, Sakura whined, kicking off from a tree branch. He glanced to one side, scowling. And you could at least help carry them, to Yuya. The female Oto Nin didn't respond, though her eyes did narrow and travel to her companion. Her lips were still pressed to her flute, continuing her melody. She is keeping them asleep, Jirobo chided. The large boy was carrying Haku and Hinata on his own, one under each arm. Sakura scowled at him now, having to look past Naruto to do so. The blonde was his charge, slung over one shoulder. I thought all we needed was this one, Kitamura muttered, one of his extra arms prodding Sasuke. The Uchiha was held aloft by two of the boy's 6 hands, gripping the back of his shirt and letting him dangle to one side. Why are we bringing the other trash along? One is the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, one is a member of the Hyuga clan, and the other has an extremely rare Kekkei Genkei. Orochimaru-sama is sure to want to dissect and use them in some way. Jirobo's voice of reason was difficult to argue with, though as the leader of the group Sakura had an obligation to try. It'll be annoying if they wake up. Yuya's genjutsu is too strong for that to happen. Even you can't break it, Sakura. As if on cue, a blast of chakra hit Sakura in the small of his back, right where Naruto's head had been hanging. The blow threw him off course, and with a cry of surprise he went spinning to crash into a broad tree trunk. Naruto flipped backwards just before impact, using his captor's back as a springboard to fly at the others. He was wincing and holding his head with one hand even as he streaked towards Yuya, whose eyes were wide and disbelieving. Rasengan. Naruto growled, smashing the ball of energy into the woman's chest. There had been no time to correct her trajectory, however much she might have been able to mid-flight. Yuya screamed, the sound becoming lost in the violent blast of chakra that sent her careening to the forest floor. Shit. Get him now or, Kitamura started, interrupted when Sasuke thrust a vicious elbow into his ribs. He gasped in pain and doubled over, allowing the Uchiha the perfect opportunity to wrench free of his grip and twist into a spinning side kick that bruised a few ribs. Kitamura disappeared into the woods, the sound of breaking branches following in his wake. Jirobo was quicker on the uptake than the others. He threw Haku and Hinata towards the forest floor as soon as he saw Naruto break Yuya's technique, though it wasn't enough to avoid their retaliation. A flurry of Senbon tore through the foliage below, half of which were wrought from ice while the rest were of pure chakra. Guarding against the onslaught did little, and a few seconds later he tumbled to the ground as a bloodied pincushion. Naruto landed on forest floor, a cloud of his own blue chakra shimmering about him. Mere moments later, Sasuke landed lightly on one side, his expression one of silent fury. Hinata alighted on Naruto's other side, settled in a low stance to absorb the fall. The ground beside her crackled and froze over into a smooth sheet of ice before beginning to warp and rise. Haku stood from the spot a beat later, a senbon held in each hand. He looked almost as virulent as Sasuke. You three okay? Naruto asked tersely, eyes flicking around them. We're all fine, it looks like. You broke the technique. Sasuke glanced at him only for a moment, clearly surprised that the most inept of their group had freed himself of the genjutsu. Remember Kurama's prison thing in my head? He said that there's always a part of my consciousness in there, so it's where I woke up. I think he had something to do with it, though. Well, whatever it was, we owe you. They'll recover fast if they're anything like what you described, Sasuke, Hinata cautioned, already scanning the trees with her Byakugan. 2 of them are already outside of my range. The big one is about 300 meters south of us, and the one with white hair is nearly 400 west. I can't see further than that, but those directions correspond with the titles they gave you last night. The other 2 could be north and east. They might be waiting for us. We're on a plateau right now. I think the woods give way to cliffs on the east and west. We should split up and each take one, even if that is what they want. We don't know what they're capable of as a group. The girl, Tayuya, and the guy with white hair seem like the leaders. She doesn't seem to have anything but the flute. It's sound-based genjutsu, isn't it? Sasuke asked hurriedly, already unraveling the rubber bindings from his wrists and taking a kunai to them. It only took a few seconds to fashion a pair of makeshift earplugs from the straps. Yeah, that's what Kurama said, Naruto remarked. I think you should take her on. You're the best with genjutsu. The big one is likely a taijutsu specialist, based on his build and attacks last night. Haku shook his head, spinning one of his senbon irritably. The other 2 are a mystery. I'll take the taijutsu guy, then. Jirobo. Right, Naruto asked, taking a step forward. Which do you 2 want? I'll engage Saken. Haku, can you find Kitamaru on your own? The boy in question nodded confidently. Hinata was still focused intently on scanning every direction, trying to detect their enemies. Naruto. Jirobo already released his seal. Be careful. I'm always careful, he teased, winking back at her. Hinata creased her brow and gave him her best chastising expression before turning to seek out Saken. Naruto hesitated for a second before reversing directions, stepping back to his girlfriend and taking her hand as it swung back. He pulled gently, and she needed no further coaxing to spin into a tight hug. Be safe, okay? I will, she mumbled, placing a quick kiss on his neck and willing herself not to blush. Now wasn't the time for embarrassment. Sasuke and Haku didn't avert their eyes, and neither looked uncomfortable. They had been through too many dire situations, and ruining a moment of affection before a life and death battle was unthinkable. Haku did glance at Sasuke, though. You be careful too, Sasuke-kun. He was proud of himself for being able to say it without turning red. You too, Haku. I can't lose my favorite roommate. Sasuke smirked at the other boy, nodding once before disappearing in a blur of motion. Haku smiled faintly, returning the nod and vanishing without another word. See you soon, Naruto said softly, leaning in for a kiss. Hinata returned the kiss like it was the last she'd ever share with him, the same way she did every time. Because every time could be the last. She broke the contact reluctantly, but there wasn't time to indulge. Hinata began as she stepped back, making eye contact before he turned away. I love you, she got out in a rush, finally allowing herself to flush. Naruto blinked a few times, slowly matching her reddened complexion. I love you too, Hinata, he said after a cough. She smiled, giving his hand a squeeze before dashing into the forest. Naruto stood there for a long moment, staring after where she had gone. There was a knot in his stomach that he couldn't quite explain, and it didn't feel entirely good like it usually might have. Something felt off, and he was worried. We'll be fine, he shrugged, shaking himself and starting into the woods. Let's do this. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Looks like Hinata was right. Sasuke sped through the trees, his keen eyes picking out Tayuya's form between the branches. She was still, apparently calm as she stood upon a high bough with her eyes closed. She's just waiting for me. Great. Idly he wondered if they had planned this as a contingency in the event that he and his friends escaped the genjutsu. It was likely, but it didn't matter now. Tayuya's eyes snapped open as Sasuke hurtled towards her, fire-wreathed kunai preceding him. She lifted the flute to her lips even as she dodged to one side, playing a series of notes that should have rendered the Uchiha immobilized and under extreme psychological duress. Instead he landed, pivoted smoothly, and swept a lightning-fast kick hooking towards the side of her head. She barely managed to duck and leap away, eyes narrowed as she lowered her instrument. Earplugs. Huh, she sighed, eyeing the black bits of rubber stuck in his ears. Sasuke smirked, settling into a ready stance. He didn't respond, even though she knew that his Sharingan would have allowed him to read her lips. Orochimaru-sama wants you alive, but he didn't specify in what condition. I'm sure he wouldn't mind crushed and barely breathing, you'll recover eventually. Before Sasuke could engage, the kunoichi knelt and slammed her palm to the branch below, her lips curling into a wild grin. Kuchio's no jutsu. Sasuke kept a healthy distance from the explosion of smoke, waiting for it to clear before making another move. Tayuya wasn't about to give him a chance to form a strategy. 3 monstrous shapes flew from the shroud, displacing the fog as they leapt for their quarry. It took Sasuke a second to react, largely due to how disturbing the sight was. Each of the massive beings wore a purple rope about its waist, tied in an inverted knot identical to the ones the Sound 4 wore. One had no arms, and bandages covered it completely from its belt up, save for a section between its sharp chin and disfigured nose. It was coming at Sasuke backwards, its head bent so far behind it that it could have looked directly at him had its eyes not been covered. The creature next to it had its eyes and ears covered by bandages, and like the other its mouth was sewn shut. Scars covered its bald head, and its muscled bulk was left bare from the waist up. Bandages fastened lengths of what looked like bone to its forearms, creating vicious-looking spikes protruding past its fingertips and back beyond its elbow. The last monster was the most normal-looking, clad in a dark green full-body suit and wielding a studded metal club that was nearly as long as it was tall. The weapon was easily 3 or 4 times Sasuke's own height. Long hair the approximate color of sewage obscured its face, completing the trio of blind ogres. Tayuya had released her cursed seal, and she now stood behind her summons while her fingers twitched rapidly upon the flute. Her smug, delighted smile never left her as she played, urging her demons on. Well, shit. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Haku ignored the cataclysmic crash from the northwest, knowing that it came from the direction Sasuke was in. Nobody can beat Sasuke-kun, he assured himself. Logically he knew that there were plenty of people that could kill him and his friends, Kakashi, for example. Their Jonin instructor could likely handle all 4 of them at once, although they hadn't tried that in a while. Either way, Sasuke would be alright. He believed that so strongly that it became a simple fact, something he knew in his heart. A flicker of motion brought him to an abrupt halt, and an instant later a sizable web smacked into a tree a few steps to his left, making a squelching sound upon impact. Haku had no time to examine it, instead set to dodging as more came flying through the trees. On their own the nets were not difficult to avoid, but the sheer number pouring through the trees gave little room for error. One wrong move and he hit a tree with a small gasp, wincing as the web he had failed to dodge tightened around him. It was far too strong to be made of normal spider silk. It had some give to it, but it seemed to contract even further after an attempt was made to test its strength. You won't be getting out of that, Kitamura drawled, lowering himself from the canopy by thick white threads. The Oto Nin hung upside down a few meters from Haku, suspended by 6 strands of web from his multiple arms. I was hoping to get one of the more entertaining ones. Looks like I ended up getting trash. He sighed and shrugged as if it couldn't be helped. His cheeks puffed out for a moment, and the sickly sound of swishing saliva turned into him appearing to vomit more silk. The material was a different color than the rest, gleaming dull bronze rather than pale opalescence. It hardened in seconds instead of becoming adhesive, exiting his mouth completely only when he bit down and broke it off. The result was a rough replica of a kama, now being brandished at Haku. Your friends will join you in the afterlife soon enough. Except Sasuke-kun, of course, Orochimaru-sama has plans for that one. He raised the weapon, bringing it slicing down towards Haku's heart. A few centimeters from landing the fatal blow, Kitamura stopped, the sickle quavering in the air as his eyes went wide. Two spikes of ice had erupted from Haku's shoulders, one piercing his enemy's swinging bicep while the other went straight through his lower torso. You talk too much, Haku said calmly. The web trap crackled and shattered around him, falling to the ground in shards of ice. One of the boy's hands was held in seal, and when he released it the protrusions impaling Kitamaru crumbled as well. Haku spun even before they hit the ground, planting a hard kick in his adversary's chest. The blow snapped the strands suspending him, sending the Oto nin careening back with a pained grunt. A panel of ice was already materializing behind him as he flew. Kitamaru struck the mirror as Haku emerged from it, Tsusenbon braced and aiming for his vital points. But instead of piercing his flesh, the needles snapped in two, sending metal bits spinning away. Haku had only a fraction of a second to react. He was forced to recede into the mirror as the other boy crashed into it, and a moment later reappeared at his starting point. What? That was close, Kitamaru wheezed, heaving himself from the ground. You're quick, kid. His seal had been released in midair, its dark swirls now covering most of his body. A sheet of hardened web crumbled to the ground behind him a few seconds later, having done its job of guarding against the impact. You look younger than me, Haku pointed out in a reasonable tone, readying a new pair of senbon. His reactions are fast, and he can secrete that stuff anywhere on his body it looks like. I'd be willing to bet he has a limited supply, or at least that it costs a good amount of chakra to make. Time to beat him at his own game. Haku vanished without warning, blurring into the trees and raining senbon down upon his opponent from every direction. Kitamaru was forced to retreat back into the canopy as well, and he moved with astonishing alacrity despite his injuries. It wasn't long before he began firing back, however. Don't get cocky, you little shit. In moments there were projectiles tearing through the foliage, seeming to come from everywhere at once. The skirmish was one of blinding speed, each trying to catch his opponent off guard and circling one another in an unseen frenzy. Whoever slowed first would be the loser here, and Haku found himself silently thanking Kakashi and Sasuke for the training during the Chunin exams. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Saken wouldn't have been difficult to find even if Hinata hadn't been using her Byakugan. He was seated at the base of a tree west of her starting point, leaning leisurely back against its trunk just waiting for her to arrive. He yawned as she approached, though he held himself in a way that suggested preparedness despite his nonchalance. Looks like I got one of the fun ones. That blonde kid is your boyfriend, isn't he? Hinata said nothing, instead drawing her knives and continuing towards him. At first it was only Sasuke that Orochimaru-sama was interested in. But after that display during your exams, well, let's just say that a Jinchuriki could provide as much intrigue as one of the last surviving Uchiha. For that matter, so could a Hyuga. You won't be taking any of us, she responded coolly. There wasn't a warning before her attack. One moment she was advancing, and the next she had covered several meters in the time it took Saken to blink. Even so, he didn't move. Hinata swept forward with her left hand, seeking to slash across her enemy's neck and end the fight before it began. It was obvious that Saken was taken by surprise by her speed, and had he intended to move he may not have been able to block. But rather than do it himself, a second hand emerged from his right shoulder and caught Hinata's wrist a few centimeters away. To her credit, she got over her shock almost instantly and used her momentum and the new fulcrum to twist, thrusting her right knee towards his chest. Another hand shot out from the intended point of impact, deftly catching the strike. You're fast, Saken mused, the extra head hanging behind his shoulder twitching a little. But you'll need to be a lot faster too. He was forced to snap his head to one side, and even with the quick reaction a trail of blood welled up across his cheek as Hinata's knife dug into the tree where his head had been a fraction of a second before. He opened his mouth to snarl something, but was forced to fling her away when her free hand began a barrage of near unavoidable strikes. She used the throw to create some distance from her opponent, mind racing as she sent a fist of shuriken back at him. And annoying. He tore the trench knife from the tree and used it to deflect the projectiles, tossing it aside afterwards with a look of distaste. 2 extra arms, one left and one right, and an extra head. Hinata didn't know exactly how the boy's abilities worked, but from that bit of information she could make a few good guesses. It was time to see if an extra limb or two would let him keep up with her. She replaced the dagger behind her belt, lowering into a hybrid Jukin stance as Sakin's curse mark writhed and started creeping over his skin. He stood slowly, stretching and cracking his neck. I can tell you're not one for small talk, so you can at least make this entertaining for me. We don't have time to play around. Sakin, a deeper, guttural voice grated. The second head moved on its own, the base of its neck moving smoothly across Sakin's shoulders to turn and settle to the right of his head. Their features were identical, although the seconds were set in a more surly expression. Let's take care of this quickly. Ukin is always impatient, Sakin sighed. He lowered into an unfamiliar taijutsu stance, waiting. Come, then. Let's see just how fast you are. Hinata didn't waste any time. Hokage. 64 palms. 2 strikes. She tore forward, predicting her opponent's fighting style from their brief encounter, as well as from what had just been revealed to her. As expected, a pair of hands extended from the boy's torso to turn away her strikes, and at the same time Sakin's own hands moved to counterstrike. She had been ready for it. Hinata dropped to the ground in the same breath, narrowly avoiding a hard punch in the process. Her legs swept around like lightning, catching Sakin's feet and ripping them from under him. She was upright in a flash, continuing her technique as if unimpeded. Ukin's limbs continued to shoot out of Sakin's body, but his alone were too slow to deflect every blow. 4 strikes, she continued, her arms blurring. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. Sakin's body was being suspended by the sheer force of her palm strikes, driven back by every successive attack. She continued relentlessly, landing more and more hits as the technique went on. 32 strikes. By now Sakin was trying to defend himself along with his brother's aid, but Hinata had already gained the upper hand. It was like trying to stop an avalanche. 64 strikes. The final barrage wreaked havoc, and the last one struck him directly in the chest hard enough to send him crashing halfway through the nearest tree. The trunk cracked, and with a great groan of protest it toppled to the ground. Sakin was left bent backwards over the mangled stump, twitching every so often as the only proof that he was still alive. Ow! Sakin groaned, rolling to one side and landing heavily on his feet. Ukin's head lolled for a second before shaking and straightening itself. She is faster than us, Ukin mused, grinding his teeth. Release the second level, then separate. I know you're eager, brother, but it's rare to see you this bloodthirsty. Sakin did as he was told, however. The cursed markings covering their conjoined bodies glowed red and spread outward, fusing together and taking over every visible area of skin. Their faces narrowed and elongated, and each head grew a single horn on one temple. As they transformed, it appeared that one side of Sakin's body was pulling away from the other, splitting him straight down the middle between both heads. Sakin and Ukin stood as separate people a few seconds later, although half of each of their bodies seemed to be made of a dark armor rather than flesh. Let's see if you're faster than both of us, Ukin purred. Hinata barely had time to ready herself before the brothers surged forward. Depending on how well they worked together, things could very quickly go awry. Perhaps it was the fact that the twins spent most of their time in one body, but Hinata had a sinking feeling that they would synergize with one another perfectly. Nevertheless, she was determined not to lose. There was too much at stake. There always was. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. So, you're Jirobo? Naruto asked quizzically, squinting upwards. I know I wasn't awake, but I don't remember you being this big 5 minutes ago. A golem made entirely from rock and compacted dirt towered some 10 meters tall, its single lifeless eye staring ahead at nothing. It stood in a crater amid several felled trees, doubtless the result of its appearance. I guess they sent the thick one, Jirobo grunted, sneering down at Naruto from the construct's shoulder. You're the QB kid, huh? I bet you have plenty of chakra for me to eat. Eat. The blonde wrinkled his nose, clearly put off by the idea of being consumed. I don't think you'd want to eat that chakra. It'd probably give you an upset stomach. Very funny. Twerp. Naruto grinned cheekily, an expression meant for Kurama but one that Jirobo took as part of the boy's response. Sakin says that you're low on chakra. You won't even be worth the meal, trash. As Hinata had cautioned, the burly older boy already had his seal released. The triangular arrows snaked further across his face as he slapped a hand to the side of the golem's head. A shudder rippled through the rock, from the point of impact all the way to its feet. A dull glow shone from behind its one eye, signaling that it had gained some sort of sentience. The construct moved without warning, one of its colossal fists spiking towards Naruto. What it lacked in speed it made up for in sheer size and mass. Avoiding a regular punch at that speed would be a breeze for Naruto, but a fist many times the size of his own provided much less room to dodge. Even so, he didn't even attempt to move. He just stood his ground and smirked. Pathetic. Jirobo spat as the blow hit, decimating the ground that Naruto had been occupying and taking out another tree in the process. The Oto Nin was about ready to leap down and consume what chakra he could from Naruto's corpse, but a second later he was forced to grab hold of his summon as to not fall off. The golem's blocky feet slid backwards, tearing trenches into the forest floor as they went. Red-orange chakra flared up and around its extended hand, thick tendrils breaking off and shoving back against the pressure. Naruto stood solidly, straining against the strike with his gritted teeth forming a fierce grin. "You guys came into our village," Naruto growled, palms extended against the stone fist. "You attacked Sasuke," he continued, taking a heavy step forward and forcing the golem back another few centimeters. "You threatened me and my friends." He lowered one hand, keeping the other planted firmly forward against the obstacle. His ruby eyes flashed as his anger continued to rise. "You tried to abduct and take us to Orochimaru." Naruto brought his arm back, pouring the Kyuubi's chakra into it as he ground out his last indignant statement. "I've got more than enough chakra to deal with you." The earth shook as Naruto's punch connected, the three tails of his chakra cloak writhing and flying over his shoulders to hit at the same time. The ground beneath the golem's feet buckled as its fist was blasted back, carrying its body along for the ride. It fell slowly, unable to stabilize due to its size. It hit the ground with a deafening crash that made the whole of the wooded plateau tremble, felling more trees in the process. But Naruto wasn't done yet. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two clones appeared on either side of him, already gathering chakra in their palms as the trio sprinted forward as a unit. Jirobo had made it clear of his creation's fall and was now crouched on a nearby tree branch. When he saw Naruto and his clones coming, however, he leapt off towards them in a controlled dive. "You think that's enough to stop me?" he nearly bellowed, skin rippling as the seal spread even further. His skin turned the color of rust, and his mostly bald head suddenly grew an orange mane. The punch he was winding up could likely crush a boulder into dust, and it would have a similar effect on Naruto. "Nope." The blonde called back, now only a few meters from his adversary. Jirobo seemed like a heavy hitter, so he didn't think it was a good idea to risk getting struck. Naruto and his clones split up, two running to one side of the Oto Nin's descent while another skirted around in the other direction. Jirobo landed with enough force to create a small crater, and he slammed his hands into the ground the instant he made contact. Doden. Mausoleum Dumpling. Whatever damage had already been done to the area was immediately doubled as the ground churned and rolled back upon itself, stripping away the top layers of earth and stone and every bit of plant life along with it. What a dumb name for a technique. Naruto and his clones leapt into the air to avoid being devoured. The two copies arched down towards the fallen golem, which had only just begun to rise. While Naruto landed on a high tree branch just outside of the scope of Jirobo's ability, the Bunshin slammed a pair of Rasengan directly into the construct's blank face. Debris scattered everywhere, a few stray shards piercing through the clones and dispersing them, but the blow had been struck. The giant bucked for only a second before going still, whatever chakra that had been used to hold it together now forced to let it fall to pieces. Meanwhile, Naruto had other problems to deal with, namely Jirobo now hefting the entire mass of earth above his head. "That's a really big ball of dirt. You want to try punching through that, too?" Kurama said wryly, apparently bored. "This guy's no weakling, but he's nothing like Shukaku's Jinchuriki. Finish this up so we can go talk to Jiraiya." Yeah, you know, Ino nags Choji and Shikamaru less than you badger me." "There's a giant rock heading towards you, idiot." Naruto could have responded if he had the will to, but avoiding said giant rock took more concentration than he was willing to admit. Jirobo threw the boulder like a normal person might toss a kunai, with one hand. Naruto was fast, but there was only one direction he could actually take with any real confidence. He pushed chakra into his legs and jumped from his perch, flying straight up in an attempt to go over the oncoming projectile. He cleared it with a few meters to spare, on his guard for anything else that might be coming. Naruto landed on the other side of the miniature rolling mountain, which came to a rumbling halt a few dozen meters away. It seemed that Jirobo had no shortage of chakra, however. Doden Kekai. Earthen Dome. A rocky barrier was already forming around Naruto before his feet touched the ground, rapidly closing around him in a similar manner as Hinata's stone prison technique. However, the difference between the two abilities was immediately apparent. The Kyuubi's shroud began to pull away from his body, flickering towards the walls and slowly disappearing. I hate this guy. It's your fault that you were too slow to avoid the jutsu. Hurry up and break out of here before he draws out what chakra I'm able to give you. Oh no, it's okay. I was planning to just hang out in here, Naruto quipped, already running through hand seals. Futon. Great vacuum sphere. Rather than exhale in several short bursts like in the parent jutsu, he instead took a deep breath and compressed the air as much as possible before releasing it in a single violent explosion. A large sphere of wind blasted the side of his prison, tearing away rock as if it were paper. He was already sprinting forward before the technique dissipated, bringing up his guard as he dove through the created opening. As expected, Jirobo had been waiting with a punch that struck the moment Naruto exited the barrier. Although the blow was mitigated by his guard, the blonde still winced in pain and was pitched back across the newly created clearing. He landed with a grunt, rubbing at his rapidly bruising arm. We were cautioned not to take any chances with you kids, Jirobo rumbled, planting his feet in a wide stance. You're pretty good. For trash, that is. How long do we have on the ass kicking, you taking over and turning all red thing again? Few more days, minimum. You're resilient, but your body can't handle that transformation very often. You don't need it to beat this guy regardless. I know I don't, but he's annoying and I want him to stop talking sooner rather than later. You're faster than he is, and if that seal is anything like Sasuke's then it consumes a lot of chakra very quickly. That's likely why he's been so relentless thus far. Naruto only sighed, reaching up to form the clone seal. Two Bunshin popped up beside him, and together they charged Jirobo. I didn't say a frontal assault was a good idea. Shut up and watch. I need to concentrate. Kurama growled but said no more, instead just simmering in the background. I stand by what I said about you being thick, Jirobo smirked, readying himself. He engaged Naruto and his clones without holding back, and the fox had been exactly right about his speed. While each strike carried with it enough power to shatter bones, it was much easier to duck, weave, and deflect than it might have been against Sasuke or Hinata. The Bunshin's attacks coincided with and complemented every one of Naruto's, putting the other boy on the defensive from the beginning. Every time he went for a hit on any of them, two attackers would land blows while a third turned away or dodged the blow. Naruto's taijutsu was good, and every punch and kick carried plenty of force. He could see the anger building on Jirobo's features, the clear frustration at having underestimated his opponent. The Oto Nin hadn't been very quick to begin with, but he was slowing even further. His actions became sloppy after a time, and sweat now coated his brow. As a result of his increased panic, however, his wild swings carried with them the power of desperation. One false move and it would be lights out for Naruto. Got you. Jirobo snarled, his hulking fist already a hair's breadth from the blonde's jaw. It connected, but instead of the satisfying sound of bone breaking all he got was a puff of smoke. His eyes went wide. He had been positive that it had been the real one. Unless, he didn't get a chance to finish the thought. Jirobo's eyes rolled back in his head, and the seal covering his body slowly receded. He fell forward with a heavy thud, blood flowing freely from two wounds in his back where the other clones had severed the major arteries at his kidneys. Those Bunshin vanished as well, leaving Jirobo's body as the only sign of life in the area. Naruto was nowhere to be found. Pretty clever, kid, Kurama grunted as the clones' memories came back to them. using his ego to your advantage, then creating and switching places with a clone in the middle of the fight. There may be hope for you yet. I could have done it without your help, too, Naruto added smugly. He was racing northwest through the trees, intent on reaching Hinata as fast as possible. Head due north, the QB said suddenly, an urgency in his tone that had not been there a moment before. Thereafter Sasuke, remember. But Hinata is. Don't get your feelings mixed up in this, kid. She can handle herself just as well as you can, and going to her aid simply because you're concerned for her safety would be an insult to her as a shinobi. Naruto blinked, alighting on a branch for a few seconds to bite at his lip. He hated it when Kurama was right. You've already chosen to trust her to deal with her opponent. Make the right decision. Naruto wanted to throw something in frustration, but he couldn't argue with the fox's point. The Sound Four originally came with the intent to take Sasuke, and there was no telling if they had backup or not. Orochimaru himself could be nearby for all they knew. It was imperative to make sure Sasuke was alright. He sped through the seals required for the Wind Whisper Jutsu, speaking in his normal tone of voice so that he could be heard clearly. One down. I'm on my way to help Sasuke. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Now seems like a good time for help, Sasuke thought tersely. He could have formed the seals required to respond back directly, but at the moment his attention was better spent keeping on the move. Tayuya's three ogres had proved able to fell trees without much effort, and sizable craters littered the forest floor where they had missed their mark. Sasuke knew that taking them head-on would be suicide. He wasn't even sure that he could defeat one of them. But their summoner was a different story. It hadn't been difficult to work out that she was controlling them with her flute. If he could get it away from her, the fight would be over. She didn't appear to be carrying any additional weaponry, either. Ever since Sasuke had attempted to disrupt her playing with projectiles, however, one of the demons had stayed at her side to deflect them. The other two were now following him vigilantly, spurred on by their master's playing. Each one's mouth had been ripped open when Tayuya had changed melodies, and now what appeared to be ethereal, worm-like creatures had snaked out of their gaping maws. Each ghostly entity possessed dozens of mouths, complete with hungry, gnashing teeth. Sasuke wasn't sure what would happen if he was caught by one of them, and he wasn't keen to find out. Time to get creative. It took a few minutes, but after some tactful maneuvering Sasuke had managed not only to circle Tayuya's location several times, but also set a few unseen surprises while on the move. The armless creature and the one with the club were chasing him still, unable to communicate to their master what the Uchiha had done. They were blind beasts, guided only by sound and seemingly with no minds of their own. The snaking chakra beings did seem to actively seek Sasuke, however, as if they were drawn to his scent or taste in the air. Each thick tendril was several meters ahead of its host, guiding towards its intended prey. Sasuke landed on a branch a good distance ahead of his pursuers, now only a dozen meters from Tayuya. Without waiting for her to spur the demons on, he threw a single kunai straight towards her exposed chest. As expected, the third ogre simply lowered an arm and deflected the knife, but not before Sasuke had thrown three more in a fist of shuriken. The kunai all went wide, and as such they were ignored in favor of blocking the smaller projectiles. Two of the knives ricocheted off of one another a few meters past Tayuya, one flying at her back while the other sped off into the woods. The third knife dug into the tree branch near the Oto Nin's feet and was ignored. Tayuya didn't move at first, instead commanding her minion to block the attack from behind. The moment it did so, however, three more kunai cut through the trees from where the other had disappeared, racing towards the woman's open side. There was no way the demon could block those for her. Nice try, she sneered, leaping out of the way and keeping her flute in place. Petty traps won't work on me, kid. Two of the knives hit the tree trunk, and the third dug into her protector's broad back, although if the thing noticed then it didn't show it. A final volley of shuriken came from the opposite direction now, and just as Tayuya began to play, she hit. Nothing. Her eyes went wide as she suddenly found herself tangled in several nigh invisible wires. The shuriken arced around her, and before the kunoichi could blink she was bound and suspended between several of the tree branches around her. Her arms had been snapped to her sides, and when the shuriken finished circling, they dug mercilessly into her flesh. The doki froze where they landed, unable to act without their master's guidance. Only the apparitions twitched from side to side, trying to move further without their physical body's assistance. It's hard to hear you, Sasuke sighed, emerging from the foliage below her. But I think I saw you say, petty traps. His Sharingan glittered dangerously at her, and his smirk was far from kind. They don't seem too petty now, do they? He clenched both of his fists tighter, and for a moment the thin wires were visible as they tightened around Tayuya. Between the seemingly randomly placed kunai, including the one dug into the ogre's back, was a network of wires that could have caught Tayuya in any number of directions, all threaded through the loops in the knive's pommels. Likewise, each throwing star had a wire leading back to one of Sasuke's fingers, and as he continued to flex his fingers they buried themselves deeper into Tayuya. The woman hardly even flinched. I can see why Orochimaru-sama wants those eyes of yours, she grunted, testing her bindings. Sasuke yanked back on the cables, dragging one or two of the shuriken a few centimeters through her skin. Tayuya's eyes flicked to one side, ignoring the increased pressure and pain. She grinned, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes. One of her hands still firmly grasped her flute, but the other formed into a half-ram seal and she murmured, "Dispel." 3 monstrous clouds of smoke erupted from where the doki had been, and subsequently their disappearance dislodged Sasuke's kunai from the nearest one's back. The wires in which Tayuya was trapped slackened, and she started plummeting towards the ground. Kaden. Dragon fire. Roaring flames followed the cables still attached to the shuriken, racing towards the bound Oto Nin. The fire hit just before her body struck the ground, creating a miniature meteorite when Sasuke leapt back and pulled hard on the wires to maximize the concussion. Unfortunately for Tayuya, the only surface available to her to fall on was a solid layer of rock, and even that fractured on impact. The aftermath of the maneuver left a smoking, blackened shape behind of approximately Tayuya's proportions. Approximately. That hurt. You fuck. Sasuke hadn't expected the technique to kill her outright, but he didn't expect her to just get up. It was slow and a bit jerky, but sure enough the woman stood on her own power, snapping the cables binding her like they were made of straw. Her now yellow eyes were filled with seething hatred, and her skin had taken on a grayish tone. Horns grew from her head at odd angles, having already ripped off her bandages and allowed her long, wild hair to fall freely. Trash like you won't be able to defeat me with this. Tayuya blinked. She had suddenly reverted back to her original state, and now simply stood staring at Sasuke in disbelief. What? I have plenty of chakra left. She was cut off when a sheet of rock rose from the ground behind her, and an instant later she found her limbs pinned to it by metal braces. Megan. Binding of 1,000 Senbon. Needles began pouring through the trees behind Sasuke, hammering into Tayuya's helpless form by the dozen. Sasuke could barely hear her screams through his earplugs, but he could see the anguish on her face. In reality, the woman stood in front of him completely unharmed physically, her limbs stretched out like she was actually pinned to a slab of stone. Outside of using his Sharingan, the illusion was his strongest. It put his victim under incredible psychological torture while also keeping them still. Naruto. Sasuke started, withdrawing a kunai from his holster. I've taken care of Tayuya already, and I'm on my way to assist Haku. Go to Hinata. He flicked the knife almost casually at his enemy, turning around before it even hit. Got you, boy, Tayuya thought gleefully to herself. The moment the Uchiha's back had turned she had caught the kunai, and she was already halfway to his exposed back when there was a sharp pain in the back of her head. She fell with hardly a sound, dead before she hit the ground. Sasuke, or at least the one she had been chasing, vanished as if he had never been. The real one was behind her, arm extended after he had thrown a kunai at full force into the base of her skull. Did you really think I would be stupid enough not to use layered illusions against you? He asked her corpse indignantly, tugging out the rubber in his ears. I had you with my Sharingan even before the obvious one. He watched to make sure that her skin had returned to normal before actually turning away, satisfied. Sasuke took to the trees immediately, heading southeast. What was that about helping Sasuke? Naruto asked dryly, alighting on a broad branch and looking around. It was the better idea and you know it, idiot. Maybe this would be the time to point out that you overshot his position by a few hundred meters. The fox's tone was halfway between annoyed and smug, and it elicited a scowl from his vessel. He's good at suppressing his chakra, he glowered back, pivoting to face approximately southwest. Wait, why do I have to explain this to you? Jerk. With that he took off into the woods, speeding towards where Hinata would be battling Saken. He hoped that either one of them would be exerting themselves enough to sense more clearly. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. It would be difficult to decide which littered the area more, melting icicles and senbon, or the kunai crafted from Kitamaru's golden web. The projectiles blanketed several thousand square meters of forest. Haku was beginning to tire, but he had been faster than his adversary and had scored a few hits as a result. He had been struck by only one kunai, but it had only cut less than a centimeter into his right shoulder. Still, after using so much chakra and maintaining his speed for so long, the leaf shinobi was slowing down. Meanwhile, Kitamaru's movements hadn't changed, but he had been creating significantly less projectiles. He must be low on chakra, too. Unfortunately, taijutsu had always been Haku's weakest point, and genjutsu had never been important to learn under Zabuza. He was an assassin, with speed and capability with ninjutsu enough to rival a jonin. But his adversary had already been waiting for him, making a typical stealth maneuver impossible. His ice mirror trick had even been countered, albeit barely. Have to take risks to achieve my goals. Sasuke-kun wouldn't give up so easily. Haku withdrew his last two senbon, and then all but vanished between one tree branch and the next. Kitamaru had drawn the shaft of an arrow back just then using the flexible webbing as a string and the gold web as a bow. He was suspended between three trees, feet braced against his bow and several arms helping to cock the arrow back. Just as he was about to let it loose, however, Haku disappeared from view. Annoying trash, he growled, keen eyes trying to look in every direction at once. He didn't have eyes in the back of his head, however. Haijutsu. Ice storm. Haku's heel slammed into the top of Kitamaru's head at the same instant that his webs shattered. He wasn't known for his strength, but his opponent hadn't expected him to engage in close combat either. The blow sent the Oto Nin careening towards the forest floor, innumerable icicles hot on his heels. A web shot from his mouth and latched to the nearest tree, changing the fall into a swinging motion that got him clear of the rain of ice. Haku froze that web as he dove down, throwing his adversary off course and towards the ground again. Kitamaru turned the fall into a roll, rounding on Haku with a snarl. Oh, so now you want to go for close combat, huh? He raised his fists. All 6 of them. Good. I prefer brawling to this game of hide and seek. I'm afraid you won't be getting what you want. Then, Haku replied, his hands already blurring through seals faster than Kitamaru's eyes could track. The series ended with both arms apart, his hands forming a set of individual seals. I just needed to get you out of the trees. It's hard to deal with you when you move around so much. Before Kitamaru could leap forward to attack, he extended his palms to either side and murmured, Haijutsu, frozen wasteland. To his credit, Kitamaru didn't stick around to see what jutsu the other boy was using. He had a web shooting towards a high branch before Haku had finished speaking, but when the adhesive cord went to stick it simply slid off. He lurched mid-jump, falling back to the ground. What the? You won't be using the trees anymore, Haku explained calmly. At least, not those within. Oh, I don't know, maybe a few hundred meters in every direction. Even as he spoke, ice was layering over everything, flowers, foliage, and entire trees, from their roots to the tips of the highest branches. It wasn't the white, opaque ice that might naturally cover a landscape, either. It was like someone had taken countless reflective crystals and coated everything in sight with them. Everywhere Kitamaru looked he saw his own reflection, and then he understood. It's like that mirror trick you used earlier, he started slowly, a bit of fear creeping behind his eyes. Something like that. Haku only smiled before extending his hand to a tree. His fingers entered the frozen surface as if it were water, and the rest of him followed shortly after. I don't have much chakra left after that, he admitted, his voice echoing eerily around the shimmering woods, but I shouldn't need to be using much more. As if to prove his point, an icicle hit Kitamaru's shoulder from behind, staggering him forward. You little effeminate coward, he shrieked, ripping the barb out with one hand. Too scared to fight me face to face, huh? Cowardice is a term created by those not strong enough to survive in this world. A shinobi must use every weapon in his arsenal to accomplish his mission, be it utilizing stealth or brute force. You may have fared well against a ninja that would allow you to stay hidden, but your fate was decided when I chose to be your opponent. 3 more frozen Senbons streaked out of nowhere, and Kitamaru had to lunge to one side to avoid 2 of them. The last dug into one of his arms, and he winced in pain. He started running, cursing all the while as he slipped on the now impossibly slick surface. His eyes cast around desperately, trying to find the end of the technique. It was nowhere to be seen. It is no use. You will die here. Shut up. Haku's ghostly taunting was starting to get to him, and his eyes grew wider and wilder as he ran. He was a long-range fighter, one that had always been able to whittle down his foes while forming a strategy from afar. Even in close combat he could excel, largely due to his extra limbs. But Haku had cut off his means of keeping a distance with deadly effectiveness, and at the same time made it impossible to engage in melee. It was a trap without an exit for someone like Kitamaru. I shouldn't drag this out, Haku chastised himself. I need to conserve what chakra I have so that I can be of help to the others. And with that decision, the fight ended decisively. Like he had done once upon a time at Bridge 7, only on a much larger scale, Haku began flying between the iced-over surfaces with untraceable speed. Icicles poured out from every tree, cascaded down from every branch, and erupted in a wave from the ground all around Kitamaru. He didn't even have time to scream. His body was lost to view in seconds, left as nothing more than an unrecognizable mound of jagged ice. Wow. Remind me to never piss you off, Sasuke said, arriving in a long slide across the frozen forest floor. He shook his head as he came to a stop, clearly impressed. Nice work, Haku. It was nothing special, the other boy commented humbly, flowing up out of the ground next to Sasuke. It was clear that he was pleased to hear such praise, however. That's 3, right? He wavered, nearly falling forward before his friend appeared there to catch him. Haku found his head resting on Sasuke's shoulder, and before he could object he was being picked up and settled on the Uchiha's back. Just take a rest. That technique looks like it was pretty chakra intensive. I'll be moving west as fast as I can, so hang on tight. Haku didn't need to be told twice, although his blush indicated that he had more reasons to hold on than for simple security. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. One thing Hinata had learned from sparring with her friends was that, no matter the differences in strength and speed, fighting against 2 opponents was going to be harder than going against 1. Saken and Uken were slower than her individually, but it was literally impossible to avoid every one of their attacks when engaged with both at once. As such, she never allowed herself to be engaged with more than 1 at a time. She determined very quickly that Uken was the better adversary to fight herself, for the sole reason that his strikes lacked the power that Saken's possessed. After several minutes of furious melee, she also discovered that he tired much more quickly as well. Saken had to deal with his fair share of obstacles as well. The very first thing Hinata had done was summon a shadow clone to fight him, which in and of itself was enough to give him a hard time. She and her clone were faster than their opponents, and although the Bunshin would vanish if struck, Saken would have to find a way to land a hit in order to accomplish that task. Any time he did manage to get rid of a clone and move to help Uken, however, a volley of shuriken or a well-aimed kunai would delay him long enough to summon another to fight. No matter which direction he was in, Hinata could see him. This one is obnoxious, brother. Saken called through gritted teeth, swiping at the 3rd clone now. Hinata was beginning to feel the drain from creating multiple Bunshin, but Uken wasn't letting up his assault long enough to allow her a more permanent solution to her handicap. Her eyes let her see in all directions, Uken growled, narrowly avoiding a chakra-laced palm strike. I need to get inside. Hinata didn't like the sound of that, but it wouldn't do her any good to banter. She swept her knife in an arc, its tip coming within a centimeter of Uken's cheek. At the last second she pushed chakra through the special blade, sharpening and extending it in an instant. The Oto Nin howled as the energy pierced his skin, and he jumped back reflexively. That was the opportunity she had been waiting for. Genjutsu. Binding. The technique hit Uken while he was still in the middle of his leap, his body stiffening as he fell to the ground. Hinata had been so focused on casting the jutsu that she hadn't noticed Saken defeat her clone, and he was now closing in behind her. She started to turn, but it wouldn't be fast enough. Hokage. Mountain Crusher. A blast of wind caught Saken mid-stride, sending him spinning violently past several trees before he smashed into a rock at the edge of a nearby cliff. With a bit more force he might have sailed right over it. Hinata's eyes were wide as she completed her turn, staring in disbelief at the last person she had expected to come to her aid. Neji landed lightly beside her, his eyes hard on the enemy she had immobilized. "Are you all right, Hinata-sama?" "I'm fine," she started, shaking herself to get rid of the shock. "What are you doing here? How did you find us?" "You were supposed to be at the banquet half an hour ago," he began calmly, keeping an eye on Saken as he spoke. "I searched for you when you didn't arrive. I found Naruto's coat where you usually train, as well as several sets of footprints leading to and from that location. It was not difficult to deduce what had happened. But how did you find us?" "We were carried through the trees once they were out of Konoha." Saken had gotten to his feet by now, although he looked a little dazed. His brother was still trapped frozen on the ground, only able to blink every few seconds to prove that he was conscious. Most of the Inuzuka clan lives near the Konoha Memorial. Kiba and Akamaru got your scent from Naruto's coat. He lowered himself into a Juken stance, and Hinata did the same. "Are you injured?" "Only a few scrapes and bruises," Hinata said, shaking her head. "Thank you, Neji." "I." Pitiful. Both Hyugas whirled towards where Uken lay, eyes going wide as they found the source of the new voice. A tall young man stood over the fallen brother, looking down at him with eyes filled with naught but contempt. His hair was pure white, and his uncaring eyes were a vibrant and uncaring green. The newcomer's clothing was similar to the rest of the Sound Four, though different enough to indicate that he wasn't of the same rank. The most disconcerting part was that neither Hinata nor Neji had seen him arrive. "Kimimaro," Saken wheezed, trying to get air back in his lungs after Neji's blow. "Why are you here? You." "I won't trust Orochimaru-sama's dream to anyone. I'm glad I made that decision, seeing as Tayuya and Jirobo are already dead. Kitamura likely isn't far behind them. You would be, too, if there weren't two of you. Kai," he added as an afterthought, releasing Uken from the genjutsu. "Get up." He did as he was told, scrambling to his feet and over to his brother before Kimimaro decided not to be so forgiving. Their eyes let them, Uken started, but he was cut off by his superior. "I know of the Byakugan. Do not get in my way. Hinata-sama, be careful." Neji didn't get the chance to say, "strong," before Kimimaro was simply there. He had moved so fast that he had been lost between one blink and the next. A long, slender bone had extended from the middle of his palm, and it was already slicing down at Neji's neck. The only thing that kept his head on his shoulders was his cousin's intervention. Hinata had anticipated the movement of breath before it had occurred, and her knife was up just in time to catch the sharp length of bone. She had to brace the block with her other arm, both due to the angle and the older boy's strength. He wasn't as strong as Naruto, but his speed paralleled Kakashi's. "Quick," he murmured, eyes traveling slowly to Hinata. "Very quick. Let us see how fast you can be." Bones began to grow out of his skin, from the tops of his knees, his shoulders, and the backs of his elbows. It was a bizarre, almost sickening sight to behold. It was finished in the span of a second, however, and he began to move without warning. Dance of the Willow. Saken stayed well away from the fight, making it a 2-on-1 in the Hyuga's favor. Even so, they were immediately put on the defensive. Hinata had fought Kakashi with her teammates before, and this was very reminiscent of those times. His attacks were blinding, using all of the bone blades effectively against both her and Neji together. He sliced, twisted, flipped, and pressed forward with overpowering alacrity and precision, allowing absolutely no room for counterattack. He defined what it meant to be a taijutsu specialist. But it only got worse from there. Hinata managed to slip in a single palm strike on Kimamaro's shoulder, but she was forced to jump back and immediately begin dodging and parrying again with blood now dripping from the offending hand. Bones had emerged from the intended point of impact, preventing the blow from connecting and injuring her in the process. It was a perfect defense. We have to create some distance, Hinata thought desperately, still side by side with Neji. She pivoted on one heel to avoid a straight jab, bending fully backward in the same movement as Kimamaro's knee spiked towards her a fraction of a second after. As she straightened, it seemed that she was too slow to dodge yet another straight lunge. At least, that was how it seemed. The bone impaled her at the waist, but a cloud of smoke revealed it pierced into a log instead. Hokage. Chains of light. Links of chakra streamed from her open palms, racing towards Kimamaro. She was standing sideways on the tree trunk next to where she had been a moment before, not even 3 meters from her opponent. Even at such a close range, the older boy managed to deflect one of the chains with a sharp flick of his wrist. The hook at the end of the other latched onto his shoulder, unhindered by the bones attempting to stop it. It pulled Kimamaro off balance, and Neji took the opportunity without hesitation. Hokage. 128 palms. Neji became a vaguely beige-colored blur that sought to match Kimamaro's speed. He purposefully pulled the first sets of strikes, not willing to risk what had happened to Hinata. As he continued, however, the bone growth wasn't able to keep up with how rapidly the hits were coming. 64 strikes. One of his hands was sliced by a bone that had grown to block a different strike, but he only grit his teeth and ignored it for the final set. 128 strikes. Even Kakashi with his Sharingan wouldn't have been able to avoid so many attacks, all landing in the span of 2 or 3 seconds. The final blow struck Kimamaro square in the chest and sent him staggering back into another tree, and he sagged against it for a few moments, his eyes downcast. Good work, Uken, Kimamaro said calmly. He straightened with little effort, nodding towards the tree on which Hinata stood. After staring in disbelief for a few seconds, Neji glanced back at Hinata with his extended peripheral vision. His blood ran cold. I've got you now, Uken purred in Hinata's ear, his voice filled with devious delight. Only his head and neck were visible, both sticking out of Hinata's left shoulder. Shouldn't focus so hard like that, or you might miss something. Time to start. Taking you apart. Hinata-sama. Neji was already halfway turned to sprint towards her when Kimamaro appeared again, forcing him to roll to one side. She will be dead in a matter of minutes, he said calmly, tapping the tip of one of his bone swords to his chest. That technique you used was impressive, but any taijutsu, even that augmented with chakra, cannot beat me. The bone made a hollow clacking sound as it touched his flesh, indicating a layer just beneath his skin. Now, let's see how you handle my dance of the camellia without somebody watching your back. Meanwhile, Hinata was trying not to be sick to her stomach. It was disturbing enough that Sakura and Uken could live inside of one another, but the fact that they could enter another person was an invasion of personal space on a whole new level. You can still move, you'll find, he assured her, although she had already moved of her own free will to land at the base of the tree. But the more you move, the faster you'll be killed. I don't feel any different, she reasoned, trying not to let panic get the better of her. He said a matter of minutes. Hinata followed the trail of logic. If Uken really was inside of her body, then it meant that he had merged at a subcellular level. He wasn't able to do it immediately, and as she felt nothing physically. He's either replacing every cell in my body with his own and taking me over, or just destroying mine. It was the only thing that made sense given their peculiar Kekkei Genkai. She had to test it, just to make sure. Without any visible hesitation, Hinata gripped her trench knife and drove it straight into her own thigh. She bit down hard on her lip to stop from crying out, but she was rewarded when Uken let out a howl of agony. What the fuck are you doing? He screamed. Hinata gave the head a frosty little smile. Let's see who outlasts whom. She ripped the knife out with a small gasp of pain, drawing out more curses from Uken. Green light glowed beneath her bloodied palm as she mended the wound, reducing the pain to a dull throb. She wasn't about to kill herself to make sure that he died. she wasn't about to leave Naruto, Sasuke, and Haku behind. But she would be damned if she let this parasite get his way. Hinata drew upon fierceness that she hadn't known that she possessed, and drove the knife hard into the other leg. Uken either had a relatively low tolerance for pain, or he had an aversion to apparently insane kunoichi. When Hinata was on her way to stab the knife into her side, Uken lurched out of her to one side, falling weakly onto his back. She stopped the blade only a half centimeter in, unable to keep a small, triumphant grin from her features. "You're crazy," he panted, still holding a hand to the most recently injured leg. Hinata hadn't missed Saken's movement during the ordeal, even though he had been directly behind her. She twisted to catch his wrist and drove a hard kick into his gut, though the action caused her to wince in pain. The self-inflicted injuries had only been repaired enough to allow for mobility, and not nearly enough to fix all of the damage. Still, there was no choice but to keep fighting. "Hinata-sama," Neji gasped, falling to his knees. There were several puncture wounds on his body, including a few in his legs that had caused the collapse. Blood dripped from nearly all of Kimamaro's protruding bones, but the young man wasn't in front of Neji anymore. He was already behind Hinata, and before she could twitch he brought a spinning hook kick slamming into the back of her head with all of the strength he possessed. It connected with a terrible crack, and she lost consciousness even before she was thrown through the air like a ragdoll. Unlike Saken, however, she was not lucky enough to be stopped by the rocky outcrop. "Hinata-sama," Neji cried again, struggling in vain to make his body move. He could only watch as her limp body flew over the side of the cliff, going some 10 meters out before beginning to plummet helplessly. "Hinata!" Sasuke veritably roared, tearing through the midst of the skirmish. Haku landed next to Neji in a ready stance, facing down Kimamaro. The Uchiha was almost to the edge of the cliff, not even knowing what he was about to do, when Naruto's voice barked sharply from behind him. "Sasuke! Help Neji! I've got her!" It was difficult for anybody but Sasuke to track the reddish streak that shot out of the treetops. It hit the ground at a dead sprint, which for Naruto was akin to the speed of a lightning strike. Sasuke barely managed to skid to a halt at the edge of the drop-off, pivoting sharply to do as his friend suggested. Naruto didn't slow down as he plunged towards the edge of the cliff, but he extended his hand as he passed the outcrop that Saken had struck, hitting it with his palm as he passed. A small triangle of Jutsu Shiki was left behind, complete with the leaf and whirlpool insignias at the center. Nobody had time to notice the Hiraishin seal in the chaos, and the next instant he disappeared from view over the side. The first thing Naruto noticed was that the plateau they had been fighting on was frighteningly high, at least a kilometer if he had to judge off of a first glance. The second thing was that the place from which he had jumped was an outcrop, and that the actual cliff face was several dozen meters further in. The last item of importance was that the only thing waiting for them at the bottom was a narrow bed of jagged rocks and more forest. While I should commend you for thinking far enough ahead to apply that seal before you jumped, I should also point out that you have never even attempted the Hiraishin. Ever. "I can do it," Naruto assured him confidently, going into a straight dive towards Hinata. "I don't have the chakra to make enough clones to reach the cliff, and even if I did, we're falling too fast for them to grab anything. If I put all of your chakra into my legs and back, can I survive the fall? You'll reach your maximum falling speed in a few seconds, and no amount of chakra is going to stop every bone in your body from breaking. You might survive it. Barely, but she will not. Thinking about these things before you jump to your death might have served you well. I'm not letting her die, and I'm not going to die either." His tone carried with it a finality that wouldn't allow any room for argument. The Kyuubi muttered something under his breath, but he didn't offer any more criticism. "I'm going to use the practice jutsu to get Hinata back there, then I'll use the Hiraishin." "You have enough chakra for it, with my help," Kurama grunted. "It's an idiotic, suicidal plan, but I've come to expect little more from you, Uzumaki Naruto." The blonde couldn't help but grin fiercely at that. "At least if you die, I'll be back in a few years. That's not so bad. Whatever, you dumb fox. Let's do this." He could feel Kurama roll his eyes, but there wasn't time to focus on more banter. He had almost reached Hinata, and they were halfway to the end of their fall. Wind whipped past Naruto as he continued his dive, forcing him to narrow his eyes against the artificial gale. He adjusted his descent as best he could, though maneuvering in midair was difficult even for the most seasoned shinobi. Using concentrated bursts of chakra at different points on his body, he was able to get close enough to grab hold of Hinata's ankle. He pulled her to him, conscious of the back of her head that was now matted with blood. She looked pale, but at least she was still breathing. He turned her around as he flipped over, his back now racing towards the rocks below, only 300 meters to go. Haku, Sasuke, Neji, catch Hinata. He yelled into the wind, hoping that the wind whisper jutsu would reach his comrades from there. Concentrate. Hinata was falling at the same speed as he was now, her body parallel to his as it seemed to float just above. Naruto closed his eyes, fixating on his seal and channeling chakra as quickly and as carefully as he could. 200 meters. The moment he felt the link solidify, his eyes snapped open, and with an enormous effort he forced enough chakra through to repeat the steps he had learned for transporting the stones, only on a much larger scale. He felt the drain instantly, and the Kyuubi's cloak flickered as it took on a good portion of the burden. Hinata disappeared like she had never been there, and all Naruto could do was hope against hope that he hadn't screwed it up. 150 meters. Let's go. Kurama barked, urgency lacing his every syllable. 3 seconds. 100 meters. Naruto squeezed his eyes shut, ignoring the weariness he was starting to feel. He didn't allow himself the time to curse Gaara for weakening them before this ordeal. Concentrate. 50 meters. Do it now. Damn it. Damn it. Now. With a fraction of a second to spare, and when his back was only a few meters from the ground, Naruto disappeared. His message had come through, albeit barely. The others heard it as if listening from a great distance, the words cutting in and out to be replaced by howling wind. Sasuke was busy fighting. And winning. Against the significantly weakened Sakon and Uken, and Haku seemed to be having a staring contest with Kimimaro. It was Neji who rose and turned, trusting that Haku would watch his back. Every movement sent a lance of pain surging through his legs. He didn't know what Naruto was talking about, but he turned towards the cliff and waited, every muscle tensed and ready. He wasn't made to wait long. Hinata simply appeared out of thin air in front of the rocky outcrop, the inertia from her fall transferring into upward momentum from the seal's location. She flew up and over the treetops before her progress slowed, her listless form once again beginning to fall. Neji reacted with as much speed and grace as he could manage. He raced along beneath her, vaulting into the trees with only a few snarls against his throbbing, numbing limbs. As Hinata began to come down, Neji tore through the canopy with a final burst of effort. His arms slipped beneath her, holding tight as he re-entered the trees and landed hard on a high branch. Got her, he gasped, more to assure himself that he had actually done it than anything else. Neji didn't know how Naruto's voice had gotten to him, and neither did he know how to communicate back. It was best that they stay put for now, far enough from the skirmish to be out of immediate danger. He was of little use after Kimimaro's dance of the camellia, and somebody needed to tend to Hinata. Hiyashi-sama will see the end of me if I allow you to die. With that he settled her head as comfortably as he could on his lap, rummaging through his belt for medicated gauze and bandages. It wasn't much, but it was all he could do at the moment. I remember you. Kimimaro started slowly, eyes hard on Haku. We crossed paths once, in the land of water. Yes, we did. Your eyes haven't changed since that day. Haku offered the other boy a small, sad smile. They look like how mine used to. A little sad, and determined to fight for somebody important to you. Your eyes still say as much, except. He tilted his head, as if confused. I see no sorrow in you. What happened to the man you were traveling with? He died. The manner in which Haku spoke seemed a touch detached, like it still wasn't something he was comfortable talking about. I'm appreciative of him. Zabuza. For taking me in, and I believe he did care about me in some capacity. But, I've realized now what it means to have real friends, and people who truly care about me. Orochimaru-sama values my service, Kimimaro responded coolly. He gave me his greatest gift, in the hope that I might one day become his vessel. He touched a hand to the seal on his chest, one similar to Sasuke's save with curved lines rather than Tomo. The seal glowed then, and more thin lines began branching out from the originals. They didn't go far, only extending a short ways across his torso and disappearing under his shirt. Maybe he does, Haku admitted, shrugging. But that doesn't mean he cares about you as a person. He might just want to use you. That is the case. The flat reply took Haku by surprise, but Kimimaro only watched him with cold eyes whose sclera had begun to blacken. Orochimaru-sama doesn't need me anymore. If I can bring him the vessel that he desires, however, then I will gladly give my life to do so. His eyes flicked to Sasuke for a moment before going back to Haku. I have no quarrel with you, shinobi. Stand aside, and I will spare your life. My name is Haku, and I am a ninja of the Hidden Leaf. I will fight to protect my comrades. I will fight for my friends. He crouched into a low stance, prepared for the inevitable. Judging by Hinata and Neji's conditions, it was fair to assume that Kimimaro was a great deal stronger than he was. But that didn't mean he had the option of backing down, either. He wouldn't let Sasuke be taken away. Well said, Haku-san. Haku blinked as something green appeared beside him. It took him a second to realize what, or rather who it was. Lee stood tall by his side, one bandaged arm held behind him while the other extended at an angle towards Kimimaro. Lee. Tenten sighed, appearing on Haku's other side with a morning star approximately as tall as she was. She held it casually as she chastised her teammate, not taking her eyes from Kimimaro. You were supposed to hit him from behind so we could do a combination attack. I couldn't let such passionate words go to waste. He said indignantly. Haku-san's fiery spirit is inspiring, and I wish to fight alongside him. Haku was at a loss for words. How did you? Followed Neji. He looked like he was going somewhere in a hurry, she said dismissively, hefting the massive weapon onto one shoulder like it weighed nothing. This guy's kinda weird looking, huh? While growing bones out of one's skin was abnormal in and of itself, Kimimaro now had dozens of the protrusions extending from every area of his body. His arms, back, legs, and chest all featured new spikes. He seems able to manipulate his bone structure without limit, including growing more. He's also a taijutsu specialist, and, Haku was interrupted by Lee's cry of delight. The exuberant youth clenched his fists, and his black eyes became spots of fire. Yosh. If he truly is a master of taijutsu, I wish to test my strength against him. But Lee, his bones, apparently, Lee was not at all concerned with Kimimaro's bloodline ability. Tenten, however, was wise enough to bodily throw her giant mace at their opponent before leaping back. Let him go at it. Tenten called back to Haku, landing next to a nearby tree and promptly settling down. Help Sasuke out. She then began withdrawing scrolls from various places on her person, including the large one that had been slung on her back. Haku wasn't sure what she was doing, but he trusted that they could handle themselves. Sasuke wasn't having a problem dealing with the demonic duo, but neither had he managed to incapacitate them. The brothers were adept enough at taijutsu to be a threat, but his reflexes and Sharingan enabled him to avoid their every strike. The fight took place everywhere, never lingering in one place for longer than a few seconds as Sasuke sought to never be engaged with more than just one. He let loose blasts of fire between exchanges, and every time he landed the earth would attempt to swallow or rise up against him. It seemed ninjutsu was their forte rather than physical combat. Haijutsu. Demonic ice mirrors. All too familiar panels of ice rose around Sasuke and his adversaries the moment they touched down again, blocking all exit routes. The Uchiha smirked at Saken and Uken, jumping back and through one of the narrow gaps between the mirrors. They leapt after him, but were forced to dodge to one side to avoid a volley of Senbon. Little shit, Saken muttered, his back against his brother's. A jutsu like this can't contain us, Uken growled, and before the next rain of ice could come they both slammed a hand to the ground, spreading jutsu shiki across the entire circle. Kuchiyos. Rashomon. The ground trembled and ruptured beneath their feet as an enormous gate broke the surface, rising rapidly and shattering almost all of the ice surrounding it. Haku rolled out of one of the remaining panels, breathing hard as he came to a kneeling stop. The twins straightened in front of the massive doorway, readying themselves for another assault. Take it easy. You've already used most of your chakra, Sasuke said urgently, stepping up beside his friend. I've got plenty to spare, and I think I know the perfect jutsu for these two. Haku wasn't sure if he liked the chilling smile spreading across the Uchiha's features, but at least he looked confident. Sasuke brought his hands into the dragon seal as he had seen Kakashi do many times now, staring down Saken and Uken. Megan. Insanity. Haku's lips parted in surprise as the brothers went rigid, and all of a sudden their expressions went blank. Just as suddenly they turned on one another, engaging in a vicious melee and completely intent on killing one another. That's cruel, Haku breathed, standing gingerly. But effective, I guess. Lee and Tenten are here. They're fighting Kimimaro and. He was interrupted. For the third time in 5 minutes, by a roar from nearby, coupled with a colossal wave of chakra that nearly knocked him over. Third gate. Simon. Release. Lee's voice rang through the woods like a battle cry. Haku and Sasuke looked at one another, eyes wide, then dashed through the trees towards the battle, leaving Saken and Uken to fight one another to the death. Kimimaro may have been a taijutsu specialist, but he had never fought against someone capable of opening the inner gates. The terrain literally changed around the pair as they battled, every one of Lee's kicks capable of felling a tree and every punch with enough force to shatter stone. Bones that ought to have caught and stopped the blows splintered beneath them, forcing the Odo Nin to desperately avoid them instead. Even though he maintained a solid layer of bone under his skin, every strike from the empowered genin could easily damage him. Lee. Back. Tenten called. He was gone even before the sound of her cry dissipated, a furrow of torn earth all that was left of his departure into the trees. Sogu. Consuming heavens. The scrolls set out all around her writhed and shot away from her, seemingly of their own accord. They spanned out around Kimimaro in the blink of an eye, unraveling as they went until a dome of parchment had unfolded around him. Without preamble the technique began, and both Haku and Sasuke skid to a halt to watch the scene unfold. Remind me never to get on your bad side, either, Sasuke put in, eyeing the jutsu approvingly. Nothing could be seen inside of the dome except blinding light. Projectiles were being ejected from every bit of every scroll so fast that they appeared to be nothing more than streaks of white. The display went on for a full 30 seconds before the final bursts of luminescence faded, allowing the scrolls to flutter to the ground. What was left behind resembled a small hill, except it was made entirely from kunai, short swords, and a myriad of other weapons, some of which were foreign even to the other two shinobi looking on. Nice work, Lee, Tenten remarked, standing and producing a kusarigama from nowhere. Haku and Sasuke blinked, discovering only then that Lee was standing just behind them. His skin had turned a reddish hue, and chakra was continuously leaking from his fists and feet, somehow forced into a loose spherical shape around the youth. It was such a staggering amount of raw power that even Sasuke couldn't help but openly gape. He's not yet defeated, Lee started, taking a few steps forward. They all looked back to see the mound of metal shifting, gradually growing at the center as if Kimimaro was trying to stand up. Sasuke cursed and reached for his last kunai, throwing it hard at the pile of weapons with a wire trailing behind. Raiden. Current, he murmured, molding the chakra into electrical energy. It surged through his arm and down the length of cord, hitting the amalgamation of weaponry and lighting it up in an explosion of sparks and arcing light. The electricity crackled and arced everywhere for a full 10 seconds, some of the bolts cutting molten furrows into the ground surrounding Kimimaro. Even so, when the jutsu finally died down, the clatter and clanging of weapons being cast away still met their ears. Oh come on. You cannot. Kimimaro coughed, spattering blood on the ground. You will not defeat me with such paltry abilities. I am sworn to Orochimaru-sama, and I will not lose to the likes of you. With a roar that sounded more feral than human, Kimimaro threw out his arms and spun once, and every munition that had struck him flew out in all directions. Futon Kekai. Wind wall. Tenten extended her arms forward and swept them out to either side, creating a buffer of air 10 meters across. The projectiles hit the barrier in a strange way. As the wall wasn't a physical one, they sank into it a ways as they slowed, then rebounded at twice their speed. Most whirled harmlessly off into the woods, but a few added insult to injury and struck Kimimaro once again. He looked nothing like what he had a few minutes before. His skin was dark, nearly the color of charcoal, and most of the bones had receded into his body again. Now several huge bones protruded along his back, bending out at odd angles. Extended vertebrae ran from the base of his neck and down to a newly formed tail, giving him the appearance of a miniature bipedal dinosaur. Ah, Lee, I think this is beyond my expertise. Sasuke-kun, we must fight him, Lee asserted, taking a step forward. Haku looked as if he was about to join, but Sasuke put a hand on his arm and shook his head. Stay with Tenten. We'll take care of this. No matter how much he wanted to argue, Haku knew that Sasuke was doing what was best. He would only be in the way with how little chakra he had left, not to mention his poor taijutsu. Sasuke nodded, then rolled his shoulders. Don't tell Naruto about this, he'd kill me. With that he unfettered the seal on his shoulder, allowing it to flow over his body and release Orochimaru's senjutsu chakra into him. It was an intoxicating feeling, but he had little time to focus on it. Fourth gate. Shoman. Release. Once again power surged through Lee, and more veins started to show along his temples with the effort of freeing massive amounts of chakra into his system. A bright green glow enveloped him then, and his lean muscles began to bulge under the strain. When the corresponding blast of energy had faded, he spoke as quietly as he could to Sasuke. I can only maintain this for a short time. We must end this quickly, with the full power of our youth. Something like that, Sasuke smirked, trading more of his chakra for the malevolent violet power. He became wreathed in the same deep indigo shroud that had come about the first time, looking for all the world like he was burning under a strange flame. Let's do it. Haku and Tenten had to cover their eyes and stagger back as the pair charged their foe, stones, dirt, and torn up roots flying everywhere in their wake. It was difficult to tell what was happening for the first few furious seconds. Purple and viridian blurs circled Kimimaro so fast that they became nothing more than indistinguishable lights, occasionally blending together into a blackish smudge. Whatever the transformation had done to the Oto Nin, it had slowed his reflexes noticeably. For a time he could do absolutely nothing but hold a guard, covering his head and relying on the incredibly thick skin and bone to absorb the impacts of the innumerable strikes. Blasts of fire enveloped him periodically, gifts from Sasuke whenever he decided to slow his pace a fraction to form the required hand seals. Without warning, and without any visible communication, Kimimaro was sent airborne, the result of a vicious vertical kick from Lee that had caught the older boy on his chin. Sasuke was cleared to one side in an instant, racing through a complex series of hand seals as Lee vanished from the forest floor. He reappeared above his opponent, fist already making impact with Kimimaro's stomach in a crushing blow that ripped the wind out of him and forced more blood from his gasping lips. Lee wasn't done yet, either. Fifth gate. He ground out, hand moving like lighting to catch the rope tied about Kimimaro's waist. Toman. Release. There was no visible eruption of chakra with this gate, but the immense burden on Lee's body was visible to those below. Blood trickled from one nostril, and it looked as if a vein had ruptured on the side of his head, creating an angry-looking hematoma. Even still, it wasn't enough to stop his next and final strike. He pulled up on the rope as hard as he could, bringing Kimimaro racing towards him at a speed faster than the initial kick had provided. His other hand plunged downward in an open palm strike, chakra streaming to either side. A few of the bandages at his fingertips caught fire due to the sheer speed and friction of the attack, although only Sasuke's eyes were able to see it before the actual impact put them out. Kimimaro's body all but disappeared as it was struck, hitting the ground the barest fraction of an instant after the blow. The resulting collision was catastrophic, even when compared to the terraforming that had already occurred. Tenten was forced to throw up another barrier to block the massive chunks of debris, which included several entire trees and boulder-sized rocks. The ground shook so hard that one might expect a localized earthquake to have hit. A cloud of debris plumed into the air, quickly covering the whole area in a haze of brownish dust. Even then, Sasuke wasn't ready to call it quits. Kaden. His hands clasped together into a tiger seal, and he took a long, deep breath. Great dragon fire. Flames erupted from his mouth in a giant torrent, but rather than flow outward or into a vague shape, they twisted together and formed into the very distinct image of a dragon's head. The fire burned so hot that all of the moisture in the area was sucked away with the oxygen, leaving cracked lips and parched mouths all around. The jutsu made a very audible roar as it streaked away from its caster, guided down into the center of the newly created crater by Sasuke's Sharingan. Lee made it clear just in time. An infernal column flared into the sky, incinerating every branch and bit of foliage in its path. It was brief, but for a moment the only thing anyone could see was a bright red-orange light, and the only thing they could feel was every exposed bit of skin gaining first-degree burns. Lee hit the ground hard, his complexion back to normal. He tumbled several meters before skidding to a halt, rolling onto his back with a pained groan. Sasuke was down on one knee, the cursed mark withdrawing rapidly as he struggled to get his breath from the oxygen-depleted air. That, he gasped, should do it. Yes, Lee agreed, wincing as he made an unsuccessful attempt to rise. He was having trouble moving at all. Don't try to move on your own, Tenten said tersely, landing by his side to help to his feet. You didn't need to take it that far, Lee. I had to make sure he would be finished, he protested, barely managing to clench his fist. I had to show him my. Yeah, your power of youth and whatever. Are you alright, Sasuke-san? I'm fine, just, really tired. Haku was at his side already, one arm under his shoulder to help him stand. Sasuke offered him an exhausted but appreciative smile. Thanks. Would you mind contacting Neji and Naruto? I think I'm lower on chakra than you are at this point. Of course, Sasuke-kun, he replied gently, happy to be able to help again. Futon. Wind whisper, Haku murmured, directing the flow of air towards Neji and Naruto's chakra signatures. Neji-san, the fighting's over. It's safe now. Naruto. He trailed off, his brow furrowing into a quizzical expression. I won't. 4 sets of eyes snapped back to the center of the smoking crater, growing wide as a burnt hand clawed towards them. Through the haze they could barely make out Kimamaro's charred shape, though his eyes were all too visible. His eyelids had been completely melted away. I won't lose, he croaked, trying desperately to move towards them. Orochimaru. Sama. I can't. Haku averted his eyes, unable to watch the piteous sight. Kimamaro dug his clawed fingers into the dark silt, and bones began a half-hearted rise from the ground around him. Dance. Dance of the. The incomplete technique hung heavy in the air, the last and unfinished words of a young man lost to his own wish for recognition. His hand fell limp, and the bones that had begun sprouting from the ground abruptly stopped. Kimamaro was left lying in a small patch of his own bones, his last breath escaping him as a rattling, regretful sigh. I like it better when I don't feel sorry for the people we kill, Sasuke muttered. Sometimes they're just too far gone to bring back, Haku said simply, helping his friend move next to Lee and Tenten. I'm just grateful that you found me before then. Neji stepped out of the woods a minute later, carrying Hinata very carefully in his arms with her head resting against his chest. Sasuke looked worriedly at her for a moment before noting that her breathing seemed to be normal, although she looked fairly pallid. He blinked then, looking around questioningly. Where's Naruto? I thought he was with you looking after Hinata. Neji raised an eyebrow and shook his head. He wasn't here with you. All 5 of them swallowed as realization dawned. Naruto had never come back from his dive off of the cliff, but Hinata had. They went back to the cliff as a group, passing Sakin and Uken's Rashomon on the way. The brothers were fused back together now, slouched against the gate and still gripping a kunai that was plunged into their combined hearts. Apparently one had gotten the idea to merge with the other, and the response had been suicide to kill the invader. It was a gruesome sight, but the genin had more pressing matters to take care of. No one said a word at first as they reached the rocky outcrop, only staring at the small symbol on its face. After a time, Lee glanced at Sasuke, wondering why the remaining color had drained from the Uchiha's face. What is that? It's Naruto's Hiraishin seal, Sasuke said hollowly, unable to take his eyes from it. He hadn't had the chance to realize it during the tumultuous battle, but now the pieces were beginning to come together. He could hear Naruto's voice clearly in his head, recalling the last words he had spoken to them all. If Hinata was here, but Naruto wasn't, it meant. What does that mean? Tenten asked nervously. Sasuke's demeanor was making her increasingly anxious. Where's Naruto? He's gone. That's it for this part. If you enjoyed it, then like, share and subscribe for the next video as it's going to be more interesting, and also check out my other playlists. Hope you would like them too.